where barbecue and championship-winning football teams have become a familiar sight in this part of the country. Today, Middle America plays host to the next race in the journey towards a championship. Can you call your shot and take home the victory? Will the 2024 version of the Midwest feature be just as action-packed as last year's madness? Larson's in the wall. Welcome to the Heartland. Welcome to Race Day from Kansas.
And welcome to a light rain out there at the Speedway. Unfortunately, this just moved in a few minutes ago in the Kansas Speedway area. It is drizzling a little bit, just a light rain, however. So don't go anywhere because it is expected to move out, and we will move on with the 12th race in the 2024 season. We don't like to see that, some raindrops on the lens there. But, hey, we're here for the next hour and maybe even longer. We'll get you to the race and get you through it as we say hello and welcome to Race Day on FS1. We do want to thank Jelly Roll for voicing the start of our show. You can see him on his Beautifully Broken tour starting in August. I'm Shannon Spake, America's crew chief Larry McReynolds, of course, the Daytona 500 champ Jamie McMurray. Kansas used to be, considered the mile-and-a-half cookie-cutter kind of racetrack, but there's nothing standard about this racetrack, right?
First and foremost, it's just a little clearing shower that we're experiencing right now, but far from a cookie-cutter racetrack. This race a year ago, 37 lead changes, a record at a mile-and-a-half racetrack for a 400-mile race. And it is known to go down to the wire. Both races at Kansas last year, the pass for the win came within the last 2 laps. And you saw all those big wrecks in the open? That wasn't Daytona or Talladega. That was Kansas Speedway, known for big wrecks.
Yeah, a lot of action at this track. Restarts are obviously normally chaotic. Larry talked about all the passes to the lead. The guy I have my eye on today, though, is William Byron. It looked like he had the best car in practice, went out in qualifying, thought he had a shot at the pole, got into the wall, going to start all the way back in 36. So he needs to have a good day and have all that passing work for him.
How concerned are you starting in the back? This is a place you can pass at.
Yeah, I mean, there's some tracks you'd be more worried. I think if you go to somewhere like Martinsville, you're a little more concerned just because of how fast you can get lapped. Last week at Dover is one of those places you can get lapped really quick. Kansas, it's wide, though. He had a really good car in practice. I don't think he's going to have any issues getting to the front.
All right, take a look at our lead lap headlines, why don't we? Of course, Denny Hamlin winning his 3rd race of the season last week at Dover. He's won at Kansas 4 times, starting 14th today. Eric Jones was medically cleared to race today, but the team decided to give him a 2nd week to recover, so Corey Heim will be in that 43 car for the 2nd week in a row. Christopher Bell, how about this? He won the pole for the race today. He's won 1 race this season and really hopes to put an end to a series of bad finishes as of late. And as we end on that note, right, let's check in with our trackside reporters out there at Kansas. I'm sure that they have their rain gear ready. Let's start with Jamie Little. Hey, Jamie, how you doing?
Hi, Shannon. Yes, unfortunately, the rain has picked up just a little bit, but Jamie McMurray just mentioned it. William Byron, fast car in practice, but not the start to the weekend that they wanted. Got loose, got into the wall. Fortunately for them, it was just cosmetic damage on the right side. Worst case, he's starting 36th, his worst start of the year. But the team is ready. They repaired it. Everything is looking good there. But however, they are racing with some heavy hearts. Last week, we lost a member of the racing community. William Sturgill lost his life. He started out in NASCAR as a pit crew member, worked his way up as director of motorsports for Axalta, working hand in hand with Hendrick Motorsports. He was 41 years old, leaves behind his wife Hillary and his daughter Peyton. Regan Smith.
Well, Jamie, the champ is back. Jimmie Johnson for the 3rd time in 4 weeks, back at the racetrack. And at a racetrack he has had a ton of success at. 3 wins at Kansas at one point, 11 straight top 10s. He was dominant at this track at one point in his career. Yesterday, then qualifying, a great run for him, as you got to think about Jimmie being more like a rookie this year, as crew chief Jason Burdett told me. They're trying to relearn a lot of things for Jimmie as he adapts to this Gen 7 car. Qualified 19th, but a huge pickup from practice qualifying. And you could see the confidence building in Jimmie's face as he got out of the race car. He had that glimmer that we come to expect from a 7-time champion. The goal today for Jimmie, it's going to be to continue to get laps, continue to learn this car. He does have another planned race coming up in 2 weeks in the Coke 600, or in 3 weeks, excuse me, at the Coke 600. So get those laps, learn how to race this car, and go out there and have some fun.
Thank you so much, Regan. I do want to send my best to Hillary and Peyton as well, because I did know William. Really, really tragic event for them. I know that you wanted to talk about Noah Gragson starting third and has had some really solid finishes as of late.
Yeah, we've been talking about Noah a lot here lately, and rightly so. Back-to-back top 10 finishes, third at Talladega, sixth at Dover, and he has been the top finishing Ford driver twice this year. Two-time champion Joey Logano has only been the top finishing Ford driver one time. And Noah, to me, is carrying the banner over there for Stewart-Haas Racing. But I'm also thinking that Stewart-Haas Racing, they went winless last year, and that was still with Kevin Harvick in the lineup. They're starting to see the light at the end of the tunnel, and it's no longer a freight train coming at them. They are starting to gain on this. Chase Briscoe, he qualified inside the top 10. But I just think I heard Noah talk about it, that he and Drew Blickensderfer, his crew chief, they're starting to put pages in the notebook now. They're building that notebook. They've only had 11 races together, but qualifying up front, the other thing that he addressed, we have to start scoring stage points. They have only scored 3 stage points all year long. One of the things that goes along with qualifying well is being able to execute and score stage points.
I want to follow up on Noah real quick. By the way, he'll be on our show coming up a little bit later, so we'll get to hear from him. I know he just mentioned only 11 races with Drew Blickensderfer, but we have Drew on Race Hub all the time. He's talked about how much time he spent with Noah in the offseason. I mean, every single day those two are together. How much does that translate to what you can do when you're on the racetrack?
Well, I mean, obviously, you've got to have good chemistry with your crew chief, but ultimately you just have to have fast cars. And Larry said, like, you knew it was just a matter of time before they could turn that around over there. I think it's probably a little surprising that it's Noah and Drew that are doing that, just because of those two being new together. But some of that could also be that you know, Noah being over there doesn't have any kind of preconceived notions of things that maybe didn't work in the past. So happy for those guys. It's been pretty cool to see him run well at a lot of different type tracks. And he referenced last week that he thought Dover is where he really struggled at in the next gen car the past couple of years. So for them to run well there, it shows you that you got to have a car, you got to have a driver, it all has to work together.
You know, when you look at that starting lineup, obviously his name kind of pops up out there in the top 3. Something that pops up a little further down are those 2311 guys, because both of those guys have won at this racetrack. So I don't know, I think some might expect a little bit more speed in qualifying.
Yeah, I would say no team is more excited about getting to Kansas than 2311. They've won 3 of the last 4 there, and you mentioned it, both Bubba and Tyler have won there. So when you go to a track that both of your drivers like, that you have a car that you know is going to run well, you look forward to getting there. I thought both their cars looked really good yesterday in practice. I don't really care where they qualified. I mean, you'd like to qualify well. You'd like to have that perfect pit selection, but you'd rather just have a fast car. And both of those guys have been good here the last couple of years.
Yeah, we got a lot of drivers that qualified outside the top 10, like William Byron, Denny Hamlin, the 2 2311 drivers. They had good cars in practice, especially the long run speed.
One thing that's really interesting to me about qualifying at Kansas is when you watch the in-cars, they don't really let off the gas. And you're like, well, I don't know how anyone runs faster or slower, because everyone seems wide open around the whole track. And I would say from the driver's perspective, listening to those guys, it was pretty nerve-wracking qualifying. So it was fun to watch those guys just be right on the edge.
A lot of pomp and circumstance out there, right? Can't have the pomp without the circumstance. You mentioned Denny Hamlin. He's a 4-time Kansas winner, the most of all drivers. So he definitely knows what's around every single turn. You see the jet dryers out there right now. Air Titans trying to get this place dry so we can get racing started. Here's what's around the turn.
We have much more coming up around the turn here in Kansas. We sit down with Hall of Famer Mark Martin and talk about his favorite fresh pizza. Last week's Dover winner Denny Hamlin joins the Race Day boys. Later, Noah Gragson stops by to talk about his string of top 10 finishes. And we toss it to Michael Walter for Gridwalk to hear what's on drivers' minds before strapping in today. All that and more just around the turn on Race Day.
Back here on Race Day, we don't like to see umbrellas unless it's blocking out the sun. There's a 2023 Daytona 500 winner, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. He's starting 21st today. A little news on him this week. For more on that, here's The Business with Bob.
It's the business with Bob. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. was all smiles as he joked with me Friday that I'm stuck with him for another couple of years as he has signed a contract extension to remain at JTG Daugherty Racing. He told me as a driver, it is business as usual for him at a team that appears to be in a little bit of transition as team investor Gordon Smith is now listed as team owner and sponsor Kroger has not yet committed for 2025. Cup team owners expect NASCAR by the end of the month to give them a new charter agreement proposal to replace the agreement that expires at the end of this year. The team owners and NASCAR brass had a regular scheduled meeting Wednesday to discuss issues in the sport, and when it came to the topic of charters, there was not much ground made. NASCAR declined to comment. Eric Jones met with his doctors on Thursday and got the okay to race here at Kansas, but Legacy Motor Club opted to rest him one more week and make sure he's good for Darlington as he continues to recover from a compression fracture suffered in his lower back in a crash at Talladega a couple of weeks ago. He'll continue to be replaced by Corey Heim, who says the time in the Cup car contributed to his victory here in the trucks last night. And that's the business with Bob.
Just a little extra safety for Eric Jones there, but it will be good to see him back at the track next weekend.
Yeah, I mean, I'm no doctor, but I have to believe resting that back for another week will not be a bad thing. And then saving him for Darlington, if indeed he comes back next week. Think about this. 2 of his 3 career wins came right there at Darlington in the Southern 500. So at the end of the day, the way they're running right now, where they're at in points, there's one way for Eric Jones to make these playoffs, and NASCAR did grant him the waiver. He's going to have to win a race. I just don't know that I see them pointing their way, even though we still have a lot of racing to go in the regular season.
I'm glad he pointed out he's not a doctor. That's good, right?
He did stay at a Holiday Inn Express last night.
That's where I was going to go with that for sure. Yeah, I mean, Eric Jones, that's got to be, I mean, it's one thing to be hurt and be out. It's got to be even harder now to be cleared and have to watch your car. And I thought that Corey Heim did a really nice job last week. It's really hard to evaluate, you know, we want him to go out and be able to run in the top 5, the top 10. But that car is not there right now. I thought he did a really good job. He's qualified well again here this weekend. He won the truck race last night. I think back to a lot of drivers, my career being that way is when you get that opportunity, all of a sudden you start doing even better in all these lower series that you're racing in. I think he's got to be on a lot of guys' radar.
Yeah, I said right here on our show last week before the Dover race that Corey Heim just needs to try to run as many laps as possible. Forget what the scoreboard says. Forget how many laps down. And that's exactly what that young man did. And I heard him yesterday in an interview say, I'm much more comfortable going to Kansas. I've got this race under my belt. I have a lot more laps at Kansas with the Truck Series race. He said, I was a little apprehensive because I don't have a lot of experience at that 1 mile track at Dover.
And it was race number 2 that you won your race, right?
Yeah,
your first race?
Are you picking him today, Shannon?
I mean, hey,
yeah,
why can't he pull Jamie McMurray? The phrase that we heard a lot this season, and especially last week, air blocking. It's something Denny Hamlin did to Kyle Larson in the closing laps 1 week ago. Fair or foul is the question, and the drivers weigh in.
I've been caught up in the slow lane.
Denny stays high to block. To try to air block him.
Hamlin takes the air off Larson's nose and wins the Worth 400.
It's just so easy to air block. Not that he was doing anything dirty or anything like that.
Air blocking's always been around. I think the car's sensitivity to it now is greater than it's ever been.
Because this car has such a mechanism on it that just allows you to just play defense better than offense.
You just have to know where to place your car, know where competition's going to place their car to block you. You try to be one step ahead.
Every sport has offense and defense, well, so does NASCAR racing.
The drivers are just getting better at it.
We see people block harder, defend harder.
When someone uses it properly, it is very hard to gain track position.
It's part of the cat and mouse game that I think makes racing special.
This is not something new, but it's something we're talking about a lot right now.
Air blocking is a trendy word, is what we have right now. We used to call it mirror driving. And you listen, that is a tool that a driver has. If you're leading a race and you can tell someone's catching you, you depend on your spotter to tell you what line they're running. You might go run their line, not just to take air away, but just to take the preferred line away. We'll see that today. Guys are going to run the top. If someone starts catching them on the bottom, they're going to go to the bottom. Even if their car is slower, you don't necessarily care that your lap times are slower. You're just trying to keep that guy behind you. So I like this. So I've heard a little bit of discussion about some of the drivers. Kyle Busch mentioned like taking all the cameras out of the car. I I don't want them to do that because I like hearing the radio chatter of the guy behind being mad that he is getting mirror driving the guy in front of him, or that there's air blocking, whatever they want to call it. I like that little bit of drama that we get from it.
It definitely has created another element, and I do like it. In fact, I mean, it's still mirror driving. You're just doing it with air. It's existed since my days as a crew chief. Our drivers just were not that educated on it. You would call it dirty air. You would call it aero push. You'd call it all these things right here. But these drivers have so many more elements today, and some of those drivers in that piece right there touched on it. You know, they've got more than just the rear view mirror. They got the rear view camera. They got spotters that are so smart. Drivers just understand it so much more. If you go back to the Las Vegas race, and I think I made this point on Race Hub the Monday after, that's the first race at a non-super speedway that Kyle Larson had ever used his rear view camera. And he said, there is no question, it helped me win that race.
And you like listening to those conversations, the guys kind of yelling back and forth.
I just think it adds another element to it, and I don't want them to take that away. First off, it's never going to go away.
No.
Now that we've talked about it, we talked about mirror driving. Guys know that they can use it to their advantage. You can't put the toothpaste back in the tube, right?
Yeah, something like that. Two guys that can join in on this conversation, of course, Clint Bowyer and Kevin Harvick, and a guy that's full of air. I mean hair. Chris Myers.
Let him do the jokes.
I kid.
You kid because you care. Tell her who does the jokes.
You do.
Okay, I'll do the
Get
jokes.
this straight, Shannon.
Yes, we're waiting out
on his toes. I love it.
We're waiting out the raindrops here in the what was the truck garage yesterday. But you're the guy who drove this car, the only one of all the analysts who. And I mean, it's a bigger deal. It's part of the sport. It's been around. Well, first of all, tell us who are the best blockers we're going to see in this race today.
Well, we talk about it all the time. It's Joey Logano, it's Ross Chastain, and Ryan Blaney. I think those are probably the three best blockers, and that term didn't start yesterday. This is, if it's been around since Larry has been around, we know it's been around for a long time. So blocking, I think when we talk about air blocking, that doesn't really, it's not really the same as it is on a super speedway. That's blocking. And when we talk about air blocking, it's an aero deficit that it puts the car behind you at. And so that's been around for a long time. Obviously now it's a little more effective because everybody understands it, and this car's a little bit more sensitive to that.
And I agree. The cameras, they only aid in the process, right? The blocking, the run's coming. You better move up or he's going to run by you. So you move up, figure out, first and foremost, you figure out if you can find speed up there in the line that he is. Your spotter's going to relay that information, and then you're going to take the air away from him. I mean, that makes them tight in your wake behind them. You do it because it's efficient, because it works. Also, it opens the door up. It's an open invitation. If you block me, I'm going to hit you.
Yeah.
I'm going to wreck you, and we've seen it time and time again.
That's how it was when we came up.
Absolutely.
If you block somebody, when you got to them, you just wrecked them.
So isn't it part of if you're out in front, obviously you can block. That's a good side. So it's part of adjusting. So why is it a big deal now? Is it because some drivers have not adjusted in this car to the type of blocking you're talking about?
Well, I think it's a big deal because we heard more of them talk about it this week.
I think Kyle Busch was one who didn't like it.
Well, I think Kyle is definitely one to speak his mind, but I think when Kyle really goes back and looks at it, this isn't something that happened yesterday. I lost a race here in 2020 to Joey Logano in the old style car because he took my line and made me cross his wake and do all the things that were effective to aero-wise take advantage of the car behind you. So you're always going to try to find that aero advantage, be in the car in front.
And I love that you said that about Joey Logano in particular. What did Joey Logano do to Matt Kenseth when Matt Kenseth blocked him? He hit him and wrecked him.
Yeah.
Now that obviously went to Martinsville and didn't end up in his favor, but that started what that process was, and that was got a block and he moved him and won the race.
Some drivers have said this is more of a defensive car. Do you agree with that? I mean,
well, I think that this car, you can definitely be more defensive with this car, but I also think that they've learned a lot through the years, and you see it's harder to gain an advantage in everything that you do in racing the further that you go along. You can't unlearn the things that you've already learned, and they are not going to unlearn this situation. They already know everything, to put the car in the spot behind you. And, we used to think we were just moving into somebody else's line. Maybe that's what it was back in the day, Clint. Maybe we didn't run faster. Maybe we were just making some aero deficiencies we didn't know anything about.
Blocking, mirror driving, aero blocking, it's all racing. The same thing. It's racing and it's frustration. And let me fix this. This is a racetrack at Kansas Speedway, my home track as a matter of fact, that creates opportunities. It's going to be rim riding around the outside. We know that. And as you catch that car in front of you, if you're a half a second faster than him, you're going to have to figure out an opportunity. What those opportunities are. Even if you're in the lead, look up ahead. Is there a lapper coming? You'll hear these spotters talking about it. Create those opportunities. You can't drive up and get inside that bubble right on their bumper and expect to just pull out a line and go. You have to back up. You have to time those runs and pounce on it when the opportunity's right, and it might be a lapper.
The timing is the key word. The timing is definitely something that you have to pay attention to. And to Clint's point, when you see that lapper coming and he's running that high line, you got to put yourself in a position and know where you're going to catch that car at so that you can get a good entry into the corner, go through the middle of the racetrack. Yep. You're still not going to want to run the bottom of the racetrack. That'll still just choke this car down way too much.
It's big enough, wide enough, allows for bold decisions. I know you want to try to block him out of this conversation, but we'll work on that. We'll continue live from Kansas Speedway. It has rain. They're trying to clear the track. We're going to talk to the top Ford qualifier and look back at, well, maybe what happened at the end of last year's race. Noah Gragson has different plans, and his crew chief will join us as well. We're live on the scene. You're watching Race Day on FS1, counting it down to the Advent Health 400. Live on a rainy day in Kansas, William Byron starting way back. Scraped the wall yesterday in qualifying practice, but 3 wins this year for Hendrick Motorsports. Just inside the garage, waiting out the rain. They're going to try and dry the track. Should take about an hour and a half once the rain stops, so we hope to go 400 miles. Joining us, Noah Gragson, driver of the 10, Stewart-Haas Ford, Drew Blickensdorfer, his crew chief, 2-time Daytona 500 champion. And for you, back-to-back top 10s, a career best qualifying for this race, starting third. I heard you say before the year that you wanted to be a little bit more proactive before races or before this season. It seems like it's paying off. Tell us how you're doing it and why it's paid off.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun this year. It's been a new environment for myself, new team, and then working with Drew. I didn't know him until late last year. We started texting, went to dinner with Drew at his house and got to know him and really just trying to develop that relationship. Drew's been a big part of my growth and experience this year as a driver in the Cup Series. So utilizing the resources and the tools that we have, growing on our process each and every week. I don't feel like we've reached our full potential by any means. I still feel like we're making strides each and every week and getting better and better. So he's been a big part of it. We got a great team behind us, and it's been a lot of fun so far.
So what is that, Drew? What is that chemistry? What is that thing that has made it click between the two of you that you think has made this have good results in the performance and the relationships that you guys have? Because the driver-crew chief relationship is underestimated to get the most out of the car, in my opinion, in most scenarios. So what makes that work for you guys?
Well, I think because I'm older and I've been around a long time and had different race car drivers, I think I've kind of learned what makes them tick, right? Like Eric Almirola or Michael McDowell or Matt Kenseth, they need something different than what Noah needs. And as a leader of the team, it was my job to figure out what Noah needs to go fast in race cars. We all saw him in 2022 running on Saturday, winning every other week it felt like, and just flying around the racetrack. And it's like, okay, it's in there. What does he need to perform on Sunday? And so I think, from getting to know Noah, he's a very likable guy. It was very easy to like Noah right from the get-go and say,
extremely.
Confident.
It was okay. What's it going to take? And I think it was just preparation. I mean, I think going from Saturday to Sunday, a lot of people don't understand how tough it is on Sunday. They think, Saturday's AAA compared to the major leagues, and it's way further than just across this fence over to that garage when you're racing against Kyle Larson and Denny Hamlin and Martin Truex. That's intimidating and tough. And I don't think a lot of times, like you guys, they realize how much you work at it through the week to prepare for the weekend. That comes from experience, and that comes from working hard. And so it's sitting down with Noah and trying to figure out what's going to prepare us for Saturday. We know it's so much about qualifying, getting a good pit stall, things like that. So what's going to prepare us for Saturday to go into Sunday? Because he has the ability, once the green flag drops, to go race on Sunday and find what line's fast. But how do we get up to speed quicker?
All right. Kansas Speedway. What do you like about this racetrack, Noah? Why does it fit your driving style? A lot of throttle on time, bad, fast racetrack. And again, you see the 10 car back up front.
Yeah, I just love being right up against the outside wall, being able to push the car to the limits. And this track, it provides opportunity and options, right? You can go to the bottom, you can go to the middle, you can go to the top. In recent years, we've seen it kind of be up on the top side, especially late on the green flag run. but it takes a lot of accuracy, focus, precision, and discipline to be able to run that top side, and I like being up there.
So right now, you know, we hear and see all the rumors of everything going on in the garage. How do you guys manage that with your group? Is it one race at a time? Is it what is it that you try to tell your guys to focus on during the week?
It is. We focus on ourselves. You know, I'm very lucky when I came to Stewart-Haas to have the people around me that we have, the Jerry Cooks, the Lee Dees, all our guys. We have team meetings and we focus on ourselves. Obviously, we're a part of a group, but we focus on what we can do to get the best result week in and week out. And when Noah came around, he immediately fit into the group. We all wanted to be together, and it's week to week. Honestly, Kevin, it's how do we focus on Sunday for Kansas, and then tomorrow we'll focus on how do we go fast at Darlington.
Right.
So it's the week ahead is it's so instrumental to like your mood throughout the week. So if we don't run good today, we'll be upset on Monday, but you got to forget about it and you got to let that go as soon as you get off the airplane. Maybe debrief a little bit about it, but focus on the next week. Just try to keep up, because I guarantee those guys in the garage ahead of us in points, they're not worried about how they ran. They're getting better for the next week.
You were, I believe, sixth at Vegas, mile and a half. Do you like the mile and a half? Are they more suited to what you like to do? I know you talked a little bit about this track here already.
Yeah, when I first came into the Truck Series and Xfinity Series, I felt like I was a short track guy. Won a lot of races on the short tracks and Xfinity, and it was decent at the mile and a half, but didn't have too much success. And then we get into the next gen car, especially this year, and it seems like the mile and a halves are kind of our bread and butter. So I was really looking forward to Kansas this weekend. I'm looking forward to Darlington, Charlotte. I've been calling it mile and a half season. It's been a lot of fun during this month of May and a lot of good racetracks for us. So I do like the options of going fast and at these mile and a half tracks, and we've had good speed too. So we want to keep building on it as a team, and we're focused forward.
So here's what I want to know. You go back to last year and post-race in this situation. Here's the advice that I would give you. Swing first, swing hard.
And we have that video of.
Well, I've been in a few, and I've been up in the NASCAR
first,
hauler.
Swing hard.
I don't want. I'll take one. I'll take a good one.
Anybody either. Don't let him give you any
before
trouble.
the end of the year, I'm going to body slam this
I
guy.
can tell you this: you can get a lot more lippy when you got this guy for a skipper. If you don't remember, I remember Phoenix. Somebody that got together his driver, he threw him over the hood of his race car. Don't worry about it. Drew's got you back.
Well, actually, at the beginning of the year, before the season started, I had him in the shop, and he used to be a wrestling champion back in high school, and I don't know if he's getting old, but he was winded and
age got you?
He was in a trash can. Unfortunately, only 5 saw it, but he likes a different story of that. And
I said,
here we go.
There we go. I was always told, I'll eat one, but if that security guard wasn't there, man, I was coming.
Came out of nowhere.
I wasn't stopping, but it's all good between us.
Near him starting out, so we'll see that. Hey, along those lines, Drew, we like this about Noah. Wears his emotions on his sleeve, his personality you talked about. That's the kind of passion, we use the word, that you want.
Don't lose that.
Have you had to channel that in the right way or put a guardrail on it, or how have you worked together on that?
You know what's interesting is after my wife and I got to meet Noah, and he was over at our house, and she saw the real Noah, and then we started the dual race in Daytona. She's texting me saying, "What's wrong with Noah?" Because for whatever reason, the Noah that people see outside of the race car, when he straps the helmet, there's like a click, and he becomes focused, and he's one of the best I've ever had at hitting his marks and running the line and wrapping the line. He's super disciplined, and he gets quiet in the car and focused. So nothing's wrong with Noah. So I haven't had to work on that at all. Maybe in the shop on Tuesday when he's in my office.
Kevin, that's doable.
Are you saying that he talks a lot outside the car,
Yes.
and then he gets in the car and is quiet?
You'll be just fine, Noah.
Is there anything that you can teach Clint how to be quiet? Because we haven't figured it out.
Hey, one thing you could teach him is how to pronounce your crew chief's last name.
You didn't get it.
Blickensderfer. You butchered it right on the bill.
Today.
Yeah, by the way.
Here we have a clip.
I did Wednesday.
Did we have it on from Race Home?
And by the way, he's doing with a new team, a new organization, a new crew chief, Drew Blickensderfer. Drew, let's just call it Drew Blick. That's Blickensderfer? Yeah, nailed it. Drew Blick
just witnessed a stroke.
Without a doubt, the perfect scenario for Noah.
I'm good with Blick, Clint.
I'm like Blick.
How about I'm good with that. Yeah.
Well, one thing that's important, though, is you can butcher his last name, but you have to throw in there the two-time Daytona 500 champion.
Yeah, he teases me about that a lot.
That's what we're just going to tell you, two-time Daytona 500. You'll like that. Well, continued success in the right direction. Thanks for spending some time with us. All right, good luck the
Keep it going, boys.
Thank you. All right, we'll work on that in the meantime.
Hey, vote for us for the fan vote, too, for North.
Oh, yeah, I saw that video. Way to con a lot of your fellow drivers. Trick them into voting for you.
No, that was Carson Hocevar.
Focus on the
Did you
vote.
vote
Let's
for him?
focus on winning.
Vote for us.
Okay.
Vote for us.
That's right. We got the All-Star right after coming up in North Wilkesboro. All right, let's check in with Regan Smith.
Well, I feel like we've got the perfect transition from Noah Gragson and what we saw that happened last year to Ross Chastain. The other side of what we saw happen last year, a little bit of fisticuffs and fireworks after the race, Ross, but nonetheless, a good weekend so far for you guys with your number one car. Qualify second. How good is it to have that speed?
Yeah, for sure, Regan. For our Busch Light Crocs Chevy, it's good. I mean, we've had speed. It's just a matter of putting it together. And then, like we talked about on the qualifying broadcast, a lot of times we qualify in the top couple for the first round. And if we went back to the old 1 or 2 laps and that was it, and we'd have a couple more poles. But we didn't put a wrench in the car from round 1 to round 2 and just kept it similar. I committed more throttle, which I didn't know if was possible. So ran identical laps. That's just a testament that we're taking care of the tires. Even on 1 lap, it's really easy to abuse them. So yes, no matter when we go racing here, trust me, pit selection and clean air, it's much easier that way. But we've came from the back before, and we can do it. We've shown we can do it. So if anything does happen, it's back to work, and we'll start driving back forward, I feel like.
A little bit of a dry spell. I feel weird saying dry spell right now with it raining at the racetrack, but a little bit of a dry spell for you guys. No top 10s in the past 5 races. How important is it to capitalize on that good performance and qualifying what you got?
Well, look, first of all, I would take the rain at the racetrack all day long over the farm. We're harvesting back home in Florida, so it's much better for it to be raining here. We'll wait. I'll be late going home whenever I get there this week to see some harvest. And as most Florida farms are harvesting their watermelons right now, that's what's supplying the east coast of the country. So we don't need any rain down there. We'll take it here. But yes, for sure. I mean, we've had chances to show this. Las Vegas comes to mind. Had a car that could compete with the 5 and 45, and I sped on pit road. So we've tried to learn from all that and not make those same mistakes. And we put together a good effort, a really good Saturday, and now the real work comes for a good day on Sunday.
You've got a fun-loving bunch here at the One House Trackhouse Racing. Your pit crew guys in particular love to have a good time. So as we wait this rain out, what's this rain delay going to look like in that one hauler in a moment?
Well, I didn't know. Were they poking their heads out?
Not yet. Usually they are. Not yet.
Yeah, I know. That's very. They're growing up right before our very eyes. If they didn't do that, or they're busy playing Mario Kart or something. I don't know, but. No, it's a great group of guys and girls here, and that's what's so cool is that we can do it. Yeah, we can do it our way. That's it. That's what's really going on in there, not just on camera. We get to do it with our group, our people, and we've been together for longer than Trackhouse, actually, some of us. So yeah, we have a lot of fun.
Shannon Ross had the Crocs on yesterday. The Crocs are on today. We're going to test their ability in the rain, see if they're rainproof here as the day goes on for a little bit.
I've never actually
Does
seen
he really have Crocs on?
Yeah, they're zip-up Crocs.
How about that?
Because the ones you wear, Jamie, have the traditional Crocs,
I don't wear Crocs or jorts. And I feel like whoever wears those, they go together.
I smell a feature coming on with Jamie and eating
Crocs,
ice cream
jorts.
in jorts and Crocs. We just mentioned Ross in the top 10s. He only has 1 top 5 this season. That was at 4th at Las Vegas. You spent some time at Trackhouse this week. What are they kind of saying about their organization right now?
Yeah, well, first off, I got to give a shout out to Jody. He kind of runs the whole Trackhouse operation. I went to lunch with a couple of those guys this week, and I was just discussing with them. I remember going over there a couple years ago when the Gen 7 car was first introduced, and they were having all the success. It seemed like Ross was in the top 5, Suarez was up front. And I remember going over there and I asked them, I'm like, what have you guys learned? And they were like, honestly, we're just trying to do all the simple things right, and it's working for us. Going over this week, I asked them again, I'm like, are we still on the same program? And like, we are. And in racing, you tend to, it goes in waves, right? When things are going really well, sometimes you don't know why that is. When things all of a sudden aren't going as well, you don't know why that is either. And it seems like that's where they're at. They still do have good speed. They're just not able to get the finishes, because there was a time it seemed like it didn't matter what racetrack we went to.
One was up front.
I mean, he might have been causing controversy, but he was doing it because he was up front every single week, having a shot to win races. They're a little bit off right now. I fully expect for them to get back on track. The best part about Trackhouse Racing, though, is the crew guys, the culture over there. I think Justin Marks has done an incredible job of making that a really fun environment to work at. And when you go over there and you walk around that shop, it's contagious throughout the entire company.
Yeah, you think about it, 11 races. Trackhouse Racing is the only team aside from Hendrick Motorsports, Joe Gibbs Racing, or a Joe Gibbs Alliance 2311 that's been to victory lane in 2024. But you even think back last year to the one car in Ross Chastain and Phil Surgeon, the crew chief. That situation that happened basically a year ago at Darlington between he and Kyle Larson, it seemed to zap him and that race team. And they had a rough summer stretch, although he did go to Nashville Superspeedway and dominate that race. But then they started to find their way in the playoffs, obviously ended that final race of the season with a trip to victory lane. And yeah, it's kind of been up and down. Regan mentioned it, the last 5 races, no top 10. He's still 39 points above the cut line, but they'll find their way, I promise you. And it's hard to believe Ross Chastain will be making his 200th career Cup Series start next week at
Watermelon
Darlington.
juice for everyone,
Yep,
right? And of course, Daniel Suarez has the victory already this season. So
You
you
say
got
watermelon juice?
Yeah, like to celebrate.
Is that a drink?
You've never had watermelon juice?
Well, I guess I have. I've had
As
watermelon.
a runner, it's very hydrating.
I don't know if I've ever thought about
It's very
juice. I've never heard of watermelon
It's very
juice.
hydrating, just like the racetrack right now. And we like Phil Sturgeon, there
Surgeon
it is.
Surgeon. You people
There's
can't
Denny
get crew chiefs'
Hamlin.
names right.
4 wins at the racetrack, starting 14th when we get this race started. We've got more race day coming up. Welcome back to Race Day. There's Brad Keselowski starting 30th today in that number 6 car. You know, there was a day when Hall of Famer Mark Martin wheeled the number 6. Mark Martin's resume includes 40 Cup Series wins, 49 in the Xfinity Series. But you know what? It's his rap sheet that is so much more interesting.
Yeah, I always had a really diverse liking of different kinds of music. Grew up around truck stop restaurants and stuff. There was always country music playing when I was a little kid. I got. But, you know, in 2002, it was the Chronic blaring. From there on, I was like sucked into Dr. Dre. It was just such a great vibe.
Bubbles are about to pop.
For many people, hip-hop is a competitive sport, just like racing. It's a competition, wanting to be the best, no matter what it takes to get there.
Throwing hands down on the pit lane. Throwing hands.
Yeah, part of the reason that I really like hip-hop is the competitive nature. Most of the guys, they wanted everybody to know that they're the alpha male, they're the big dog. There's something about that that appeals to me.
Rap beefs are back. So this situation is crazy, man, because remember this.
Right now in rap, Kendrick Lamar and Drake are beefing.
They have diss tracks.
2 of the biggest and very best, each trying to prove they're on top. Shout out to Drake. He posted a photo on his Instagram in one of my Viagra racing jackets. I like the fact that Kendrick's from Compton, of course, being a huge Dr. Dre fan and all. We got something going on with Denny Hamlin and Kyle Larson right now.
With both these drivers, it was all take and no give.
Years ago, you had Gordon, you had Rusty Wallace, you had Bill Elliott, but Dale was the kind of guy that he'd run over his mother to win a race.
He is not out there to make friends.
I beat your favorite driver.
Just like race fans have their favorite driver, rap fans have their favorite rapper. And mine, Gucci Mane. I consider him the original OG. Gucci Mane forever.
Forget that Dos Keys guy, because Mark Martin is officially the most interesting man in the world.
You may not know this, but in 1982, when he was a rookie, I was actually Mark Martin's crew chief. There's only 1 day difference in our age, Mark has come a long way. When they say Gucci Mane, it's like, what is that? A condition or something? I had no idea.
So you don't know any Gucci Mane?
No, he doesn't know anything about conditioner either, I can tell you that. I don't know what the hell he said that for.
Oh, my goodness. All right, moving on. We're talking about rivalries, not necessarily just about rap. However, I would love to talk about that for the rest of the show. 1 year removed from Kyle Larson and Denny Hamlin kind of just battling it out. And this is something we've seen between these two guys a lot.
Yeah, and we see it because they're up front a lot. The numbers that these two guys have, it's incredible when you look at the number of wins. You see right there, since they started full-time at Cup, Denny Hamlin with 31, Larson with 24. Look at the top twos, though. This blew me away. 60 for Denny Hamlin, 52 for Kyle Larson. Now, Hamlin, he's batting 1,000 right here. He's beat Larson every time they both finished first or second. But look at this. Kyle Larson ranks first in all of these categories. Right behind him is Denny Hamlin second in all those. I would say that when we think about a good rivalry, you want those guys being up front, and these two clearly have. Larson may be the most fair. I don't think I've ever heard anyone really get out and badmouth Larson. Hamlin, though, sometimes just a little bit dirty.
Iron sharpens iron is what they say in all sports.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I think there's a big difference in opinion, even with our fans, about what is a rivalry. I came through the sport watching Petty and Pearson and Allison and Waltrip and Gordon and Earnhardt, and those guys just raced each other hard. To me, a rivalry is not two drivers that get out on pit road and start wailing on each other or have a squabble on social media. I don't know that I just don't know if I see a rivalry today, except for who we've been talking about, Denny Hamlin and Kyle Larson, and they just race each other hard on the racetrack, but yet they have a lot of respect for each other.
No, so no Gucci Mane, but do you know any Dr. Dre songs?
I do.
Oh.
Call me on my cell phone.
That would be Drake, not Dr. Dre. Nothing but a G thing or nothing but a C thing. Let's head out to the track where Chris Myers is standing by with, the guy that we were just talking about, Denny Hamlin.
Yeah, and one of the true superstars of NASCAR. You're more a J. Cole guy, right? Stay above, avoid the fray. No, that's the opposite of you, I guess. But thanks for
that's a band as well.
That's thanks for coming by. Hey, 20 years ago, this was your debut track in Cup. What about rivalry? Yeah, I heard Larry talk about some of the great rivalries. I don't know that you and Kyle Larson would call it that, right? When you've kind of been ahead of him 6 times and he's wound up second, do you sense a rivalry, or what are the best rivalries today in NASCAR?
I think you guys brought me on to try to get me to say something I shouldn't.
Well, you're good at it. Come on.
You can do that on your own. We're just talking about the race.
You don't need our help for that.
No, I think rivalries naturally happen because you race against the same person over and over and over again, and Kyle's always up front. And so I think that, to me, it's a friendly rivalry, and but it's one that we seek each other out to beat each other because, I believe that he's the best guy out there. So, those things just naturally develop between competitors that compete for race wins week in, week out.
Well, stay on that path. We're at Kansas Speedway, left over. What 2 cars were up front talking about the win? Those 2 rivalries. Here at Kansas Speedway, who's your number 1 threat?
I think it's the 5 of Kyle Larson. I mean, when you look at kind of his history on the mile and a halves, especially this year at Vegas and others, Hendrick has dominated the mile and a halves, and we've been good at the other tracks. And so I think that this is a track that certainly we've been very good at with the 11 car in particular. These conditions are, for us. But
why is that?
I just think that the speeds pick up and everyone gains grip. The slicker the racetrack, I think, the more it suits my
into
style
your wheelhouse.
And Joe Gibbs Racing's cars. So I just think it's still going to be down to the same guys, I believe, when it comes down to it. But yeah, it just evens the playing field a little bit.
So when you come to Kansas, I look at this as a Joe Gibbs racetrack. You guys have been really good here, no matter what the car is, for a long time. What is that balance that you look for? I think with this car, it's obviously become middle of the racetrack, top dominant. Can't really use the bottom as much as you used to. So how do you balance your car out through that run? What are you looking for in your car taking off as far as the balance and how it ends?
Well, I want to be able to run speed where no one else is able to run speed. So when in practice, I make sure that I run the middle of the racetrack because everyone's going to want to run top. Everyone can run fast up top, but can you get your car to run the same lap time when you move down to the bottom of the racetrack? That's going to be the key because we're going to catch lap cars. They're going to be running up top. Does it slow you down to have to move to a different lane? And I make sure that my car runs the same speed no matter what lane.
So we've been talking a lot about blocking this week and the term air blocking. At this racetrack, I've explained it to these guys to be a little bit harder because you have that option of a different lane. Explain to the folks at home just the difference in that guessing game going in the corner. Everybody knows you want to run the top, but how do you kind of disturb that guy behind you?
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm not the best at it. I don't think I'm one of the top guys at air blocking. I think there's a few that are really, really good. But I just think that, they at times slow down their entry speed to give themselves options to be able to pull down the racetrack or pull up if they see that the car is running higher. So it's just it's a cat and mouse game because you want to have your car out from behind whoever's in front of you. So you're trying to outthink them, they're trying to outthink you, and at times you're going to see us weaving through the corners to try to avoid it.
Take me to 2311. Check the box off. Finally got the boss man, right? The partner in victory lane. Had to feel good. Probably pressure off of you, I would think. But that team in particular at Kansas Speedway, the 45 car, 3 wins here.
Yeah.
Tell me how proud you are of that.
Yeah, with 3 different drivers as well. And so that was what's really made me proud is that, they were able to do it with 3 different drivers. And, while it was the 45 car, that was the 23 team with Booty and those guys that won here, just about a year ago. So I feel really good about where they're at. Certainly the mile and a half, we saw with Tyler Reddick, the speed that he had at Texas was really, really fast as well. So I would expect that those guys would have good speed today.
Already 3 wins this year. I think it was last year you won your first race of the season here and then went on, right, to win 3 for a total. So how having those in the bank, Denny, how does that set you up for the rest of the season for that ultimate goal? Does it feel like your 8-win season? That's what it at least looks like on paper.
It feels that way for sure. Especially having this amount of wins this early. Usually it's kind of the summer months when we start racking up the wins. But we had a goal of trying to get another win before we got to the All-Star break in North Wilkesboro. We got that done in the very first week, and now we're going to Kansas, Darlington, where tracks are pretty strong on our resume. So I think that we have a goal. Everyone has a goal going into the year of like, what is it going to take to make the Final Four? How many playoff points do I need to give myself a buffer to get there? And we've even seen with 10-win seasons, there is no guarantee anymore. So we're just trying to get all the playoff points that we possibly can. And right now we're on schedule where do we want to be.
So how much of a part of that is the mile-and-a-half program? Because, you're going to have to run on some mile-and-a-halves. You're going to have to run short tracks. Obviously your short track program is good. How much of a measuring stick is today's race for what you need for the end of the year?
It's a big one because this is a playoff race.
Right.
It's the same as Vegas, right? It's one where you've got to treat this a little more seriously, right? When you're thinking about, how you're going to approach this race, how you're going to execute it, and then making sure you take those mental notes into the fall because you don't want to make the same mistake twice. And so I really focus on these racetracks that I know we're going to visit in the playoffs to make sure if I'm going to try some, I'm going to do it today. I'm not going to be trying anything new when it comes down to the fall because it's about executing at that point.
Danny, I want you to try something new for me. We all know confidence is everything. We all know you're a confident person. You called your shot last week and you put the pressure on yourself. You had to go out and win this race in Dover. You literally called your shot. Would you tell people it's finally this year is the year you're going to win the championship? Just call it.
All right, this is it. This is the year. This is the year it's going to happen.
Championship
You can
year.
thank me later.
All right.
Or blame him.
Or
later.
blame, yeah.
Yeah, I think only 54 wins, by the way, career-wise. Moving up the list means a lot to you, I'm sure, with the names.
I got a ways to go to catch this one.
Not far.
That's right past me. Is that on your goal list? I know the championship is.
Of course.
Yes,
I mean,
you
I
have
just
a certain
think,
number.
Yeah, you look at the names that have won a lot of races, and it's the best of the best, in my opinion. So, anytime you can put yourself in the same name in the same hat with those guys, it's just it's surreal to me because I grew up watching them.
All right, and he's the only guy to have led in every race and keep the wins going. Thanks for coming by. I always enjoyed talking to you.
Thank you.
Nothing controversial there, really, except he's going to win the championship. So mark it down. Everybody else is just along for the ride. Let's check in with Jamie Little. Jamie?
Well, Denny Hamlin's teammate, Christopher Bell, hopes that he doesn't win the championship because he wants to be the guy to win it. Christopher, you're on the pole. That's the good news. Bad news is it has been a rough month for you guys, but that's in the rearview mirror. How have you been able to stay positive over the last month? What is that like going week to week with those setbacks?
It's been very hard. And honestly, the only thing that we've been trying to take out of the last couple of weeks is just leaving it behind us and focusing forward. And, you know, the good news is, and the positive that we're hanging on to, and it's a pretty big one, is the fact that I'm at Joe Gibbs Racing, our cars are really fast. And each week that we go to the racetrack, we know that we have capability in our equipment and ourselves to perform well. So, you know, it could be this week. We obviously had a really good Saturday, put ourselves in a great position. So I know that my car is super, super fast. And if we all do our job, then we're going to have a good day. So it's just been a month, that's for sure.
Well, you go out there yesterday, you win Saturday, you get the pole. So how do you win Sunday? It's a little bit cooler, obviously. It's been damp, but once we go racing, it will be cooler than the races last year here.
Yeah, it's going to be different. But honestly, Kansas is a place that you know what you're going to get whenever you come here. And the grip level is going to be a little bit higher, but you can really move around this racetrack and run all the way from the bottom to the top. And what that means is if you're good and you're fast, you're able to pass guys because you can get clean air, you can move around and find different lines. So, yeah, I mean, this is honestly the staple for what this car was built for, were these intermediate tracks where you can move around and get clean air. So we've seen great races with the next-gen car here, and I think that this is going to be another really good one.
All right, well, Christopher Bell gets it done, gets his first pole of the year, and he's ready to get back to his winning ways, Shannon.
Yeah, and a great promo for the race coming, right? Because he's like, this is what this car was built for, this kind of race.
Yeah, and if you go back before this car, you know, we would say road courses and short tracks were like the best races, and the mile-and-a-half struggled. And NASCAR did an exceptional job making the car really good on this type tracks. We clearly have a little bit of work to do at the others, but he's right. I mean, and this is one of the best mile-and-a-half tracks that we go to because of how the groove will migrate towards the wall, but you can still run like a lane down. We saw Denny Hamlin, that's how he got by Kyle Larson last year. So a really good track to race on. But just, you know, speaking about Christopher Bell, what kind of an up and down season that he has had, wins at Phoenix. And I would say all of us sitting up here, we're like, man, he's the guy for the championship. Yeah. It's been a little bit of a struggle recently. Some of it's self-induced, but being able to go out and qualify, he's been a good qualifier anyway, but being able to go out and qualify, start up front at this track, we know Toyotas have been good here at Kansas.
But that's kind of what they went through last year, kind of up, kind of down. But we have to remember, he's the only driver that has been to the championship for the last 2 years with this Gen 7 car. They've definitely fallen on some hard times. He actually fell out of the top 16 in points with that finish at Dover. But the good news is, going back to winning a race, how valuable it is. They have that win in their pocket from Phoenix, and that essentially has them locked into the playoffs.
Great to hear from Denny. What was it that stood out to you from that interview?
He talked about playoff points, and I talked to his crew chief, Chris Gabehart, every single week, and Chris has talked about that, and I think he proved that at the road course at Austin back a few weeks ago. He knew they did not have an opportunity to win that race. Mm-hmm. He kept him out there to win that stage, to get that one playoff point, because when you think back to the last 2 years, how close Denny Hamlin barely missed making it to the championship 4 after the Martinsville cutoff race. They know the value of every playoff point that they can put in their bucket.
I would say there's a lot to break down with Denny. Listening to that conversation. First off, though, when he started 23XI, most would have said that was going to take away from his performance on the track. I think you could argue that he's as good, if not better, now than he was prior to that. The other thing is with 23XI, they obviously get a lot of support from Joe Gibbs Racing. You could argue that they have more speed than Joe Gibbs Racing a lot. I mean, Reddick and Bubba at a lot of tracks this year. Off the truck, they seem to unload better than Joe Gibbs Racing, and they've had a lot of speed. I know Gibbs has more wins, but just when you know, as a driver, as a team, you talk about just having raw speed, and they have had it, and it's been pretty exceptional.
I actually talked to Heather Gibbs, one of the co-owners over there at Joe Gibbs Racing, just this week, and I even asked her, I said, was there concern headed into 2021 when Denny was going to still drive for Joe Gibbs Racing, but be a co-owner over there at 23XI? And she didn't shy away from the fact that we questioned how it was going to work, but she said we could not be happier. And I was thinking back, the last time I remember a driver making a situation like this successful, maybe the last driver even do it, was Dale Earnhardt Sr., who was owner of DEI, but drove for Richard Childress Racing.
I think we could all agree there just seems to be a different kind of energy surrounding Denny Hamlin this season. And, of course, he's gone back-to-back wins as either a team owner or a driver the last 2 weeks. Well, that's a good sign. What do you think about that, guys? We got those air dryers out there.
I want to keep hearing that noise.
Yeah, just go on by. Not by the guys out there at the track who we'll hear from on the other side of the break.
Coming to you live from Kansas Speedway. And as you can see, remember, rain was in the forecast earlier in the week. Then it was out yesterday, back in today. It's rained and for the moment let up, but more rain expected within the hour, and then it should clear. So maybe an hour or two before the Advent Health 400 actually rolls. As we welcome you back from what was the Truck Garage with Kevin and Clint, I'm Chris, and General Manager of the Super Bowl champion Chiefs, a big NASCAR fan. Easy over there, cheerleader.
Yeah.
Yes. Brett Veach is joining us. And just to go back, he's the guy, right, who drafted Patrick Mahomes and obviously overseeing 3 Super Bowl titles. Andy Reid, the group, the guys, Kelsey, and they went in a lot of different ways. Champs once again, and also a guy who grew up college. You're in Delaware. You go to Dover Downs as a race fan.
Yeah. Grew up in Central Pennsylvania and went to University of Delaware. And my first NASCAR experience was at Dover Downs. And ever since saw my first live race, I've been hooked ever since.
And you're here, which we appreciate. If you're drafting, let's say, a driver, since you do know something about NASCAR and you saw something in Patrick Mahomes maybe ahead of other people, we see how that worked out. What qualities would you look for most in a driver?
Now, wait a second.
Taking it out.
How would you find a Patrick Mahomes as a driver, right?
Well,
is that what you think?
There somebody who reminds you of a Mahomes as a driver? That's another way you could phrase it.
Well, I mean, just, the first thing you think of is guys that just have just natural talent right out of the gate. So a guy like Kyle Larson, I think, would come to mind. But I think it's no different than anything. I think it's natural ability and intelligence, and you find one of those guys that have those type of abilities, they'll succeed in anything.
So you said intelligence, so Clint's out.
So not Clint, not so much Clint.
Now we have
my kind of guy here. All right.
This is ridiculous. What you look for is fast people. We just drafted one, right?
That's right.
Xavier Worthy. I am part of
He is part of the
Chiefs
Kingdom.
Kingdom. It's called a kingdom, Chris.
Yes, I know. I've covered them many times.
No, we did. Yeah, Xavier Worthy, our first round pick, 4.21, fastest time at the NFL Combine. So another weapon to give Pat, and we also added Hollywood Brown in the offseason. So we have, some speed there on the outside to work inside with Kels, and hopefully that's a great compliment for the offense.
When you have a team like that and you go through so many years of rebuilding it and getting back to the Super Bowl and winning, how do you try to keep most of the pieces together? Because they instantly become more valuable when no matter what position they play when they win the Super Bowl. How do you go about keeping them together and saying, look back at Tyreek Hill. Mm-hmm. Okay, we're going to get rid of Tyreek Hill. How do you know when to move all those pieces around?
Yeah, it's tough. It's fluid. I don't know if there's a single blueprint that you follow. I think you just trust your gut and your instincts and the dialogue that you have with the coaching staff. But you try to get ahead of things as much as you can, and certainly the draft that we just had. Always trying to restock and repile the young prospects on your team. But it's hard. It's difficult, and I think to sustain a run like we've had, you have to make some tough decisions, and fortunately for us, they've worked out. But they're never easy, and it's just a combination of your drafting, your free agency, and your forward thinking and planning.
See, guys, in Kansas City, we have a phrase that we all go by. In Veach, we trust. That's how you can keep the wheels on the bus, and you keep them coming year after year, just like Worthy, just like all the rest of them, Mahomes before that. Brett, Kevin and I go to practice, rookie orientation Saturday, and we look over, and there's just an awesome Mustang in front of the building. I mean, pretty good parking spot, Chris, so I knew it was somebody. What kind of driver are you in that Mustang?
Well, not as good as you guys. So I
like speed though, right?
I mean, listen, they look cool and they're fun to drive. And Pat Warren, the track president here, he's invited me down. And I haven't gotten here yet, but certainly one of these days I got to cut it loose here at the track, and hopefully you give me some lessons.
Did you drive it today?
I did not. No, I took the truck today.
I was thinking maybe we could take it out front where they do all those burnouts out there. And
there's never a better time than now.
Well, I mean, can we borrow it?
I think when we come back in the fall, I'll have to bring it down, let you guys just have at it, and
for sure
coach me up a little bit.
So I was so intrigued when we sat in that draft room and all the processes and everything that you guys go through to figure it all out, right? Yeah. The player backgrounds, the talent, the speed, whatever that is, to put all those pieces together. And then you go through the draft. And so we have an interesting scenario here. We have Denny Hamlin, okay? He's creeping up on 60 races, never won a championship, one of the best crew chiefs in the garage. You have those years where you think you have a great team, but you don't win the Super Bowl. How do you go and tell your coach and your star player, hey, this is what we need to do different? What's the process there? Like, if you were their general manager, how would you go about saying, all right, this is what we got to do to win the championship?
I think you just focus on your strengths and just, continue to add to what your strength is and always be who you are and follow your blueprint. And, it's funny because in our seasons, I mean, there was points and, we've been fortunate to win, 3 Super Bowls in the last 5 years. But I think in each one of those Super Bowl wins, there was a point in the season where I didn't think we were a very good team. But I think it's just a matter of just staying true to the formula and staying true to the process and kind of mirroring our head coach, Coach Reed, never too high, never too low, and just, I think, maintaining that consistency day in and day out. And we talked about some of the analytics stuff. If you're committed to one way of thinking, you're going to follow it through the good days and bad. And I think if you're consistent, you stick to your process, it'll ultimately lead you to where you want to get to.
Yeah, 2 personnel questions before we let you go. And you mentioned your head coach. Boy, he seems to let Patrick Mahomes be who he is and then still coach the way Andy Reid has coached offense throughout the years. Where's Mahomes gotten better? I mean, it sounds funny to say, but I'm sure you would notice something that maybe isn't as obvious to us other than what we have seen with the record of the team and the championships.
It's like all the greats, Chris. It's no different than Tom or Peyton. They get smarter each year. And now there's only so many things the defense can do, and Pat's gotten to the point where he's seen it all, and he's experienced it all. He's always playing the game ahead of everyone else, and I think everyone gets enamored by his physical skill set and his arm, and he certainly has a ton of that. But I think people would be blown away by just understanding how smart of a football player he is, and year in and year out, he just continues to grow intelligently and become a smarter football player.
And Travis Kelce said no need to worry about him. You're a Swiftie, I'm sure, by now anyway.
Yeah, everyone
right?
is. Yeah,
so he'll deliver when it matters.
2 or 3 songs.
When it matters most, right? I mean, Travis can have fun, and still we saw it happen, right?
Yeah.
He comes out.
See, that is doable,
Chris is
Kevin.
Chris is a good singer.
You
too.
can actually have fun and have success.
Did you wind up a fan of his by default,
Acquired
because,
Kansas thing.
With the Kansas City connection.
Was it from intelligence and performance?
He's from 90 miles from here or something, I think.
Kansas City connection and through Eric Stone Street, but Clint's an awesome dude, man. And
See that?
Easy.
Yeah, he is.
You see
Don't
that?
fill his head too far. If anything.
Well, he's a loyal fan. Even when the championships weren't there, he was there for you. Well, thanks for coming by.
Awesome.
Keep up the good work. You got a great bunch of guys.
Good to see you.
All right,
Thanks,
Brett
Good to see you,
Beach,
buddy.
general manager of the Super Bowl champion Chiefs here in Kansas as we're waiting out the rain. We hope to race today or maybe this evening or tonight. Just stay with us and we'll tell you about it.
It's lunchtime and Gary is double booked. Good thing Gary's company uses Otter's AI meeting assistant to take notes and generate a summary. So Gary doesn't miss a meeting and can regain his lunch break. Try now for free. Visit otter.ai or download the app.
Three-race show live from Kansas Speedway. You can see they're drying things out, maybe an hour or two, but we hope to get the race in to go 400 miles. And after today, 12th race of the season, then we're 1/3 of the way through the NASCAR entire season. Great to have two-time champ Joey Logano, one of the other superstars in the sport. There are many, by the way. We call Denny Hamlin a superstar as well. And we appreciate 3-time Kansas winner, Joey, being with us. We've been talking about everything from rivalries to blocking. And Kevin here called you one of the best blockers.
I was going to say, I fall into both those categories.
That's right. Rivalries and blocking, same track.
So do you like the blocking? It's certainly part of why. Is it on your mind? Why does it get more buzz now?
I don't know why it's getting more buzz all of a sudden, but, it's something that's been part of the game for quite some time now. And I think the more the cars are equally matched, I mean, it's part of the game, right? Just in any other sport, defense is part of the game. And we see that more and more as the other drivers are getting better at it. And it's frustrating when you're behind the wheel. Don't get me wrong. Like, if you're trying to pass somebody and that guy just goes in your lane everywhere you go, I mean, it's part of it, though.
Can't unlearn it.
Well, you've been a part of both sides of that scenario at this particular racetrack, Kansas Speedway. Been a good track for you over the years.
And I blocked Kevin for like 50 laps here.
See, I told you.
And then,
it was a long time.
And then you were on the other side of it.
How did you not beat me?
How did you not beat him, Kevin?
Me for a while.
I mean, he literally said he thought you had him.
I was pretty certain I was going to get beat that day.
Yeah.
You didn't move him like he did.
He couldn't get to me.
Couldn't get to him.
It was incredible.
He hasn't raced in a while. He's a little out of touch.
Tell me about this racetrack. You love it?
I do. Honestly, I think this track puts on one of the best races for the next-gen car.
I agree.
I mean, just as wide as it is, it gives a lot of options where you can, if you do get behind someone and stuck, at least you can maybe move to a different lane. It might not be the lane you want to be in, which still makes it challenging, but at least there's an option. And it seems like with this next-gen car, that's one of the most important things is to have that that opportunity just to get some air on the nose.
Yeah. Well, I think the glaring thing that we have to talk about is just the performance of the Fords in general. You guys have obviously struggled. You built the new dark horse this year. We talk about it all the time, just the struggles that we had with the front end turn and some of the things that we fought on the long run. Where are you guys at? Are you making progress? How big of a day is today? Are you trying something? What do you need to get out of this weekend?
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's Kevin, you get to a point where you just start swinging, right? Like, you know, we just got to try something. Just keep trying different things, and hopefully you hit on something. And we came here trying. It didn't look too good in practice. You know, so you got to kind of revert back to at least getting something out of today. And, you know, I'm unsure of what we're going to have today. You know, we changed a lot between practice and qualifying, and then also from qualifying now to the race. So, I'm very unsure how we're going to run, but, you know, like I said, we just got to swing. We got to keep trying. It's obvious that we're not where we need to be right now, especially when you get to these 1.5 miles where, you know, downforce is king, horsepower is king, and it really shows just the raw speed that's in a race car. This is always the best test. Kansas is one of the best tracks to test that raw speed at, and, you know, the facts are we got some work to do, and, you know, we've been in this position before.
Oh, yeah, we have.
And you got to peak at the right time. And it seems like we've done a good job, you know, as it comes to the playoffs and throughout the playoffs of finding something. We see Blaney do that last year. We did it the year before. I like to win throughout the season instead of playing off your heels in the playoffs. You want to be at least, you know, attacking and have some playoff points when you get there. So hopefully we can do that.
What does this do to your car, though, today? Like you planned on for it being a little bit warmer. What does this do for it today with these conditions? Cool.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing is just the speed difference and the load that carries throughout the car. You know, we're so sensitive to having these rear diffusers as low as we can, and, you know, when the pace changes, that really adjusts your diffuser height quite a bit, which changes your balance a ton. So, you know, we're so sensitive at the rear diffuser. It used to be the front splitter that we used to always talk about, getting that as low as you can. Now it's the back of the car with the diffuser. And so you approach it differently, and there's not a whole bunch of adjustment that you can do. I mean, there's some, but right now all the cars are locked in. So if we go racing later tonight, it'll be cooler. The speed will be a lot faster than what we expected. But, you know, the pit stop is just a couple rounds away.
Well, but with that comes grip in the racetrack. Does that help you? Are you down on grip? Are you down on horsepower? Does the grip level change?
Yes and yes and yes.
Sounds like to me. He didn't say that either.
Yeah, I mean, it's I don't know if it'll make much of a difference. You know, I do think that this track actually races a little better when it's cool out, because the top gets so dominant when it's slick, and it's usually like that. Not like that at other racetracks. You know, usually the hotter it is, the better the race is. But here it seems like the cooler it is, the better the middle and bottom lane can play. So there might be more options for cars to move around and make the racing better. I don't know if it makes the strong car stronger or less strong or vice versa. I think it's just going to be, you know, what it is what it is. Fast car is going to go fast no matter what. But I think the racing will be better if it's cooler out.
Earlier we talked a little bit about rivalries, and they're not quite like the old days, but I think more drivers can win now, so maybe that affects two guys going at each other. Who's your greatest rival, if you had to point to one, or what's the best rivalry going now in NASCAR?
I don't mean Kevin had a good one, but we get along great now, so that's good.
It wasn't as good as you and Matt.
I did some stupid stuff early in my career.
We all did.
Here's one thing that really sucks, guys. Is like you do some dumb things when you're young. I did some dumb things. I'm talking to the fans directly here. I've done some dumb things, all right, but you eventually, you know, you grow up and you get a little smarter. The problem is everyone remembers that stuff, and I did it all on national television. And they still hate me for it. Dang it all, you know?
we can keep replaying it. Oh, yeah. I do want to ask you, so how about your greatest rival then now? Is there anybody now out there?
I think I'm in pretty decent shape at the moment. Okay. That means we haven't been winning enough. That's what that means. We got to start winning again.
It's funny how that works. It seems like when you run in the front and you have the guys on those particular years, Denny Hamlin just talked about that, right? He's been racing with Kyle Larson head to head, and I think that's difficult. What do you guys do as a team? How do you guys download all the information before the race and after the race and say, okay, this is the direction? What is the team relationship between the 3-4 of you guys that you have at Penske, and how you process all that information to go about downloading a weekend and make your cars better.
Right. I mean, there's one thing
what
about...
are the similarities,
yeah,
I guess, is what I'm asking.
Yeah, I mean, the Penske is a process type place, right? Everything has like a way you go through it. And, you know, the way we debrief every week is, you know, I'll go with my personal team, the 22 team, and we'll go through our car, and then we meet all together as a group and go through, you know, see if there's any trends that's between all the cars, engine stuff, pit stop stuff, you know, those type of things. We'll go over all those details, how we executed the race.
But is it common between all of you right now?
Most of the time, yeah. Most of the time,
the complaints.
Yeah, what we're saying is all pretty much the same, which that's a good thing.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's really hard when you have one team that's saying something completely different than the other,
right?
And then everyone at the shop saying, well, what direction should we go to work on? At least we have pinpointed where we need to go to work. And you know how it is. It's not just one thing. It's, you know, it could be 5-10 things, and it takes time. None of it just happens overnight. I mean, everybody's 10-10s all the time, right? It's all we got every time we come to the racetrack. Every Sunday, we're not leaving anything at home. We're bringing all we got to the racetrack, and the whole field is. And so it's hard to get that next level. It just takes a little bit. It's not like there's just something sitting on the table.
Yeah, and you touched on it. Despite where you were at the third point of the season last year was a Penske Ford, and your teammate Ryan Blaney won the championship, and Roger Penske is successul at everything he does, the Penske family, and they do a lot for charity, and so do you. Your foundation, you actually have, and it's nice that you put the time and the energy in that. You're very hands-on and involved. You have an event coming up, I think, that you can let people know about. That
we do.
Help us out.
Absolutely. It's our second annual country music concert. We do it down at Coyote Joe's. Clint, you'd love this. This has got your name written all over it. It's Charlotte weekend, May 23rd. We got Walker Hayes going. We got Tracy Lawrence. We got quite a few. We got the Frontmen, which is a cool group of like 90s artists there. It's going to be a lot of fun. Larry Fleet also will be down there. So we'll have a good time.
It's a hell of a lineup.
We raise a lot of money for foster care, and especially in the Charlotte communities where we focus a lot of the money there. And we raised a ton last year, and we had a lot of fun doing it. Listen, guys, I'm not a golfer, so the golf raising thing, the fundraising thing, it's great, but I don't enjoy it. But I like music, and so this is a good time, and it seems like everyone has a good time. So, yes, if you want to go, Coyote-Joes.com or the Joey Logano Foundation.com was where you can get some tickets and help some foster kids.
And you won't sing, right? You're not going to get up and sing?
I will not sing. I'll probably go speak.
Okay, okay.
But what I realized last time is I went up there and everyone had a few too many Coca-Colas and maybe mixed with some other things. And no one wanted to hear me.
They just wanted music.
I'll just get off the stage at this point.
Are you a karaoke guy?
I have done karaoke.
What's your song?
This will be. I can do Rapper's Delight pretty good.
I can't wait.
Rapper's Delight, you know that song? You ever heard that song?
Rapper's
Delight. I'm not doing it right now on national television.
That's your go-to?
But well, it's surprising to everybody. No one sees it coming. You know, so that's
Rapper's Delight.
That's like Mark. We just had a Mark Martin feature on him being such a rap fan. Did you watch that?
That's far more extreme than I am.
Oh, okay.
Talk about didn't see it coming.
Good luck with the foundation, and thanks for coming by too. We always appreciate it. Keep up the good work. Good luck in this race. Let's check in now with Regan Smith.
Well, Joey Logano's teammate Austin Cindric sitting here right now in the rain delay. They were just talking about Joey's foundation event coming up, and going to be doing a little country concert there. Have you been invited to that foundation event yet?
No, I have not. So I guess Joey and I aren't as close as I thought we were.
And Joey was saying maybe a little karaoke there. He said he's good at Rapper's Delight. Any karaoke for you if you were to get invited there?
Well, if I was to get invited, I would love to see Joey try and attempt to sing. I'm not sure that'd be very good, but maybe Joey. I'm pretty stingy, so I don't know if I'm the right guy for a charity show or not. But yeah, Joey does a great job with all his stuff, though. It takes care of a lot of people.
They were discussing Team Penske, and as you guys are trying to find your way a little bit this point of the season and working on the race cars, one bright spot has been qualifying for you, Austin. Qualified 7th yesterday for this race today, and it seems like every week this car very fast in qualifying. How nice is that to know that you can at least find the speed out of it when you need to?
Well, at least gives me one thing to be happy about my race weekend sometimes, but I mean, there's something to be said for being a Saturday superhero, but at least gives my picker guys an opening in or out and gives us a shot to have a good day. You know, sometimes our Sundays haven't gone well just due to some circumstances, and then other times, you know, just not having the same performance, you know, be able to repeat throughout the day. And you know, it's a difficult series to recover in right now. I mean, I think each race you have an elite group of guys that are able to kind of do what they need to, and then the rest of the field is really bound by execution, and if you don't get it 100% right, it's pretty challenging. So those are the days, like even last week, 15th isn't anything I'm going to be overly excited about, but it's a day that I felt like we deserved to finish where we finished, and we executed well, and have a lot of things to learn from. So it's days like that at a minimum I expect out of me and my race team, and the speed and the performance. And I think as a group we're aligned in a lot of ways as far as what's going to progress us forward and where we feel like our strengths and weaknesses are. But yeah, race wins are at a premium, and we want to be up there fighting for wins.
All right, we look forward to seeing you get on the racetrack here in just a little bit. Shannon, 15th last week. He just mentioned it. They're going to try and build on that again today.
I wonder if Regan can sing Rapper's Delight. Like
I don't know, but there's going to be no singing on this show.
Yeah, well, I will, because I can sing Rapper's Delight. That might surprise you. Next time Joey's on the show.
To sing.
Hip, hop, a hippie, hip. Sorry. Okay, listening to both of those guys, I don't hear a lot of optimism. I hear more questions than optimism from those guys.
Well, in the month of May is tough. If you take away the North Wilkesboro All-Star race, you're looking at 2 mile-and-a-halves, Kansas today, Charlotte late May, you've got Darlington next week, and they kind of know where they're at. And, just focusing in on Austin Cindric, I know I've heard a lot of people go, why they continue to keep that young man in that car. Honestly, when you look at the first 11 races of 2024, the numbers between Austin Cindric and that 2-time champion, Joey Logano, was just there with Chris and Clint and Kevin, their numbers are not that far off. They each have one top 5 finish. Joey's just above the cut line. Austin is just below it. In fact, playoff points, and I know playoff points only really mean anything if you make the playoffs, Austin has 2 playoff points. Joey and Ryan Blaney only have 1 apiece, and of course, all of those are from stage wins.
I had the same thing written down here. When you look at their performance, Joey's like 2 or 3 spots better in each race. Is about the difference in those two. Obviously, a lot of experience there. The thing that is deflating to me is when you look at Ford in general. They end last year, they win the championship, and they get to build a new car this year. So the Dark Horse Mustang comes in. And Chevy doesn't. They still have the same car. And so you just assume that Ford's going to step their game up. And it seems like they're on par or a little bit even worse than what they were last year. And the teams, when they set these cars up, they have all these simulation programs, and it's really hard to go to the track and beat that program. It does a really good job. So when you hear Joey talking about that Paul Wolf's kind of swinging at the fences and trying something, and then they get to the track, and that didn't work the way that he wanted, so then they're trying something different from qualifying to the race. They're not lost, but they're just trying to find that speed that they need. Obviously, qualifying has been pretty good, but if you look at Ford, they've been good at the super speedways, which is about kind of a low drag, good power, maybe being in that power band. But when the race starts and they start having fall off and the pace slows down, and Joey talked about trying to keep the right attitude of the car. He said the splitter was what you were wanting to manage. Now it's the diffuser. That's kind of the key to the game. And that's what you hear all these teams say, and Gibbs and HMS has done a better job of that.
Let's role play for a second. I want to role play for a second. I want you to be a crew chief for the Ford camp, and I want you to be a driver for the Ford camp. What do you want? What are you asking him? What do you want from him that you can then translate to try to make this car go faster?
I mean, all you can do is give me the feedback, and that's all I can do. But staying on the crew chief situation, I talked to Paul Wolf a few weeks ago. Jamie talks to Paul on a pretty regular basis. And honestly, Paul is confused right now. And I think that falls back on swinging for the fence. And even if Jamie is my driver and he gives me all this feedback, and then we go back to the shop and we get ready for the next race and we go in there, we have a 20-minute, it's not even a practice session. It's a tuning session. You pretty much unload. You've got what you've got. And if you've unloaded with something that's not right, yeah, you can make a few adjustments. You heard Joey talk about adjustments before qualifying, after qualifying for the race. But you're not going to go in there and change an entire package. The weekend just will not allow it anymore.
I like the role play. It's just a dated scenario.
Yeah.
The driver can give feedback, and obviously they can adjust on the car during the race for that. But when you talk about like trying to develop speed, that doesn't happen at the track on the weekend. That happens, it happens actually after the race. When they leave Kansas, they'll go back and they'll get in the simulator and they'll run through things to try to make their simulator correlate to what happened on the track. Even if they weren't fast and the changes they made, they just want to make sure that correlates to what they have in that program for that track. so that when we come to Kansas in the fall, that they can then make those adjustments to the car and hopefully get it better.
Yeah.
But it's not just driver crew chief.
Would you rather be in a situation where maybe you're the lone driver or team in a camp that doesn't have the speed, knowing that everybody else does? Or would you rather be in a situation where just everyone's struggling across the board?
Well, it's pick your poison.
Yeah.
But, you know, that's the problem. Right now, I think whether you look at RFK Racing, Stewart-Haas Racing, Team Penske, Front Row Motorsports, everybody is kind of struggling to some degree. Everybody is searching. Yeah, if you're at Hendrick Motorsports and you've got 3 drivers, 3 teams that's performing and you're missing the boat, the good news is you can look across the shop and you can see what they've got. Right now, I think all of the Ford teams and organizations are just kind of looking at each other. You heard Joey really didn't have an answer. Is it handling? Is it horsepower? Is it straightaway speed? I don't know that they absolutely completely know exactly what they're fighting, and it's probably not just one thing.
You know, rain delays, they're tough, but we get to catch up with some of these drivers. We get to hear what they have to say, spend some one-on-one time with them, and we've been able to do just that so far. That guy's going to join us next. Tyler Reddick, of course, getting the big win at Talladega for Denny Hamlin and Michael Jordan, and we'll hear from him coming up next.
Fox FS1 NASCAR coverage live from Kansas Speedway. We've yet to get going for the Advent Health 400 with rain, and it's going to for another hour or so by the time they dry the track, but we should get the race in this evening or late at some point today. Meanwhile, you heard Denny Hamlin talk about the 45, Tyler Reddick, and his success. Well, last fall, he had that thriller here at Kansas to come up with the victory.
Buckle up, everybody, and hang on. This is going to be a good one.
Tires ready. 2 lap shootout.
Reddick with a 3-wide bonsai move holds everybody off.
Hell yeah, buddy.
Checkered flag waving at the start-finish line, and Tyler Reddick will score the win and advance.
Let's go!
And he joins us now with Kevin and Clint. Just took a sip of his Monster Energy just to keep celebrating. Also, you know, 6 career wins. You were fastest in Saturday's practice, so looking good. But then things have changed here a little bit. So what do you think about this track and the conditions and you and your success here?
Yeah, this track's been good for me. You know, I ran into a fan that, you know, their first time seeing me race here was in 2019, and that was my second Cup start. And somehow I ended up in the mix in the front runners with guys like Kevin and Clint. And yeah, this track for me, just day one in the Cup Series, has been a lot of fun. You have a lot of options to move around, and I think that's just my type of racetrack.
You must be hallucinating or something. You never saw Clint.
No, I did. I actually raced him a lot that day, I think.
Oh, really?
I think
I think I still won this race. And Greg Biffle won and run out of gas and pulled off, and he's in the infield. And I'm like, you mean that counts as a win over there?
You have a truck. You won a truck race.
Won a truck race? Shut up, Kevin.
Fast truck.
Right.
Definitely a fast truck.
Well, I can tell you seem to lead and be better running the top than even Kevin, the legendary Kevin, right?
Yeah, not the top.
And it just fits your driving style. It goes back to Vegas this year. A lot of good races for you on tracks like this where that outside is so dominant.
Yeah, you know, I feel like as my dirt racing background, you know, really taught me a lot to move around. When I really came over into stock car racing, at a lot of these short tracks you go to, it's so important to run the bottom, and I was just really, really bad at it for a long time. So, you know, it helps when you have great cars like we have at 2311. Billy Scott and the whole 45 team's been helping me get better as a driver for sure, and it's been nice to have speed on the bottom of the racetrack from time to time.
You think that dirt background comes into play on that? I mean, when you're ripping the boards like that, the cushion,
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously there's no dirt, there's no moisture you're hunting, right? And there's no curb, it's just a wall, so. Yeah, when I came into this sport, it was a lot of fun to really manipulate the air right up by the wall and find speed with it. A lot of that certainly changed with the next-gen car. There's not as much of a penalty for piling it into the wall. You can really hit it 4 or 5 times before you really start to damage, you know, your toe links or your tires. So, believe it or not, I kind of hate that because I love the penalty that was right there with the steel bodies. But, you know, we've been getting used to it. We've been finding ways to move up with the next-gen car and get more speed out of it.
What makes your cars, 2311 cars, so good here? Is it comfort, long run, short run? What do you think that has been the strength of your cars?
No, I think for me in the past, you know, when I get going at some of these tracks,
these 1.5 miles, you know, I've really only been able to find great raw speed in one lane, and I think, you know, that's something they do a really good job at 2311 in our Toyota Camrys is I can make speed wherever I go for the most part. Obviously, as the run goes on, it's harder to make that speed on the bottom of the racetrack. But even in practice yesterday, you know, I caught Christopher Bell pretty quickly. And instead of dropping off and getting some clean air, you know, it was time to search around and see what I could find. And yeah, every time I've ran here at Kansas, you know, I felt that way about Vegas as well, Texas a little earlier in the year. We can just move around and find speed no matter what. And I think in the next gen era, that's very important because, you know, the cars you're going to be racing are going to do whatever they can to take away the lane you're running.
It's not unheard of in NASCAR to race against a guy who owns a team, right, that you're racing for. But it is special what, you know, the owners Michael Jordan and Denny Hamlin, right, who's had quite a season so far. Maybe just talk about what you get from them that helps you or has helped make you the driver you are. Or, are you learning certain things from them, even things that they aren't necessarily saying, but just in you observing them?
Yeah, Denny's helped me a lot in a lot of different ways. You know, been able to learn from Bubba too about the speedway stuff. Obviously, both of them are great speedway racers, but it's just been nice to learn, you know, how to approach some tracks a little bit differently from what I have been and seeing success with that. Obviously, you have to step out of your comfort zone a little bit to do that, but that process has been fun because we've been going to some tracks where I've just been average or a little subpar, and we've been able to perform better.
So where are you at right now? You know, we see the speed in the car, win at Talladega, had a couple chances to win here and there. Where do you think you're at right now from being in championship form to contend for those last 10 races to race for a championship? I know there's a long ways to go, but where would you assess you and your team right now?
I think we have all the potential in the world, to be honest with you, Kevin. It just, we've got to capitalize on these days for sure. And it all starts here a little bit later today, right? You know, I look at our performance at Dover. We showed a lot of speed there, and we just kind of let it get away from us a little bit. So we're going to keep learning from those things, but I'd say when we get to the point where consistently, week in and week out, we're able to run about where I think our car is capable, I feel like we'll be right there.
When you're the one that can deliver a win to Michael Jordan, MJ, how does it work? Like, do you get your own shoe? Like, what do you get after that? If you're able to deliver that win, right? The first win to Michael Jordan, is that too big of an ask, or how does that ask happen?
I mean, I haven't really. That's a good idea.
You didn't ask?
No, I mean, I think we've talked about a couple things.
45 edition
yeah,
shoe.
I mean, that's a good idea.
Tyler Reddick.
Give it to you.
I'm not gonna lie, you know, in post Talladega, you know, I got asked a few questions about this and that, or hey, did you guys, you know, we obviously celebrate a little bit, but me and Billy just kind of like robots were just Monday afternoon already thinking about Dover in the next race. It was obviously a huge moment, right? But we know that our cars have the potential to go out there and win every week, so we kind of got lost in the fact that, hey, we got to get ready for next week. So, but I like your idea.
Yeah.
I mean, okay. Well, Michael Jordan. I mean, he's got, you know, championship. He doesn't. Nothing's second place. I think as you know, certainly his greatness as a player, his involvement with an NBA team as an executive didn't go well. So now in NASCAR, he's going to take it out on you guys. He wants that title. Now that you have a win this season in the bag, obviously you want to win races, but it does make things a little bit easier, right? In terms of scoping out, you know, you're in the playoffs no matter what. And after this, we're a third of the way through the regular season.
I'll be honest. For me, if you know, getting the win locked you in for sure, right? No matter what, you're locked in. But I feel like this team, regardless if we did win at Talladega or not, I feel like we're fast enough that we should be in the playoffs. And if somehow we're not, you know, something's gone really, really wrong. That's just what this team's capable of. So we got to keep going out there and performing. Certainly, it's nice to win a race like that. It's hard to win at Talladega. It was really special to win with Michael there as well. So we just got to keep rolling, though. I mean, a win's nice, but we want to win multiple races, and we want to continue to improve on some of the areas that we need it.
Well, momentum's everything, and it's on your side. You guys are rolling, hitting on all 8 cylinders, and looks good on you, man.
Yeah, team, good luck. Yeah, you got the speed, you got the drivers, you got the championship medal of Michael Jordan in the background. Thanks, Tyler Reddick, for being with us. Good luck. All right.
Thank you.
Tyler.
Yeah, I'm going to keep sipping on my Monster Energy until we finally get going here.
All right, let's Cheers. Let's head back to the studio, Chad.
Yes, that's right. Salute. Chris just mentioned all the things that team has. Something else that Tyler Reddick has is focus. I mean, he had a little bit of fun at the top of that interview, but as he said, we're like robots. We celebrated. We went right back to the shop and started working again. As a crew chief, is that a dream driver to be working with? A guy who knows what he wants and does not come off course?
Well, what would make me happy about being Tyler Reddick's crew chief, it does not matter what type of racetrack you go to. It doesn't matter if it's a short track, an intermediate. Obviously, we know the road courses. He has speed. But the one thing that I've seen different in Tyler this year, and I've talked to Tyler for a number of years, I would talk to him after a second place finish, and he'd kind of be down and out. I think because he knew it was hit and miss. But now when you look at that 45 car, even though the season did not start that great, second at Vegas, but 3 finishes, 29th or worse in the first 5, he knew they had that speed. And he said it right there. We're fast enough every single week. If we don't make the playoffs, something has totally went amiss with this 45 team. But if I'm Billy Scott and I just heard that interview, I went, did he say he could hit the wall 4 or 5 times and we'd be okay? No, let's don't test that. Let's don't try that.
Yeah, I mean, his weakness, if you were going to pick a track, would be a super speedway. To me, like we know he can win on road courses. He's really good on the mile and a halves. But he hasn't been stellar at super speedways. So to be able to win at Talladega, that's probably a big confidence booster for him. For the team in general, though, I think that they are a championship for team, a team that can go contend for the championship, but they have to clean up the pit stops. If you go back to Las Vegas, he had a car that was capable of winning there. They came in for that last pit stop. They had and he had to get behind Larson, try to track him back down. So that's been the weakness of that team. If they can clean that up, though, I think when we look at the guys that we think will make that championship four, you got Hamlin, Larson, William Byron, and then he's in this category, I think, with like a Christopher Bell, Martin Truex Jr., Reddick. There's a few guys over there that you're trying to put them over to see if they can make it.
And remember this. Last year was a bonus. He was not supposed to be in this 45 car until 2024. So for him and Billy Scott to get that year together last year after he was released from Richard Childress Racing, they won their 2 races. They won the race in the playoffs at Kansas. That was just a bonus because this was supposed to be year 1 for him at 2311.
And I got to think like Michael Jordan and Denny probably sat down with Bubba and Tyler and said, listen, you guys are young talent, still trying to prove yourself, and you have a chance to be part or the foundation of something really great. What do you think that'd be like for a driver and for those 2 guys as teammates to be part of that?
Well, I think you have to look at just 2311 in general. It's a really new team that's done exceptional.
Yeah.
I mean, and when we talk about new teams, like we'd say Trackhouse a new team, but they bought Chip Ganassi Racing, which was already established. Denny and Jordan started this from scratch,
Yep.
and they started in an old like truck team race shop, and they ran it out there for a couple of years. They've now built. They don't even have a race shop. It's called Airspeed. They don't call it a shop. So it's a little bit of a different culture. It almost reminds you a little bit of Trackhouse because they do things a little bit differently over there than what's traditional for NASCAR. But to me, I mean, I can't imagine that Jordan and Denny, that their expectations aren't exceeded dramatically from where they thought they would be.
I'm glad you mentioned Trackhouse. Of course, they've got the one win from Atlanta with Daniel Suarez, who's out at the racetrack with our Jamie Little right now.
Yes, another one of the winners from this season. And I know things didn't go the way you wanted to in qualifying. Your teammates on the front row just had to, show you up like that. What happened to you guys in qualifying, and are you concerned for the race at all?
Sometimes, like for example, last week in Dover, we were a struggle. We were in the struggle.
Struggle bus?
I was going to say, I hear that you say a struggle bus yesterday in the truck race or the ARCA race, and I was like, I like that. I normally say a struggle city, but the struggle bus is actually pretty good. So last week in Dover, we were in the struggle bus, and I wasn't very good. We didn't have the balance, we didn't have the speed, we didn't have anything. And here in Kansas, actually, the car has potential. We just haven't hit on the balance just yet. In practice, we were way too tight. In qualifying, we were way too loose. So I told my guys, hey, what about if we meet somewhere in the middle? But I believe that the car has potential, so I'm not too worried about that. I think we have plenty of laps to drive to the front.
Starting back there in 27th, but great place so you can get around, you can move, you can pass cars. Let's talk about the big thing of the week, though. On Monday, the citizenship test. You guys were everybody was quizzing you, trying to get your dual citizenship. So how did it go?
Listen, first of all, I want to say that I feel very honored and very privileged to be in this position of having to go through this process because it's pretty unique.
going through my green card and then eventually getting an opportunity to get the citizenship and then get approved. And not just that, something that has been extremely overwhelmed is the amount of support that I have received from my teammates, you guys, the fans. Honestly, I thought when I was doing all this, I was like, nobody's gonna care, right? Who cares if Daniel's getting a citizenship, yes or no? And it's been honestly very, very nice to see all the people, supporting me, welcoming me into the United States as a citizen. It's quite special, it really means a lot. So I won't lie to you, I was a little nervous when I was doing that test. It's been many years since I was in a school trying to do tests. So it was an interesting journey, and I'm happy that I'm at the final lap of this journey.
Well, congratulations. I know the test went well for you. Something else, on Wednesday, you unveiled your throwback paint scheme for next week at Darlington. Tell us about it.
Yeah, so as you guys know, Adrian Fernandez, an amazing race car driver from Mexico, he's the guy that really I grew up watching, in IndyCar, in Champ Car at the time. The very first race I attended was in my hometown, Monterrey, Mexico, and it was for Champ Car. So Adrian has been not just a great friend throughout the last 8 years or so, but also a great person to ask for an advice, because obviously he's been through a lot as well. He made the transition from Mexico to the United States. I would say that he really helped the country of Mexico to grow when it comes to motorsports. So he's been a great friend. So for many years, I've been trying to do a throwback with him. And it hasn't worked out for one or another reason. And a couple years ago, when we got Quaker State as one of my sponsors, I was like, this is my opportunity. Quaker State was the main sponsor of Adrian in his time. Now he's my sponsor. I have to make this happen. So as soon as I partnered with Quaker State, I brought the idea to them. They love it, and we start having conversations, and here we are. So super special to throw back to one of my good friends, and one of the persons that I grew up looking up. And also, a car that I remember seeing on the racetrack 20 years ago. So it's pretty special.
Well, the car looks great. I got to cover Adrian for many years in IndyCar, so I know he is thrilled. He ran in some Xfinity races back in the day, too. So we'll look forward to seeing you when we race here later today and next week in that throwback.
Thank you so much, Jamie.
That's Daniel Suarez. Shannon.
Awesome. Thank you, Jamie. Yeah, Daniel, a big week for him, right, with the U.S. citizen. I went online and I took a practice test to see, how challenging it was. You never thought about doing that?
Never crossed my mind this week.
Listen, I'm interested to see, how that whole process goes. So congratulations to him. I know he's got a big year getting married and all that stuff. So really awesome. And again, you spent some time at Trackhouse Racing this week. And I mentioned earlier in the show, Daniel Suarez, the lone guy in that camp that has a win. That's got to help overall because, A, they already know that they're locked into the playoffs and maybe assist Ross Chastain on that side.
Well, it's big relief for Suarez because, if you look in general, Chastain has outperformed him across the board over there. So to be able to get that win, that's probably big relief for him and the entire 99 team. But you asked us a question earlier, would you rather be on a team that all are struggling or have one struggle and one's not? And when we look at today for the 99 team, the fact that Ross qualified second, they have a really good direction to go. And like I say, I don't feel like Trackhouse, they haven't been terrible. Right. They just haven't been where they were over the last couple of seasons. But as we listen to all these drivers, everyone will tell you this, it's not like you need a foot. You need an inch in order to get to where you need to be.
Yeah, I think about Daniel Suarez. Remember, he has been at Trackhouse 1 year longer than Ross Chastain. And I think it was on Race Hub a few weeks ago, we did the comparison of the numbers between Ross and Daniel, and it's a bad imbalance. But again, Daniel has that win in Atlanta, 5th at Texas, another 1.5 miles just a few weeks ago. So they're gaining on it. He's got the new crew chief this year. It's just, to Jamie's point, it's not like they're running terrible. It's just like the dial is off just a click or two.
Yeah, we like to say, hey, you get that win, the pressure's off, right? Because we talked all season long last year about Daniel Suarez kind of chasing Ross Chastain with those W's. But does it? Because once you win, the pressure's there to continue to operate at that level, right?
Yeah, I would say for the 99 team that was huge relief for them. And especially when you look at the way the season's gone, if you're not with Toyota or Hendrick Motorsports, nobody's getting to win. Yeah. It's getting harder. But no, I think that, they can, their season now, they're looking at this is do what you need to do to figure out what you have to do to run as well as you can in those final 10 races.
Yeah, I've heard so many drivers. I never lived this playoff era as a crew chief, but to win a race, but just to have nothing else to hang your hat on, you kind of go into the playoffs and everybody's saying, well, they're going to be eliminated after the first round. You want to have more performance than just that one win that locks you into the playoffs. You want to get to the playoffs and you want to perform.
Yeah, all right, so it's still drizzling or raining out, wet out there in Kansas Speedway, but you know what? Never rains on the parade of Michael Waltrip getting his grid walk, or should we say maybe a garage walk right now, Michael? What do you got going on?
Yeah, we're undercover here. I'm with Corey Heim, the winner of last night's truck race. And Corey, what a season, what a career you've had in the trucks, and now you're stepping it up to Cup. How do you feel about all this?
Well, it's a big competition upgrade, of course, as everyone knows. These are the best stock car drivers in the nation, so it's definitely not an easy task, but I feel like I learned a lot at Dover last week. So, like I said, big step up in the competition, but I feel like I'm ready for it, and I've studied my butt off for it. So I think our Dollar Tree Family Dollar Camry's been good this weekend. It's a tough place for me. I've had a lot of laps here, but these Cup cars drive a lot different, so definitely feel like I'm ready to go.
Well, when you did Dover, you checked every box. You had to be really proud. At times, you had a top 10 speed car. How cool was that for you to get out there for your first time and compete at that level?
It was cool until it wasn't. I learned that track position is very important in these cars, so I made up a lot of ground until I kind of got stuck. So just working on everything, trying to fine-tune my driving style, and just really having to learn a lot compared to the Truck Series and Xfinity Series, but just one step at a time for me.
Family Dollar Dollar Tree. Good job on that, too.
I appreciate it, yep.
All right, let's see who's next. Chris Buescher. Hi, buddy. How you doing? What are y'all doing? Brad. Michael. You give him some advice?
Yeah, he was asking me when the track's going to be dry.
What'd you tell him?
When it's dry.
Okay. Do you understand that?
Yeah, when the track dryers leave, it's dry.
Yeah, you hear them right now, though, right?
I do, yeah.
Come here, teammates. What's it like? How y'all feeling? Everything good?
Yeah, you know, we want to be faster, but Chris seems to always qualify really well, a lot better than I do. So I'm trying to get some qualifying tips here, I think.
Oh, you're 30th, right?
Yeah, it's been like the theme, but then we drive our way up in the race. But it's going to be a lot easier to not start so far back.
Have you told him anything that you think's going to help? I don't know, 30th.
We keep swapping out like that 30th starter spot. He'll qualify real good, and then I'll bomb one. So we really just need to make our lives a little easier is what we're working on.
How do you like running that wall? Is that fun for you?
I love this place. I love Kansas. It's since Atlanta is now different, this is probably my favorite mile-and-a-half racetrack we go to.
Well, that's cool. You've been good on these types of tracks, so have fun. Good to see y'all. Thanks for saying hi. Good to see you. See who we run across next. There's Josh Berry. Josh Berry, Ryan Preece. Hi, guys. How you doing? This is kind of fun. I caught a couple of teammates there. And here, how's your Kansas experience so far, weather aside?
I mean, right now we're just hanging out like wet clothes.
Yeah, that's right. And they are literally that.
A little bit. We're trying to stay dry, but yeah, hopefully it clears out here. We can get our overstock forward on the racetrack. Feel like we had a really pretty solid day yesterday. Had a good qualifying lap. Felt like we were just shy of making the final round. It was really close. So we're excited to see what we can do today.
And I know you're excited about North Wilkesboro. Everybody in this garage area is. The All-Star race, that new pavement. But you're going to go racing before in the Cars Tour. So looking forward to the All-Star weekend?
Yeah, no, for sure. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. Excited to get back in late model car and race the Cars Tour race. That'll be a lot of fun. North Wilkesboro's fast. We had an open test there last week with the repave, man, and I felt like we were flying around there. So it's gonna be a lot of fun. Excited for the All-Star. We'll be in the Open, and hopefully not, but we're planning on we'll probably be on the Open, and we'll won it last year. I'd like to go back to back. That'd be pretty cool.
You didn't vote for Carson. Did you see that whole thing he had going on?
Yeah, I did see that. That was kind of unique. I don't know. I guess I got to work on my campaign, and I don't know. It was pretty funny, though.
Yeah, it was pretty good. How you doing, teammate?
I'm doing pretty good, Michael. How are you doing?
I'm having a good time. I'm doing the grid walk in the garage, so I guess it's not really a grid walk, but I'm glad to see you fellers. I always like catching up. How you feeling about your car once we get going today?
I feel like we made some good adjustments, and obviously I think we're going to be racing at nighttime, so the pace is going to be a little bit different. So, but yeah, no, got a good group of guys in that trailer working hard, and hopefully we have a pretty fast 41 Haas Tooling Ford Dark Horse.
You know, as a race car driver before, commitment is one thing, but I don't think I've ever seen it quite like it was yesterday in qualifying. Wow, you guys were on the gas.
Yeah, Josh and I actually went to dinner last night, and we were just kind of going back and forth about it. When we unload in those 20 minutes, your commitment level is 20, 30 qualifying laps. So it's just you got to be right on off the trailer.
Well, have a good race today. Good to see y'all. Thanks for catching up with me. Chase Briscoe. This is the Ford grid walk. How you doing?
What's happening? How are you, Mikey?
I'm not going to ask you what's wrong with the Fords. I'm just going to say, how is everything in your world? You feeling good about today?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. Hopefully the weather holds off. I'm definitely want to get back home. I miss my wife, Marissa, and Brooks. So, yeah, it's been fun so far, so good. Like, we have a pretty good car, I think. So, yeah, I don't know. Hopefully we can get it going, though.
The commitment level, I was just talking to your teammates about it. It's crazy how hard you run here. Now we're going to race at night. It's almost going to be like qualifying all 400 miles, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't think I've ran a night race here since the Truck Series. So, it's definitely totally different here at night versus the daytime. So, yeah, it's going to be... You thought high commitment before, it's really going to be high commitment now. So, yeah, it'll be fun. It's going to be exciting racing under the lights and should put on an awesome race.
You know, I love this time of year, this part of the schedule. We got Darlington coming up, one of the most iconic racetracks in NASCAR, North Wilkesboro, Charlotte.
Yeah.
This is a fun time of year. Do you get excited about the month of May?
Yeah, for sure. And just for me, the month of May, right? Growing up in Indiana, the Indianapolis 500 is huge, so I'm excited for that. But, yeah, it's nice. The whole month of May, how the NASCAR schedule is this year, we're close to home. So, it's going to be nice to be home a lot more. And, yeah, it's a lot of really cool racetracks, a lot of historic racetracks, too. So, yeah, looking forward to the month of May.
We're going to have fun with Larson and Indy, aren't we? That's going to be cool to watch.
It's going to be cool for the sprint car guy. I mean, the NASCAR guys, too, but the sprint car guy in me is excited for Larson just to have that crossover again. So, yeah, the Indy 500 is going to be awesome this year, and hopefully Kyle can put on a good effort for us.
Should be fun. Appreciate your spirit. Have a good race today. See who else we can catch up with. Hey, Austin Dillon, AD, what's up?
The rain right now, pal, and a Coca-Cola.
I know how Kyle Larson feels now when I interview him because I'm Kyle Larson, you're me.
Hey, I'm good to have a little height on most people. I don't usually have that advantage, so but I play like that in basketball, don't I?
Yeah, you're a heck of an athlete, whether it's basketball or pickleball. Tell me about your pickleball skills.
Well, pickleball has been going well. We play a lot at the shop every day at lunch. If you come to RCR upstairs, there's some guys getting it on in the pickleball courts. But yeah, hope we get this race going. We can get this Get Bioethanol car up to the front. Decent qualifying run. Yeah, we need it to dry out.
Your buddy Johnny Morris don't live too far from here. What's going on back there? Can you show me around a little bit?
I can tell you what's going on back there, but you can't come up in there. Shrek is going on. The movie Shrek is up there, so I'm going to I haven't seen Shrek in a long time. Ace Man, when I get home, we're going to watch Shrek.
All right, I can't go in there, so I guess I'll go back to you, Shannon. Why can't I come in?
They don't want you in there,
I wouldn't let him in either.
Yeah, I mean, listen, they're smart up there.
Shut the doors.
There they go. It's shut. Okay, so you see those jet dryers are still out there, but we are hearing that rain is starting to pick up out there. Bob Pockris reporting that. So listen, we're going to step away for a second, actually about an hour. We're going to do Best of Radioactive, so there's a lot for you to watch and listen to and see, and then we're going to be here as long as we need to be to try to get this race in tonight. So stick around. Best of Radioactive coming up next.
Divided between states, but unified with sport. Rooted in tradition, but not afraid to break it. A center point for athletes to drop barriers and lift limitations.
Jackie Robinson set his sights.
The footprints of Jackie.
Robinson dashes to the plate.
Bo.
Paul Jackson says hello.
Dawson.
This first Super Bowl game has been super so far.
Wilt.
But Chamberlain has the rebound, and he dunks it.
Passion and flair, innovating the path for future generations.
Bubba Wallace wins Kansas.
From dream to dream come true. In 2001, that blend of past and future, seen once again in Kansas.
We're set for the green flag at the Kansas Speedway.
Here, sport is the ultimate unifier. This is Kansas.
Oh yeah, Kansas City, one of the great sports cities in America. You got the Royals that play there. Baseball all season long on Major League Baseball on Fox, MLB on Fox. So make sure you catch that. And as we continue our coverage from Kansas Speedway, we've been under roughly a 2.5-hour rain delay, but the rain has moved out. The track is almost dry, and drivers, as you can see, have been called to their cars. So we are close to getting this race underway out in Kansas. Christopher Bell earned the pole for today's event, so he will lead the field to green on a very green racetrack, as it has been raining there pretty much all afternoon. Hi, everyone. Welcome into our studios here at FS1. I'm Shannon, Larry, and Jamie. Listen, I know every single athlete has a different way that they They prepare for their events, right? But when you have a long delay, I'll go to driver first. How did that affect you having to now sit and wait to start again?
Well, we always talk about how much you eat. Everybody goes and does that. You obviously cut up probably a little bit with your team and your pit crew, but I always wanted to go kind of get a plan with my crew chief of, we know the racetrack's going to be a little bit different. What's our plan here? When we make the first pit stop, give me a couple of things to think about. What information do you need so we can adjust on our car?
And as a crew chief, I know with this track being green and as cool as it is, speeds are going to be ludicrous fast. It is going to be so fast, and I think you're going to be able to run from the bottom to the top of the racetrack. The balance of the car is probably going to be a little different. I think the front's going to have more grip than the rear, so the car's going to probably be a little free in the beginning until some rubber goes down on this racetrack.
Yeah, I mean, there's zero doubt that the track's going to have the most grip on the first lap. They'll run their fastest laps of the race right from the get-go. We heard those guys talk about how nerve-wracking qualifying was. Well, the first few laps of this race are going to be the same way.
30-degree difference from 1 year ago in this race. It was 90 degrees outside air temperature, and it's low 60s out there right now. Someone who knows just how cool it is out there at Kansas is our cool pit reporter, Regan Smith, who's with the Daytona 500 winner.
Well, Shannon, it's cool, but it is dry. The track is looking good right now. William Byron starting 36 today. You got your work cut out for you. How do you get this 24 all the way to the front?
Just pass a bunch of cars, just try to use all the different lanes here at Kansas. I feel like you can use the bottom, the middle. If guys aren't moved up to the top yet, on restarts, you can use that. So just feel really confident about our car. Our Raptor Chevrolet was awesome in practice, and just hate what happened in the qualifying. But if there's anywhere you can pass, it's here. And I feel like if we've got the same car we had yesterday, we should be really good. So just excited. We've worked really hard on the mile and a half tracks, and hopefully today shows that.
These cooler temps right now that we're going to be dealing with this evening as we race now, how does that affect the setup that you've got in the car and what you and Rudy Fugle talk about to adjust?
I mean, I don't think there's anything we can really change before the race to know what the track's going to be like, because it's been a few years since we've raced at night or in cooler conditions. So just feel like we're going to have to adapt in that first stage. Probably take a beat to understand what our balance truly is. Back here in dirty air, it's really tough to know, but once we hopefully get into the top 10 or top 5, we can kind of make it an accurate judgment of what we really have. So we'll see.
All right, good luck today. Thanks. Jamie?
Ryan Blaney starting back in 26. So we got a good amount of rain, Ryan. Now there's a green racetrack. How will that impact the start of this race, maybe one way or the other?
I think the biggest thing it'll impact is just what we learned yesterday. It had a good amount of rubber on it yesterday from trucks and ARCA, and it took a little bit of our practice to kind of get our rubber on the track. So, I don't know, I usually think green racetracks like this are typically freer than with rubber on them. So there might be a little bit, more on that side of it to get going, but we'll rubber it in pretty quick. When you get all of us out there running, it gets to the top here pretty quick, so I feel like it'll get rubbered in really fast. All lanes will, and you'll have to adjust for that. But hopefully we can make our way towards the front. Didn't really get a good qualifying run in yesterday with our Menards Cardell Ford Mustang. I felt decent in practice, but it was not much cooler than it was yesterday. Maybe a little bit more overcast, but the wind seems a little calmer. But it's going to end kind of in the night here. So it's just going to have to figure out, all right, what's the track do when it goes under the lights and that big transition that we always talk about. So that'll be challenging, but hopefully 12 boys are up for it.
All right, good luck to you. Regan.
Oh, Brad Keselowski, we're not going to miss this race car, whether it's in the daytime or the nighttime. One of the brightest ones on the racetrack, Brad. We've had this long rain delay. How do you reset and get ready to go out there and start this race?
Yeah, I think, the track is just trying to acclimate to you, Regan, is tough because it's a little bit damp, but I think it's drying out. But you got to commit to run fast. You got to run right up against the wall. And when the track conditions are like, I'm not so sure what we've got, that can be really sketchy. So just try to run smart. Also, the cool temps, track's going to be super fast. So big challenge.
You talk about having to commit, right, and the intensity that's going to come from that. How do you prepare to do that for 400 miles? That's a long time to do that.
It is. That's why you see so many people get in trouble here. We've seen a lot of big wrecks here. Guys get in the wall, ruin your day real fast. So just got to be really smart, patient, but also aggressive. I know that sounds kind of ridiculous, but that's what it takes.
All right, good luck on that commit and keeping it out of the wall and clean all day long. Jamie?
How about Bubba Wallace? This is one of his best racetracks. Got the win a couple years ago. Every time you guys come as a team, you're just good here. I know the expectation is pretty high. How is the race car after yesterday's practice session?
I don't know. It's a new day.
That's what.
Well, you got a nap, so it's a new afternoon, right?
That's true. My wife's candle warmer that she got me says it's a new day, so we'll see what we got. I think our money line Toyota Camry is really strong. It was really good in practice. We were a little bit on the free side, and Booty, I got out after the car, and he was like, "Good, I wanted to be." And so I'm like, okay, I don't really like a loose race car. So we know the things that we need to do to adjust. And going into today, man, my grays are getting out of control. Wow. But I'm excited. Obviously, the expectations are high, like you said. Kansas, really good track for us. A lot of speed, a lot of momentum, which is what we need right now after 2 rough weeks. Just excited to get it underway. Hopefully the rain holds off and we can put on a good show for the fans.
All right, that's Bubba Wallace, and I know Carson Hosbar over here photo bombing us there. Yeah, he was having a good old time over there. Carson, the TV star in the truck booth last night, Shannon.
He was pleading his case to vote for him. It looked like probably for the All-Star race, right?
Yeah,
that's exactly what. Listen, you got to take your shot. You miss 100% of the shots that you don't take. So there you go. He took his shot. We got some shots, some long shots, and some I guess is it good shots, long shots?
Some favorites. Some favorites. Larry,
some favorites.
I am liking Tyler Reddick on this. I know he's not right at the top of the board, but he did win the last time we were here. We know that 45 car has a great history at this track.
Well, what I see here are the favorites. It's Toyota's, Hendrick Motorsports with a little Ross Chastain and Kyle Busch sprinkled in there. Christopher Bell on the pole, plus 900, needs to stop the bleeding after these last 4 weeks, but he has that win at Phoenix that has essentially locked him into the playoffs.
And the long shots have a lot of Fords on it, Larry, is what I see. But I'm going to go to the top of that. I'm taking Bubba Wallace with his candle warmer. At 2,000.
Noah Gragson, plus 3,500, qualified third, and they are on a heater right now. Back-to-back top 10s, third at Talladega, top 10 at Dover. Just maybe they can pull it off
Larry
today.
working a baseball term?
A heater.
A heater.
They can use the candle warmer for that heater, why can't they?
There you go.
Who's that? Noah Gragson, there he is, qualified third. Oh, I like his hat. Take a look at that. He was just saw him on our long shots, and I'm surprised by that. We heard him and Drew Blickensurfer, talking in the pre-race show with the guys. Great communication between those two guys, and he's had some great finishes as of late.
Yeah, you see Brexton Busch climbing into his dad's car. I actually saw Brexton race on Friday night over at Wake County. Kyle had a great run at Dover, qualified well here today. Looking to get that RCR program turned around.
And there's Chase Elliott, got that win at the last mile and a half at Texas, and outside of that 15th place at Talladega, they have been on a run here lately the last 4 or 5 races with top 5s, top 10s, doing everything he needs to do.
There's our Las Vegas winner, mile and a half track, Kyle Larson. We know he's a threat every single week, and if you think back to 1 year ago, that incredible battle that he had with Denny Hamlin in the closing laps of this race.
Ty Gibbs, we keep talking about it. I still say this young man is going to find victory lane and find it soon. Got off a little bit, but finally got back to a top 10 at Dover last week.
Good things come to those who wait, and we have been waiting to say this all afternoon. Let's head trackside for opening ceremonies in Kansas.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as you're able and remove your hats. And veterans, render a hand salute as the Whiteman Air Force Base Honor Guard presents our nation's colors. Here to offer today's invocation, please welcome from teaching pastor of New Haven Commons Adventist Church, Pastor Kyle Smith.
God, we come to you today, and we thank you so much for your love for us. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. There's so much happening in our world, and the chance to get to be here together and celebrate is a gift, and it's beautiful. Be with everyone here. Be with everyone racing, everyone in the pit, everyone involved. God, we just ask you to keep them safe, take care of them today, and help them to have fun. And Lord, we thank you for all the families here, everyone represented. May you bless them, may you keep them, and may you make your face to shine upon them. We ask this in your name. Amen.
Here to perform our national anthem, please welcome from the United States Air Force Band of Mid-America, located at Scott Air Force Base in Illinois, Staff Sergeant Derek Wilson.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched, were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Let's hear it.
Last year we had a record 37 lead changes. It is a fast green racetrack. Expect some wild racing today. Just over 5 minutes to go. Jimmie Johnson giving command to start engines. We'll be right back.
Who will it be? Last week's winner, Denny Hamlin. Last year's winner, Kyle Larson. Last fall's winner here, Tyler Reddick. Pole sitter, Christopher Bell. Front row starter, Ross Chastain. Will one of them host today's trophy in the Advent Health 400? Live from Kansas Speedway on FS1. After a several-hour delay to dry the track from a rainstorm that was supposed to stay well south of here, now we're ready to fire engines and go racing in the Great Plains, the wide open spaces. I'm not talking about Kansas. I'm talking about this racetrack. Plenty of places to race in. Clint Boyer, since this is your home track, tell us what it's going to take today.
Finally back to Kansas, baby. Well, a little bit of weather. Everybody knows if you're in Kansas, you don't know what to expect. But I'm expecting big speeds out of this. Because of the weather, the track conditions are cooler. This is going to enable these guys to be out all over this racetrack a little bit more. You're right. Wide racetrack, a lot of options here. I like that.
Well, I like those options because as a driver, we've talked a lot about air blocking this week. We've talked about that a lot in the past. But this racetrack has evolved into one of our best mile-and-a-half racetracks because you've got that progressive banking. So when that guy's running the high groove in front of you, you've got an option to shoot that middle and try to get up beside him and get that side draft on the exit of the corner. So you've got options at this racetrack. So that'll become a bit of a cat and mouse game as we go through the day.
All right, a green racetrack because of the rain. How do you keep up with the racetrack today?
Well, balance is going to be key, right? Balance is always key. Obviously, the grip level is going to be up, how you're going to do it, and moreover, who's going to do it. I think the Denny Hamlin, Kyle Larson rivalry is still alive and well. We saw that at this race last year, saw it last weekend, for crying out loud. But I like Christopher Bell on the pole. He's got the speed. Obviously, he wouldn't be on the pole without it. How can he keep these guys back and, moreover, rebound from the last 4 weeks? It's been excruciating for this 20 team. I think today might be the day.
Well, bad news for them, great news for us, because William Byron's starting in the back of the pack, and we get to watch him drive through the field. I thought he had one of the best cars yesterday, but I'm keeping my eye on that guy in the front row. In that one car, Ross Chastain, he was good in practice. He hasn't qualified as well as they need to qualify all year. Well, they're on the front row today, and I bet you he's going to be hard to guard.
I'm keeping an eye on pit road because green flag pit stops have been the undoing of several fast cars this season, especially these past few weeks.
Always very tricky because pressure just keeps adding. These positions are hard to come by on that racetrack. We keep putting more and more pressure on that pit road, and that's why you see the mistakes. Mistakes are going to be crucial in the key moment to winning this race or losing it.
All right, keep up with the racetrack, find the line that works for you right now, and make no mistakes. Finally, Dorothy, we're ready in Kansas. Let's go trackside.
This is the moment you have been waiting for. Please welcome NASCAR Hall of Famer, Legacy Motor Club team owner, and 7-time NASCAR Cup Series champion, Jimmie Johnson.
Hi, race fans. On behalf of Advent Health, drivers, start your engines!
.400 miles of racing across the Great Plains of Kansas await you here on FS1.
The Paris of the Plains, known for its grandeur, But its raceway is known for its tenacity. In order to survive, you gotta have grit.
Fired up.
A willingness to get down in the trenches and battle it out.
Go, 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 go. All the way.
You can't be afraid to get dirty, to get into the face of your opponent. Dueling and jousting while staving off disaster at every instance. All in the search of immortality. Welcome to Kansas.
Welcome back to the Advent Health 400 from Kansas on FS1. As the cars begin to roll off pit road several hours late due to rain earlier in the day. Well, let's dial up today's pole sitter.
Let's do it, boys. How about you, Christopher Bell? Sporer and the boys on the booth. You got me?
What's going on, Clint?
Man, you're going on. Welcome back, buddy. Been a rough 4 weeks for you, but back on point with this 20 car. All things look pretty good here in Kansas.
Yeah, that was very nice to have a successful Saturday, and hopefully we can just keep it rolling into Sunday. I really like this racetrack, man. It's a great one for our group, our team, and it always puts on a really good race.
All right, man. Well, you look good up front. Keep it up, and we'll be watching. Good luck. How about that?
Thanks. I'll take congrats from yesterday, though.
He walked into the media center after he had won the pole. He said, "My name is Christopher," in case you folks don't remember.
Yeah.
It was so fun.
Talk about his sense of humor, but he definitely has one.
All right, here's today's Advent Health starting grid. On the front row is Christopher Bell with his third pole at Kansas. And Ross Chastain has his best start of the season in the number 1. Let's dial him up.
Hey, Ross, Kevin and Clint up in the Fox booth. Man, you got that car qualified up on the front row today. We've seen the rain and the weather. It's going to be hammer down today. Tell us what you think is going to happen.
I have no idea. Clint, along with most of us, didn't expect me to actually be able to put together a second lap there in round 2, but we did work on the car, and this Busch Light Crocs Chevy is shown the speed a couple times this year, but it's good to just put together the laps. So I have no idea what to expect, though. Christopher and I will be the first to find out, and y'all get to watch.
Well, we know you'll put the hammer down, buddy. Good luck out there today.
Copy. That must be the Busch Light drinking word. I understand. I'll have to wait till after the race, though.
10-4. Good luck.
Row 2, you got Noah Gragson. Very impressive. Been solid here. On a roll. Kyle Larson on his outside.
Row 3. Oh, Jamie?
Well, it's no surprise that when you walk around the garage, everybody's talking about the 5 car and Kyle Larson being the favorite to win this race tonight. After all, he's finished top 10 the last 5 straight races here. But one thing that is a surprise, according to his crew chief, Cliff Daniels, is their short run speed. They did not expect to go out and qualify on the second row. They had the long run dialed in. And another positive for the 5 team, they had their 2 pit crew members back after a 2-week suspension for that wheel coming off at Texas. So all is good in the 5 camp.
Row 3, we've got 2-time Kansas winner Kyle Busch, and with his 6th top 10 last week, Ty Gibbs. Regan?
Well, Kevin, it was a tough 8-week stretch for Kyle Busch. Only 2 top 10s in those 8 weeks. But last week at Dover, a strong 4th place run for him and the 8 team, and they backed that up yesterday, qualifying 5th and having a strong practice session. Pit road concerns from earlier in the season, they have addressed those. They have been consistent as of late, and the team feels very good about the race car that they have today. Look for Kyle Busch to be strong again in that 8 car.
Moving to row 4, a pair of Daytona 500 winners in Fords, Austin Cindric and Michael McDowell.
How about you? I got another pair for you. Chase Elliott in that 9 car and Chase Briscoe in the 14, row 5.
All right, let's take a closer look at what the discussion has been all week. Aero blocking. Here's our crew chief, Larry McReynolds.
Well, Mike, we're at a very fast mile-and-a-half racetrack, Kansas Speedway, and Kevin talked about it, air blocking. Now, this has been going on for years. It just seems like it's more relevant with this Gen 7 car.
So let's go to our Toyota Camry cutaway car and let's take a look at what air blocking is all about. Now, when you see the cars staggered, both cars have good front downforce. But as that lead car moves over, it takes the air off the nose of that trail car and puts it in dirty air. Now, you'll see the trail car, he goes to the bottom of the racetrack. He's got downforce. It's almost like mirror driving with air. And what makes this so much fun at a track like Kansas, the guys talked about it. So many different crews to choose from. This is what drivers have been talking about all week long.
You know, aero blocking is like any other thing in NASCAR. It's been around for a while, but it comes and goes. And look at the 2024 season, the drivers are just getting better at it.
This car that we currently have is a greater defense tool than the previous generations of cars that we've had before.
In the past, the aero block wasn't as big because you were able to loosen cars up in front of you.
Aero blocking's always been around. I think the sensitivity to it now, the car's sensitivity to it now is greater than it's ever been.
Well, that's definitely the case, and I think when you talk about aero blocking, it's basically what we used to just call blocking. Right? Yeah, it had nothing to do with aero, but maybe we just didn't know what we were doing. But these guys have become very sharp and smart to be able to put their car in front of the other car, and it's a little bit more useful in the cars nowadays. But we saw it last week, right? You see Denny Hamlin leading, Kyle Larson ran him down. He's looking in the mirror, up the racetrack where he knows Kyle Larson is going. Put your car in front of him, and you know, he slowed him down. So that's not a new tool. They'll use that tool here again today, whether you're running first or last. Everybody in between is going to try to keep that track position the best that they can, like Denny Hamlin last week. But this racetrack, Clint, gives you options because of the way that the banking is in the corners. This is a racy 1.5 miles.
And I think this weather plays a role in that, right? I think the grip level is up in the racetrack because of the cloud conditions, because it's a lot cooler later in the day. And all of that equates to better racing and better you know, opportunities to pass like we're talking about.
62 degrees, that's the warmest it's been all day. The winds, they're saying out of the southeast at 8 miles an hour. And full overcast here, but now we can see the city of Kansas City, and we couldn't here about an hour ago. To get to 400 miles, we'll run 3 stages of 80, 85, and 102 laps. 45 down pit road. You'll need fuel every 65 laps or so. And there's the Toyota Camry XSE that leads the field here on pace laps. And they are continuing to dry pit road, so we'll have a couple of extra laps here. Let's take a look at the point standing story of the season. We start out with 2 drivers who have 3 wins apiece, counting Hamlin last week. And drivers struggling in the standings despite having a win. That includes pole sitter Christopher Bell. Moving up, Noah Gragson and Kyle Busch last week with big gains in the standings, so somebody has to move back. Bubba Wallace, Brad Keselowski.
Well, you think about those points positions, and you see all the guys moving up and down. And I just start with our 2 guys that have won 3 races with Denny Hamlin and William Byron, right? William Byron's been a little bit more inconsistent than Denny Hamlin. Denny's been in the mix pretty much every week. But in this type of racing with this car, it's created those you know, the consistency of the top 10s and the top 5s and the wins. Seems like it's taken some of that away.
I like what you said there, Kevin, and that's kind of uncharacteristic of William Byron. We're making some mistakes, and you just don't see that out of that kid. You know, in the last couple years, he's just been so polished, so perfect behind the wheel. Perfection, really, week in and week out. And just like we saw yesterday, smoke the wall starting from the back. But the speed is there, just like you said.
So a couple of extra pace laps here. We're only a couple of weeks away from the All-Star race at North Wilkesboro, and there's always a lot of lobbying that goes on to get the fan vote. There's the Hail Yes campaign from Justin Haley, and Carson Hocevar found a unique way to draw people to his cause.
So I'm sure you're already aware that the fan vote for the All-Star race is already open, but I've done a lot of research on campaigns and found that a lot of them have ambassadors for them. So I got a few of my own. So just, if you're not convinced on me already, take a listen.
What's up, Carson? It's Kaz Gralla.
Hey, Carson. Heard you're a fan. I'm a fan of you also. Heard you're in a tight battle right now.
What's up, Carson? I also heard you're in a tight voting battle.
You got my support, man. I'll be pulling for you the whole way.
I may not always push at the end, but I'll push it for you, brother.
And if I could vote for you every day, I would.
Go win, and everybody vote for Carson.
All right, so there's a website called Cameo where you can get your favorite celebrity to deliver a personalized message. Hocevar went on Cameo and said, hey, I'm in a tight voting battle at school, and I need your endorsement.
It's the
and
best
reeled them all in.
Best setup ever.
Do you have one of these Cameos, Clint?
No, I think Larry does.
Okay.
But
no,
I don't do those. And I mean, to have your competitors, your fellow competitors, call in and give you the nod, right? Vote for my guy here, Carson.
I got to tell you, though, I've seen some of Justin Haley's campaigning signs around the racetrack. They've been putting them in the ground. The Hell Yes campaign is still
getting your competitors to do your sales pitch for you is it doesn't get any better.
I don't know, Clint. Justin Haley's was good.
Well, you know, that's not the only one going into Wilkesboro in the All-Star race. There is more news. We learned last week that Kevin Harvick is going to practice and maybe qualify Kyle Larson's car because Larson will be busy that day at Indianapolis. And, you know, free advice is worth what you pay for it. So here's some for Kevin.
Advice for Kevin would be to run hard. Like, I don't think any of, well, I definitely don't care, but I don't think Cliff cares if he crashes probably either. So, like, I would want him to run hard. Like, I mean, it's only, what, a 55-minute practice probably? Like, just get after it. Yeah, like, get after it.
No pressure, Kev.
I'm starting to wonder about what I've got myself into. Not only do I have to drive the car of the best driver on the circuit as far as talent and speed and everything he's got going on, now you guys are starting to put pressure on me. Are you behind this?
Well, you didn't think you were just going to get in this 5 car, right, and just be on the racetrack, just be present. You have to have it up front.
Yeah, I'm going to lean on that guy, Cliff Daniels. He's I've been communicating with him a little bit this week on getting the seat and everything in the car. So it's a huge undertaking for these guys, but I guess it's only 2 weeks away, so I better wrap my arms around it pretty quick.
Do they have a prescription windshield?
Oh, there? Shots fired.
I wonder if we can get that. That's a good idea, huh?
You know what?
What do you think?
I mean, that's
I'm here for you.
You know,
you want me to be your pit guy.
I don't even know what to say.
We are making progress on having Clint be your personal pit reporter for the day.
Yes, I need somebody to carry my water bottle like you used to.
I'm not helping you. The only I won't carry your helmet if you wreck that thing like he's talking about either.
All right, here's the Cheddars on board for Kyle Busch, one of our 6 onboard cameras today. Ty Gibbs will be carrying the Toyota cam. On board his number 54. Austin Cindric will have a front bumper cam from Ford Performance on his number 2 Mustang. And Joey Logano delivering the Hunt Brothers Pizza today with their camera on his Penske number 22. Tyler Reddick, there's the Monster Energy cam. He'll have a spoiler cam for us today. There it is.
Oh, that'll be good. Right up next to the wall.
Where he runs? Yeah,
that's right.
That camera is in jeopardy. And Jimmy Johnson, who gave the command to fire engines today in relief of Richard Petty, who went off to join the charity ride. There's the Advent Health cam on board Jimmy's number 84.
Lot better qualifying effort out of Jimmy Johnson. Throttled that baby up yesterday.
Yeah, everybody had to throttle him up pretty hard yesterday.
Kansas Raceway has been a fun place to see a race and apparently a fun place to race. We've had 7 different winners in the last 7 races. 37 lead changes last year, the most of any 400-mile race on a 1.5-mile track in the history of NASCAR. Last pass for the lead within the final 2 laps in our last 2 races here. So don't leave before it's over.
Well, this has definitely become one of the best 1.5-mile racetracks because of the progressive banking, and now they run right up against the wall. But it's definitely been a Joe Gibbs Racing racetrack, Toyota racetrack with 2311 and Joe Gibbs. Even before this car We always expected those Toyotas and Joe Gibbs for sure to come here and run good, and they've definitely done that, Clint.
Checks 2 boxes that you need here: horsepower and downforce. They got some pretty good drivers too in that column as well.
Now those stats are just since the Gen 7 car has been introduced to Cup racing.
Yeah, we see the onboard here with Tyler Reddick, 2023 Kansas Fall winner. But, you know, the unique part about today, Bubba's also run good. You know, the weather has created quite the enigma with track conditions and really difficult for these teams and drivers to figure out what they need to do with the speed and everything in their cars as far as heights and everything to go with it. But 2311 has just done a fantastic job here of getting into victory lane. Denny Hamlin, the owner, also in a different car when he won, but
you have to have that, though.
Yeah,
it looks like if you're going to be in a 2311 car and be in victory lane in Kansas Speedway, it better have that right there on the door. 45 3 times in victory lane Kansas Speedway. 3 different drivers too.
It's going to be an interesting day. These guys, you heard Ross Chastain talk about had no clue. But
that's the best answer I've ever heard.
You got to go into turn 1, especially if you're on the front row. You got to be able to hold the throttle down and not lose any track position. So you're going to have a commitment going into turn 1.
All right, the jet dryers are in. Looks like we may get one to go this time by. So let's have a look at the race strategy sponsored by Verizon. Here's Larry.
Mike, we're probably going to split the 3 stages in half, maybe come just a little before the halfway point to get full advantage of those 4 fresh Goodyear tires. Never rule out changing just right side tires, maybe late in the race, especially with the grip this racetrack has, but more than likely every time you come to pit road, 4 sticker tires. And if you've run 10 to 15 laps and that caution comes out, hit pit road for 4 fresh tires, but keep account of not running out of sticker tires too early. Last year, Mike, you have 8 sets of stickers to work with, all but 50 laps to go. Most teams were out of tires, so you got to keep account, not get greedy.
Wow, that was the race with the record number of lead changes for a 400-miler on a mile and a half. Got some radio here from William Byron, who will start this race way back in 36th.
You know, a trying day yesterday with what happened, but it's going to be a mental fitness day today. You know, we got the car, we got the driver, we got the pit crew. It's just going to be lots of mental challenges. We're going to have to stay with it and show everybody we can overcome. There's momentum for this team if we can do it. So,
10-4. Yes, sir. Appreciate it.
Byron got up and into the wall on his qualifying lap. We also have some Kyle Busch radio. He starts 5th.
How we doing up there, Derek? Man, I'm ready to go. Scooter done. Guys, just had my radio worked on. You guys have a good solid day. Let's get a W out of this thing. Yeah, man. You got it. Let's go.
Was Richard Childress the boss on the radio?
Saw your pole sitter, Christopher Bell, elect to take that outside lane. Kevin, you like that?
I do like that, Clint. You know, the restarts, we're going to talk about them all day. Got to stay above that white line until you get to the start-finish line. But they're going to push and shove and be 3 wide. They're going to block the top. They're going to block the bottom. You'll be able to shoot the middle. So I would imagine these guys are going to get after it right off the bat with these restarts.
They're going to have the grip to do so.
Yep.
Toyota pace car is in. Here they come to the flag. The Advent Health 400 is underway.
Already a great push from the back. Kyle Larson.
Who will lead lap 1? From the outside, Bell at the line. Gregson way down on the track apron. Remember, no out of bounds here.
Yeah, and with all this grip early, that bottom line might be okay for the first 2 or 3 laps, Clint. But as we run, that middle lane and the top lane are going to be the preferred lanes. But for right now, with all the grip and the track being clean, the bottom lane might be okay. But you're going to have to get up at some point up the racetrack.
Chastain wanted the lead, almost got it. They almost got together. Chastain to lead lap 2.
Side draft is on in a big way. You're right, off of 4, they almost got into one another. I think Chastain's going to prevail here. Christopher Bell slipped up at least a little bit. Number one to the point.
Well, we talked about it before the race, and we know that Ross Chastain is very aggressive. He knows that they qualify good. He knows that they haven't been qualifying where they want to, and he's going to do everything he can to keep that car up in the lead.
Ty Gibbs outside Austin Cindric. That's back at 5th place, and they are joined by Kyle Busch 3 wide.
Yeah, and that's kind of the move that won Tyler Reddick the race, but the only difference is Kyle Busch didn't clear those guys to complete the pass like Tyler did last fall. You get a huge run when those cars are side by side with the draft.
And Gibbs had the run off the top of the racetrack, edges ahead into turn number 3, and they're back at it 3 wide again.
I think that's where you see that outside lane and that progressive bank you talk about prevailed on that outside for Ty Gibbs. Way he goes.
And as they're going right now, these guys are learning every lap. Everybody guessed at what the lap time was going to be with their simulation programs as to what to set the heights at, and they're seeing how much throttle the cars are using. They're hearing the drivers tell them and learn what their handling characteristics are. So there's a lot of things that are happening in these first few laps that are really important for the team to understand. But the hard thing for the teams to understand is there's not any rubber on the racetrack. So what happens when we put tires on next time, the rubber on the racetrack, and how our cars handle taking off will really give you the best example.
Joey Logano, Chase Briscoe, they're fighting for 15th. And here's Michael McDowell with Cindric and Chris Buescher, 3 Fords racing for 7th. Third place, Gragson and Larson.
And you see Larson right up the racetrack to put himself right in front of Noah's car to make sure that he has no chance of continuing that run through the middle lane.
And the battle's on for the lead. Christopher Bell is looking to the inside again. That's that aero block situation we were talking about at the top of the show. Can't go where they are, have to go where they're not.
And this is the part we expect Ross to be super aggressive on. And that is where to position his car to play defense, because as they go, the cat and mouse game will begin. Christopher Bell will start saying, okay, I'm going to show you the bottom, and then try to maybe shoot the top and get position. But Ross is going to be looking backwards as much as he is forward. It's going to be super hard to make that pass on the bottom.
Who do all these drivers think is the hardest guy to pass? It's that one car right there. Jamie?
Well, yesterday in practice, Ross Chastain in the 1, they were just too tight, and they said it was hurting him on the long run, so they adjusted, freed him up, and right now on the radio, he says he's tight just like practice.
That's not a good sign when you're out in the lead like this.
Well, you just have to be patient with it at this point, because you just don't really know where the racetrack is going to go, Clint. I think right now it's not a good thing. Christopher Bell's car is obviously better than his, but Ross did a great job defending, and you just never know when it rubbers up whether that car is going to have the right balance up the racetrack.
Conditions could come to him, but that car out front with the full air on it, max downforce, is the best situation it's going to be in.
7th place. Buescher edges ahead of Cindric, who looks to the bottom. And up front, Larson to 2nd. Behind Chastain, ahead of pole sitter Christopher Bell.
Yeah, and you saw Christopher Bell check up right there because he thought Larson was going to slide all the way up in front of him. Larson actually checked up, and then Christopher Bell had already broke his momentum and made it easy for Larson. But
Larson is coming.
He is coming. He is coming fast.
All right, 9, make it 10 laps complete here at Kansas. Ross Chastain had led 8 total laps here in his prior 10 starts combined. He's led more than that already today. We are 16 laps into the 267 we're going to run today in Kansas. And in 5 of the last 8 corners, and here he goes again, Kyle Larson's look to the bottom on Ross Chastain. Chastain will not give him the top of the racetrack. That's where Larson is best. He'll give him the bottom, where Larson has not been able to complete the pass, even though he has been able to get right alongside.
Yeah, the key right now for Ross Chastain is just to not make any mistakes. Get your car, keep it in the right lane. Don't make any huge mistakes, and you're going to keep that track position.
You asked earlier who's the toughest driver to pass. Here's what drivers said about that.
Hardest driver to pass, I'd say Ross Chastain. He's really good at mirror driving. I'd say Ross does a pretty good job.
I'm gonna have to give this award to Ross Chastain lately.
Ross has proven to be really, really tactful when it comes to racing for position.
Ross Chastain.
I think that the hardest driver to pass is the one car.
Even Ross Chastain agrees with him. I love that.
Well, it's not easy. I mean, when we talk about air blocking and everybody's like, oh, you can't do this, you can't do that. Air blocking, I mean, it's still hard. You have to look backwards and you have to make a decision. You know, if you think that car is faster than you in the middle of the racetrack today on this racetrack, then you got to move down. If not, you got to move up.
William Byron started 36th. He is now up to 19th. Regan.
Well, Mike, he's moved up quick so far, and he told us right before the race that he didn't want to be too aggressive on calling what his race car was doing until he got to a little bit cleaner air. As you can see, he's gotten further up in the field, a little bit of that cleaner air now. Just now finally reported to crew chief Rudy Fugle that he's a little bit too tight, but not bad.
Not bad at all. He's the biggest mover. John Hunter Nemechek up 14 spots. Brad Keselowski, Ryan Blaney up 9. 7th place here. Hamlin in front of Kyle Busch, not for long.
Thought better of it, didn't he? He was waiting for that spotter to tell him clear. Didn't hear it, had to pull back down. Left him room.
Well, making these passes is difficult, so if Denny's able to make this pass on Kyle Busch, I think that'll show you that his car is pretty versatile. And that's one thing that Denny talked about in the pre-race show today, is being able to practice in that middle lane, because he caught traffic yesterday in the top lane, and he made himself run the middle and keep his run going to understand where his car was. But he's going to complete the pass this time.
It's what we expect out of Denny Hamlin. Long run Denny Hamlin. He is always good on the long runs, protecting the tires, managing these runs.
1.5, 1 up.
Seeing Larson backing up a little bit here. Bell's right back to his back bumper as Chastain's driving off from them. Maybe abused his tires too much in that wake.
Well, I think the beginning run of this race is just going to be difficult, because nobody really understands where their car is until the racetrack gets rubbered up. So you're going to be able to see where you're at the end of this run, because they've run so many laps. But the beginning of the run, hard to tell where your balance was with their green racetrack.
23 laps complete, all under green here in Kansas. Chastain, Larson, and Bell leading the field on Cinco de Mayo.
Get 2 or more favorites for just $6.99.
Give me that ooey gooey, crispy, crunchy, mouth-watering. Give me that chocolate chippy, dippy, drippy, Papa Wingin'. Pair of pizza with your favorite sides for $6.99 each. Papa John's.
What does fearless look like? Like trading paint with a champion? Find out for yourself. The NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series.
Saturday night, baseball night in America on Fox. Paul Goldschmidt leads the Cards against the Brewers, or Ellie De La Cruz and the Reds take on the Giants. 7 Eastern on Fox. Check the game in your area. 28 laps complete in Kansas, all green so far. Ooh. Maybe a little contact there.
These guys have been at it for a few laps. The whole break, I was watching these two just battle side by side. They're getting agitated with one another. Can't get the pass made.
Reddick and Bowman. Chase Elliott made a run at them 2 laps ago down on the bottom and aborted when the track just didn't seem wide enough for 3 of them in turn 1.
Well, at this point in the run, it's tough to make a pass on the bottom because of the lap time and the way that the cars drop off handling. Jamie?
Well, you guys were talking about Kyle Larson running second right now, and Cliff Daniels, his crew chief, just finally checked in with him and said, what do you need? Are you tight? You loose? He said, honestly, I don't know what I need right now. If anything, I'm just a little bit free. So it's not terrible. Handling pretty decent right now.
Larry Mack?
Yeah, he just came back and said, I've used my right rear tire up. But I would say we're going to start seeing 4 tire stops here within about the next 5 to 6 laps.
Now, NASCAR and Goodyear conferred but decided not to have a competition caution. They thought track conditions would be fine. We've seen about a 1 to 1.5 second fall off over the first 30 laps of this race.
Well, we see 2 cars already on pit road with Ryan Blaney and Todd Gilliland, and that's going to probably put some of these guys in a box to start that pit cycle. Somebody has to start that cycle.
Make that Ryan Preece.
Who did I say?
Ryan Blaney.
Oh my goodness.
Well, but those guys are doing it to try to save themselves a little bit of track time here. They were on the brink of going a lap down anyway. Let's try to short pit it and help this.
It must be the barbecue from last night.
Oh, wow.
Reddick is definitely not going to the front like we expected. Here's some more.
He's coming in.
Truex, Bowman, Reddick, Blaney, I believe, behind him.
Yes, and more.
Well, here we go, guys. Pit road. We've seen it every single week. These pit crews are right on the verge of disaster with these quick 8.5 second, 9-second pit stops. The drivers want to get everything that they can, so no mistakes.
Add Bubba Wallace to that group that's on pit road.
Comes your leaders.
Yep.
Look how much time he saved by being able to use that 1 car as a reference point. Drove in right to the back bumper of Chastain. That's a huge aid when you're pitting. Just trying to figure out where that reference point is where that line is down to the speed. Regan.
Well, Denny Hamlin, an 11 car hits pit road right now. Report to the team is that his car is good. It is stable. He likes it. And the 17 of Chris Buescher, he's pretty good, just too tight when he went to the top side. Jamie?
Well, we talked about Kyle Larson and what he needs. Just a little bit free, was driving it off the right rail. A little bit too much. The 1 as well. Air pressure adjustment, 4 tires for both.
Only 12 cars did not stop.
They're door to door, those leaders off of pit road there. It's going to see who wins down here in 1 and 2. Chastain stayed way low on the inside and was able to get there.
So we'll see how it sorts out after things cycle out.
Yeah, and sometimes right on the apron down there, the front of your car will get really tight, and there's a ridge that runs right through the middle of that apron. And sometimes if you hook that ridge right through the middle of the apron or low, it makes it better.
Here's leader Christopher Bell coming on to pit road, and that will leave just 4 cars on track that have not made this pit stop.
How much time he saved and made up on pit road.
Jamie.
Christopher Bell started this race on pole. It was the first time this year he started on pole, saying he feels pretty good, doesn't know what he really needs, likes the balance. It's neutral right now. It'll be 4 tires for the 20.
So Derek Kraus, Austin Hill, Daniel Hemrick, and Burton.
Yeah, and you see Kyle Larson. Kyle Larson is going to get by Ross Chastain right there. And this is when that loose car that used up the right rear tire the last run, they probably made some changes on it, and Kyle Larson has gone by Ross Chastain. And this is the time when you can make that middle and bottom lane work a little bit better than 20, 25 laps through the run where everything goes up the racetrack.
Corey Heim too fast exiting pit road in the number 43.
Here comes Chastain back to the bottom, guys. Is he going to be able to clear him? He's going to move up in front of him. He does. That was close, Kevin.
Well, both of these guys know that it is super important to keep control of this race, and that bottom of that racetrack right now is pretty good. We saw it on the start of the race, and we've seen it for the first couple laps firing off on these new tires. But you also have Riley Herbst in front of them, that they're getting ready to lap. Who wants to stay on the lead lap? So you're going to have to navigate that traffic well.
Now keep in mind, that's for second place. Right now is when the leader crosses the line, and that is Derek Kraus, who started last in this race, but has not made the pit stop in that number 16 as he makes his second start of the year. Once he pits, this battle right here will be for the lead, but Kraus right now is in front of this race at lap 38.
Yeah, Kraus is hoping for a miracle with a caution flag to come out.
Hail Mary at best, right?
Yeah.
It's happened before.
Yeah,
this last week.
We saw his teammate Daniel Hemrick capitalize on that a few weeks ago, but right now Ross Chastain has gone back by Kyle Larson, that's a power move in my opinion, Clint, because we expected that 5 car to drive off, and before we even knew it, he was driving back by the 5.
Yeah, very impressed with Ross Chastain, the 1 car. Here, as we say that, here comes Larson back to his inside.
So 29 cars on the lead lap. With Kraus pitting several 1 lap down. at least until he makes his stop.
Look at that.
There
Slide
we go
back up
again.
in front of him. Going to cross over. What a battle.
Oh, shuts him off.
And that's what you have to be aggressive right there and taking that position. We saw it with Larson moving up the racetrack. You see Ross Chastain take that position right back from Kyle Larson.
All right, we've got to go to commercial, but we're going to take you Fox side by side so you can continue to watch this battle. 40 laps complete in Kansas.
It's not about the cars, the speed, the action. It's not about the party or the long weekend. It's about them, the ones that gave everything. This Memorial Day weekend, we honor the fallen at America's Home for Racing, the 65th running of the Coca-Cola 600.
You know, when I take the bike out like this, all my stresses just melt away.
I hear that. This bad boy can fix anything.
Yep, tough day at work. Nice cruiser sort you right out.
When I'm riding, I'm not even thinking about my painful cavity.
Oh, you shouldn't ignore that.
And every time I get stressed about having to pay my bills, I just hop on the bike, man.
Oh, come on, man. You gotta pay your bills.
You don't have to worry about anything when you're protected by America's #1 motorcycle insurer.
Well, you definitely do. Those things aren't related, so...
Ah, oh, that is a vibrating pain.
Wendy's fries are always hot and crispy.
Friday!
So Toby says every day is now...
Friday. Tuesday.
Friday.
Wednesday.
Friday. Friday.
Get the fries other fries wish they could be. Wendy's hot and crispy fries. Guaranteed.
How you choose to power up is up to you. But if you want the horizon chasing, rubber burning, dream building, adrenaline pumping power to do, Ford is your starting line. Gas, hybrid, or all electric, the power is yours.
Spring into savings this moving season with Pods. Save up to 25% now on moving and storage and see why Pods has been trusted with over 6 million moves. But don't wait. Save up to 25% now. Visit pods.com today.
How about this battle for the lead with 44 laps complete? They have passed Derek Kraus, who is still on the racetrack, but now Chastain and Larson, this is for first place.
It has been a battle. Back and forth, slide up in front of them, cross back over, take position back.
Well, every time I think one or the other is better, then they catches back up to him. We saw Kyle Larson start to fall back, drove right back to him, thought he was going to go by. Ross fights back, keeps the lead, so this is a great battle.
But what you said right there, I love, Kevin. That's what you have to do. You have to back off. Don't stay right there in their wake. Get a run, time it, and pounce on them.
Now, for those of you looking for Major League Soccer, the Seattle Sounders versus the LA Galaxy, that match is starting now on FS2 or on the Fox Sports app. As we continue with NASCAR from Kansas here on FS1. Fifth place, Hamlin. And Bell, the pole sitter. Ryan Blaney closing in there.
But we see this battle for the lead has kind of calmed down right here, and you look in third place right there. You see Ty Gibbs. He and Chris Buescher pitted a couple laps before Christopher Bell leapfrogged him, and Christopher Bell went back to sixth, and Denny Hamlin just got around Christopher Bell, so he's in fifth.
Right, we talked about the tire fall off, almost a second and a half to the point in the race where they made pit stops. So Bell, by staying out those 2 extra laps, it cost him 2 spots. Here we go again.
Back door to door. Kyle's making that bottom work pretty good. He's going to be forced to run the bottom. See a slide job coming. He's going to slide up in front of him. One car's going to time it, fuel back up, beat him to the throttle, and back to the crossover.
Yeah, and you see him try to get that little bit of side draft. Kyle Larson chases him down the racetrack to try to slow him down, and now Ross is going to go right back up the racetrack in front of Kyle Larson, try to block his exit. He knew he was going to turn down the racetrack right there, but basically Larson drove up through the middle of 1 and 2 and carried that extra speed to almost do a slide job. Did a slide job.
No surprise, they're both on our Xfinity fastest lap board. 49 laps into the race. Well, last year we set a record for official lead changes at the start-finish line for a 1.5-mile track in a 400-mile race. I think this one's going to set a record for unofficial lead changes, those that happen anywhere on the racetrack and just between Larson and Chastain.
Yeah, these guys are trying to break the record by themselves.
Denny Hamlin passing another one there. You see Buescher and Hamlin in that back. He's coming. He's going to join this party. Denny Hamlin is coming.
Well, especially the way that these guys are racing for the lead. Their lap times, they're giving up 2-3 tenths a lap and letting Denny Hamlin get right back to him.
The fans came, they got wet, they waited. They finally filed into the grandstand. We got racing, and they're being treated to one heck of a show by two of the best in the business.
Well, the guy right behind them that's made up the most ground is Ty Gibbs, and if those cars stay side by side, he's going to continue to make ground. But you see Ross kind of give the position there to say, okay, I need to get up the racetrack and not be so hard on these tires.
Well, listen to this. They're running 32.07, 32.15 for the 5 and the 1. Behind them, Gibbs and Hamlin, 31.50, 31.32 for Hamlin. They're coming. Catching them in a big way as they're up there running door to door.
This battle for 12th place, and finally Derek Kraus comes to pit road at the end of his fuel run, 52 laps, and he will fall off the lead lap as a result, but got to lead for 6 laps here. 52 complete. 2 Chevys in front of 2 Toyotas and a Ford. Larson, Chastain, Gibbs, Hamlin, and Buescher, the top 5.
NASCAR fans, the time is now to turn your love of racing into free tickets, merchandise, VIP experiences, and much, much more. Rack up fan rewards points by watching races at home, playing fantasy, completing challenges, and visiting tracks. Then redeem your points for epic prizes. You are in the driver's seat. What are you waiting for? Sign up for the free NASCAR Fan Rewards loyalty program today at NASCAR.com/fan rewards.
Welcome back to Kansas. Upper left of your screen, Kyle Larson is the leader. Ross Chastain second. There's the second place battle. Upper right with Chastain, Hamlin, and Gibbs. Ryan Blaney and William Byron back at 14th. Lower right and lower left. That's Martin Truex with Noah Gragson and Austin Cindric. Now, if you're looking for the Major League Soccer match, that is now on FS2 or the Fox Sports app, as we continue from Kansas Speedway on FS1.
Well, on FS1, we're going to see Denny Hamlin and Kyle Larson go at it again. It's this 11 car has driven right to the front of the pack. We saw Kyle Larson take the lead back from Ross Chastain and has driven off to about a half second in front of, well, about 4 tenths in front of Denny Hamlin. But they're going to go at it here for the rest of the day.
Did you not listen to me in pre-race? Did you not listen to me this week? Did you not listen to me in our pre-production meeting this week? Clear back on Tuesday, Kevin. Well, you knew it was going to be between the 5 and the 11, and here it is again. The battle is on.
Here they go for the lead. Larry.
Yeah, Denny Hamlin, I'm seeing exactly what I saw in this 11 car a year ago when he won this race. He commented about 20 to 25 laps in the race how good his car was on the long run. That's exactly what they've got today, long run speed in that 11 car.
One year ago, these two battled to the end. They finished 1-2 in 6 races so far in their careers. And the final lead change in 3 races was Denny Hamlin passing Kyle Larson. Denny won all of those 6.
Wow.
By the way, Richard Petty, David Pearson, 63 1-2 finishes. Pearson won 33 of those. The King won 30.
Kyle, as Denny catches Kyle Larson, Kevin, will he be able to keep him behind him? I think that 5 and 1 wore their tires out running door to door.
Well, I just think Denny Hamlin's car is just so versatile right now. He can run that middle lane so well. And I think, like Larry said, I just don't think he has the fall off that the rest of these cars have. But Kyle Larson, you saw him move down a groove into the middle lane to try to break up Denny's momentum, put some air, take some air off the front of that nose, and Denny not be able to complete this pass right here. But Denny Hamlin is definitely the best car
move
right
all the
now.
way back down, taking that line away from him, just like you said.
Well, that's what you want right there. You want to be able to get right up beside them, up on the exit of the corners, so that they, can't.
I think that 5 and 1 hurt their tires. They were door to door, back and forth.
And Chastain right back in the picture. Hamlin has made up 4 seconds on Larson since the pit stop. Here's Jamie.
And Ross Chastain led 39 laps. Now he's settled back in 3rd. And Clint, I know you keep talking about the tires, and I think you're spot on. Ross Chastain at the start of this run said the rear grip started out less, the front was better, but it's all going away, sliding around. He's hanging tight, but it's certainly not getting any better as they run.
Well, that's a great pit report, Jamie, but do not ever say that Clinton is right again, please. We have a tough time for the rest of the day in the booth, but that's what we talked about at the beginning of this race. The racetrack was green. It didn't, it rained. They had to dry the racetrack. They picked all the rubber up off the racetrack. That first run was tough to get a read on your car because of that and the way that the tires were used at the beginning of the run with no rubber on the racetrack. And now these guys are getting a real read on their cars.
Almost got the pass down there. You see Kyle Larson move down on the entry at 3, take that line away from him. There's a lot of rubber down on the racetrack. As you see those cars go down the racetrack, you look at all the rubber all the way across the racetrack. Denny clear down to the bottom.
Now watch Larson. He's got the windup from the outside, and it looked for a minute like Hamlin might come up and try to block.
Yeah, and the tough part right here for Denny, if he doesn't complete this pass, it's very possible that he's going to lose 2nd position to Ross Chastain. So that's the challenge of not completing the pass when you run these lower lanes.
How about Chastain following that other Chevy on that outside? Didn't go with Denny and pushing by him. Don't think that's not real. There he goes again. That's about the 3rd, 4th lap in a row.
Well, in this lap, you see Denny Hamlin run the middle lane. He tried the very bottom the last lap. Side-by-side cars make that really difficult for Ross. You see Denny Kyle get loose right there.
Yeah, that big wiggle out of Kyle. It shows you his tires are wearing out, much like last year. Kyle wears that right rear out, much like this last run. He already said hard on the right rear. Here comes Denny Hamlin, which we know he's good at managing his tires. That's his strong suit, long runs, and away it goes to the lead, 11.
Denny Hamlin has now led 16 consecutive races, and that is his career longest streak of consecutive races led. 68 laps complete. Denny Hamlin's Toyota in front of the Chevrolets of Chastain and Larson.
What does it take to become a legend? Generations of victory?
One of the great masters of the sport.
Motor oil in your veins? Does it take irrational confidence? A little bit of last lap magic? What about fandom that runs in the family? A track where every mile becomes a memory? Or maybe it's simply knowing that new legacies are built one lap at a time.
7 laps to go in stage 1. Denny Hamlin has worked his way to the lead. Now 0.4 of a second up on Ross Chastain. Kyle Larson, Chris Buescher having a good run here, and Christopher Bell.
You said it. I like that name, Buescher. As soon as you said it, I was thinking it. Come from 22nd place, Chris Buescher holding steady in the top 5. Good run.
Regan?
Well, Mike, Denny Hamlin smooth sailing up front right now. Did just update the team, though, as he got out front. Told them that he is building just a little bit free right now. Said it was just like when it built free in practice. So good detail from Denny. And interesting from Chris Gabehart earlier today. He told me he thought these cooler temperatures would bring more cars into the mix, helping out some other cars' handlings. Well, evidently that doesn't matter right now. Denny looking great.
4th place battle here.
Yeah, I've noticed on the scoring monitor that Christopher Bell has been running some good laps. It seems like his car really turns on at the end of these runs. So it'll be interesting to see if they can get that going a little bit better earlier in the run. Chris Buescher, we talk so much about the Fords and everything that they've had going on, but this is the speed that we expect out of the 17 and the 6 car from RFK. See him get really loose right there, though. I think that's going to be the common trend with a lot of these cars.
Tyler Reddick has been up and against the wall several times today.
Slapped it pretty good there, Kevin.
Yeah, and we were talking during the commercial break. These cars haven't driven to the front like Denny Hamlin. We thought that Tyler Reddick and Bubba Wallace, with their past history here, would drive to the front of the racetrack, and they just have not had very good speed to start this race. That one car drove right back up to the back bumper of that 11, Clint.
Yeah, for whatever reason, just like the other ones are falling back. Well, Denny Hamlin, he told us that his car was falling off, starting to get loose, and the one drove right back to him.
Well,
one car was tight, right, in his run.
Hamlin has not had a stage win on a 1.5-mile track since stage 1 here last May, and he went on to win.
Takes me back to what you were telling us, Kevin. You said nobody knows what this track condition's going to do. It's going to do one or the other. It's going to get looser or tighter. The 11 heard him say he's loose. The 5, he was getting loose. The 1 car in that first run was saying his car was tight.
So have we solved the enigma?
We have not solved the enigma. Oh my God. You got me.
You just created a whole nother segment for your podcast. Well, enigma was the word of the week.
We have not solved the enigma.
I'm sorry.
I said it right in the beginning of the race. Play that.
You did. I'll give you credit. That was a
caught me off guard with that, Mike. Mike's getting a little bit crafty.
Cagey veteran over there. You got to be careful with him.
He's starting to get in the game here.
All right, 2 to go. You saw Elliott McDowell there battling for that last stage point. 10th place. 2 to go in stage 1. Last lap of stage 1. Thank you, Kevin.
Going to give him one more shot on the bottom. Not going to do it.
Well, the one thing that we have learned is Denny Hamlin is going to win the first stage here. The right rear tires are going to be an issue. We see all these cars sliding around.
Be some adjustments coming for sure.
Denny Hamlin picks up his 3rd stage win of the season. Saturday on Fox, the United Football League takes center stage. A.J. McCarron leads the St. Louis Battlehawks against the Birmingham Stallions at 4 Eastern, Saturday on Fox. We're at the end of stage 1 in Kansas, won by Denny Hamlin. Here's Jamie Little.
Well, Mike, Legacy Motor Club has a lot of new things going on this year, including their athletic and pit department. And John Hunter Nemechek's team in their first year together, they have been solid. Let's meet Team 42.
Brian Backus, front tire changer, former rodeo bronc rider, and proud father of Hazel May Lynn, and soon to be Marshall Wayne.
Chris Schumann, rear tire changer, husband, father, ex-amateur skateboarder.
Hollywood Holding, tire carrier from the 757, Norfolk, Virginia. I attended Hogwarts, Slytherin House, 2-time Quidditch Cup champion.
Matt Schlitter, Jackman, 2023 NASCAR Xfinity Series champion, former swimmer at University of Louisville. I want to give a shout out to my wife, Lisa, and my son, Mason.
Rick Rozier, Bueller, hometown Milford, Connecticut, alum of Winston-Salem State University. 2023 Indy Road Course winner, and most importantly, father to Bryson and Alex. Daddy loves you.
Hey, Rozier went to Winston-Salem State, and I understand we may race at their football stadium soon, which also happens to be Bowman Gray Speedway. Ben Bayshore is the crew chief for John Hunter, and Ryan Blanchard is the spotter. And there's the lowdown on Ben Bayshore.
Buddy, you said exactly what I was thinking. I want that Fueler on my side. If we're getting in a fight, did you see the arms on that guy?
Man, he had some pretty big biceps there.
Picking heavy stuff up.
Pit road will be open this time. 33 cars on the lead lap. Ryan Preece is the first of the 6 cars, 1 lap down. he'll get the free pass.
Well, here we go again, Clint. We no mistakes, no mistakes, no mistakes.
But please give me a fast stop.
Yes.
Get me out ahead of them.
Here they come. Let's go to pit road. Regan.
Denny Hamlin went into more detail on his loose condition. It was in particular from the late exit and exit of turn 4. Progressively got looser as he would go through the corner. In the 17 car, Chris Buescher in 5th place right now. Lost rear grip in and off of the corners as they ran tight and dirtier, though, Jamie.
Kyle Larson said, I don't know how much damage I did at the handling, just battling that hard. They said, hey, we've been conservative on air pressure. Let's jack it up a little bit. Air pressure adjustment, 4 tires. The one of Ross Chastain kind of on both sides of it, but overall needs grip and needed those fresh tires.
There it is. Levin got blocked in. You see him way back there. Lots of positions lost. Couldn't get out of the pit stop, guys.
Well, right there, you see why qualifying is so important. P1, Christopher Bell.
Look at that one.
Pit stall number 1.
Yep.
Denny Hamlin down 7.
Well, he had a good stop. Let's dial up. Let's see if he learned anything about the track. Hey, Ross Chastain, it's Boring the Boys up in the booth. You got us?
Hey, Clint. Thought you lost your radio earlier.
Well, I knew you'd be in a better mood now. The boys got you out first, but that's because of that good pit stop that you had there and the stall that you had. All right, before the race, you told Kevin you didn't know what to expect about this track. Now, what's it told you?
Honestly, I was pretty confused at the end of that run. We were racing so hard. It was I had checked in with Bill a couple times on the balance, but I kind of got lost on how it migrated. So I told him a lot of back and forth on balance, but that was some fun racing.
10-4 on the confused. It seems to be working. Stay the course.
John Hunter Nemechek too fast exiting pit road on that stop. There's how close it was for the race off pit road. Denny Hamlin, stage 1 winner. Welcome back to the Advent Health 400 from Kansas on FS1. Now, Denny Hamlin won the stage. He was the first car into pit road, but his pit stall is right behind Austin Hills, who was the last car on the lead lap to come to pit road.
Yeah, and you see the angle on this car just a little bit different than the outside line right there. So he's pointed a little to the left and a little bit deep in his box, and just these cars you have a tough time turning them sharp enough to get out of the pit box, so it cost him a bunch of spots.
So here's their discussion afterwards. You'll hear Chris Gabehart mostly.
Hey, ask Brett if running dead last on the lead lap is worth hitting dead last on the lead lap and leaving dead last on the lead lap in front of the leader. That's partially on me for going long. Yeah, I got it. We always got to be better, but it'd be nice to have a little courtesy.
Both of those conversations are correct. I think Austin Hill, probably Brett Griffin, should have told him. He was last, right? There wasn't a car in front of him. He could have pitted a little bit deeper, gave that leader some room, but hey, Denny could have backed his up a little bit as well. A little bit of give and take. Communication is key in a situation like that.
There's your Toyota Camry XSE that leads the field. Eric Kansas getting ready to restart with Christopher Bell on the outside of Ross Chastain. Now, several drivers, several teams are complaining about cording the right front tire.
Yeah, and that's typically the case, and that's probably why we see these cars sliding around, is those right side tires are wore out. But
I have to say this real quick before we go green. It just feels good. You know, Brett Griffin is so critical of everybody on his old podcast show. It feels good to be critical of him. I'm glad his name come up, and let's just put the blame on him, even if it wasn't there. Here we go, green.
He's the spotter for Austin Hill. We are back to green for stage 2.
He was my spotter for many years. Look at the inside. Big block out of Chastain.
Gibbs looking way up top as Bell and Chastain battle for the lead.
Well, we just talked about the end of that run in Christopher Bell's car and how good it was, and if they could make it any better at the beginning of this run. And you see him right here. Oh man, both of them have to check up.
And look who it's
got.
Whoa, 4 wide. Here we go.
5 wide. Whoa.
Yeah, what happens when those cars get side by side like that? It's almost like they're locked together, and the next thing you know, you're both just going up the racetrack and you're out of the throttle with the wheels turned. So
next thing you know, you're 6th and 7th.
Yeah.
Huge move. Busher, boy, that was tight. That was threading the needle there, wasn't it?
Well, that's what we're talking about. The Great Plains. The width of Kansas Speedway and the ability to run 5 wide.
Yeah, you saw Martin Truex want to come up the racetrack and clear, and looked like he might have been tight as well. So easy to get the front end taken off up the racetrack off of turn 4. Well, those are the types of things that mix up the front of these fields, and you have the 2 leading cars now 6th or 5th and 8th on the racetrack, and now those guys have a lot of work to do with Christopher Bell and Ross Chastain, and Kyle Larson just kind of drove through there. Chris Buescher got themselves better track position, so really changed the complexion of the race at the front of the field.
But when better to get all you can get than right off a restart? Let's have a look at our Pods big move. And it's going to be this 5 wide battle past the line.
You saw Ross Chastain go up the racetrack, and those cars get almost locked together, and now they're 5 wide going down the front straightaway. That's cool.
Want to see it again? I do.
It tells you how big it was. Ty Gibbs thought they were going to wreck. Did you hear how big he lifted up out of the gas?
Yeah,
trying to figure out if they were going to shoot up and be in the wall and right in his lap.
He had a head of steam that was so big that he had to let all the way out of the gas.
And he came out of it pretty well. He is 3rd now behind Larson and Buescher, about a second back, with Truex and Busch and Bell in his wake.
I am so impressed with Buescher. Obviously, that was a big move out of him, but coming all the way from 22nd place with that Ford Mustang, that's a good run for them so far. Yes, sir.
Well, these Fords have struggled. We expected the RFK cars to have better speed, and this is really the first time they've shown the speed that they should have had.
All right, before pit stops, here's Kyle Larson checked in.
Top lane, like against the wall, is just so slick. I'm not confident against the wall. I don't know if anybody is making any speed, you know, hacking air against it like normal, but I can't.
Is there any moisture up there, do you think?
It's a tough thing. I mean, it's darker up there, but it doesn't look like a wet darkness.
Well, that's pretty typical here, Mike, and especially off the exit of turn 2. You'll get that blackness right up against the racetrack, and the front tires will just not want to turn up there. Exactly what Kyle Larson is talking about, and very slick. So you just slide both ends of the car through there.
So far, the only car that we've noticed up and into the wall lightly was Tyler Reddick.
Yeah, and you can see on the exit of this corner right here, you'll see the racetrack and see how it's dark up there at the top of that racetrack. You have to almost come back down the racetrack in the late center part of the corner to straighten that exit out.
Maybe a good adjustment out of Kyle Busch here in this 8 car, moving up through the field. Good run so far, top 5. Car's getting better. Pole last week. This team is definitely inching in on success where they want to be, where that driver's capable of being.
Regan?
Well, Mike, you guys talking about the 8-car Kyle Busch, the adjustment that they made. He was extremely tight before the caution came out for the stage break there. They took a pretty big swing at it. They wanted to try and get ahead of it right now to free that car up. So far, working good for him.
Kyle Busch about 2.8 seconds off the lead, held by Kyle Larson. 1.5 seconds up on Chris Buescher, then Ty Gibbs. Chevy, Ford, Toyota, 1, 2, 3. Race Hub airs weeknights on FS1. Lots of interviews from the racetrack, more than we can get on the air during our telecast, and lots of insight and opinions from the experts. And this week's guests include Kevin Harvick, Haley Deegan, and John Hunter Nemechek. 6 p.m. Eastern on FS1 and the Fox Sports app. 103 laps complete. Kyle Larson out front, but watch this. You're riding with Kyle Busch, and he is in a swarm right here.
Oh, man, he never even thought about checking up out of the gas.
He may have thought about it. He didn't, though. Left his foot to the floor, and boy, did it pay dividends. All the way to second place. Boom. Thank you, boys.
Yeah, that was Chris Buescher as we were going through the middle of those cars.
That was awesome. What a move. What an opportunity, right?
Yeah, and you just have to take those opportunities like that to be able to get the track position that you need.
Well, look how bad it hurt Chastain. You saw him right there battling for Reddick. That's all the way back for the 10th position.
Denny Hamlin. Hamlin fell back on the pit stop, came in first, got kind of blocked in, and now he is fighting his way back. Hamlin up to 7th spot with that pass of Noah Gragson.
Sun's out, Kevin. This track's getting slicker, it's putting more rubber down. Who does that play in favor?
Well, I like Denny Hamlin, but you know, I think when Kyle Larson has this track position like he has, he doesn't have to be as hard on that right rear tire. We saw the radio chatter between he and Cliff about being able to have some room to make some adjustments on their cars. So this racetrack is going to continue to change. The rubber is going to continue to go down on the racetrack. We saw all these cars start to slide around at the end of that last run. So with the sun out, you know, that adds another element to this whole equation.
And the track temperature of the asphalt up 8 or 9 degrees since the start of this race, and now in full sunshine except for the front straightaway. Regan.
Well, Mike, William Byron running in 14th right now, just updated what his car is doing. Take a listen to what he told crew chief Rudy Fugle and what Rudy told him back.
I'm not really tight on the restart, but I'm tight in my pit. Okay, support. Sun's out for the first time.
Been an interesting day.
And here's Jamie. We had some teams with concerns about tire wear.
Well, we did, Mike, and Goodyear brought a different right side tire. So Cliff Daniels, crew chief for Kyle Larson, told me they have a little concern, some questions. So I checked out the tires. Here it is, the right front, some cording after that last run. I asked Jesse Saunders, his car chief, I said, do you have any concern? He said, well, where we're running, how hard we're pushing, there's Jesse right there. He said, we're not concerned. This is what we kind of expected this early in the race. And right now, Kyle's saying he needs to be a little freer, a little bit too tight up there as he leads the way.
Yeah, I'd say that was probably as long of a run that you'll see today. So I would say that wear will definitely get better as the rubber continues to go down on the racetrack. But they're definitely wearing the tires out for sure.
Buescher in second, 3 seconds off of Kyle Larson right now. And Larson's lap time's trending about 1/10 of a second quicker as he tries to build on that lead. 110 complete. We're at 30 laps into the 85 lap stage 2.
This is the make or break moment. The chance to carve your name into the history books. This is the NASCAR Xfinity Series.
A lot of families having fun at Kansas Speedway. Big car show out in the parking lot today. The Camaro Club of Kansas City came out in force. So did the British Car Club of Kansas City, at least until it rained. I don't know if those NEMGs and Triumphs would start after that. But Chris Buescher has knocked 9/10 of a second out of Kyle Larson's lead while we were in break. Down to 2.1.
It's a fantastic run for Chris Buescher. Just continues to impress. Needed a good run. This is a confidence booster for him and that team. Look at them. They're ready. They're on the ready. Green flags are coming. I see. Look up. Blaney's on pit road. Won't be long, guys. They're coming.
Green flag stops begin. Derek Kraus, Ryan Preece, Todd Gilliland have been on pit road.
This is going to start the cycle. Start to see the leaders peel off. Don't want to give up that track position. No mistakes. Green flag stop.
Chase Briscoe, Harrison Burton are in. Cars running a lap down. A couple of lead lap cars. And now it begins in earnest. We got about 8 of them all on pit road at once. Byron, McDowell in, waiting on the leaders.
Okay, here comes your second, third place car. Buescher, Gibbs. Man, Gibbs made up a ton of ground on Buescher coming on to pit road. Look at him door to door on the inside with him.
Yeah,
snuck around that inside, Kevin.
Actually hurt them both. Regan?
Well, the 17 of Chris Buescher having a very, very good day. Still too tight, though. They have not gotten his car freed up like he'd like yet. Jamie?
Ty Gibbs doing a great job running top 5 all race so far. Just a touch free, just like the last run. Small air pressure adjustment and 4 tires.
Nemechek overshot his pit, had to back up, and the leader's in. Cregan.
Well, Denny Hamlin in the 11 car, you see him there leaving pit road. He's happier with the car. They put the back of the race car in the track better for him. Not as loose this run, Jamie.
Kyle Larson comes in from the lead, says he's pretty good here. Could be a touch freer, so another air pressure adjustment for the second time today. Regan.
Kyle Busch's race car is turning much better this run. He likes it, told the team it's better through the middle, but it is not loose in yet.
2311 has stayed out. Reddick and Wallace up.
Trouble. Kyle Larson left front.
Oh, no. That'll cost him the lead, won't it?
Yeah, you saw the front tire changer going back and forth on that left front lug nut.
So Reddick, Wallace, and Daniel Hemrick are the cars that have not pitted in this cycle among those on the lead lap.
Well, just like we saw in the last pit stop cycle under caution.
You see this. Look at here, guys.
Denny Hamlin. Yeah, Denny Hamlin went to the back of the field by getting blocked in the pits. This time it's Kyle Larson going to get shuffled to 5th, 6th, 7th position there.
Yep, 17 is your leader, or is going to be your leader without a caution.
Now Reddick is the race leader. About 10 laps ago, he said he ran over something on the track, was worried about a tire going down. We said, come on in if you need to. He stayed out, and he's still out there.
Here, Tyler Reddick working that throttle. A lot of partial throttle through the center of this corner just to get that mid-corner speed up to where it needs to be as much as you can with the grip level that you have. So giving up a lot of time right now.
Yeah, he's about 1.3 seconds a lap slower than the cars that are on fresh tires right now.
Through to the 5. Just keep it operating.
Jamie.
Well, I'm watching crew chief Cliff Daniels for Kyle Larson, watching the pit stop back. His playing it back for him. Cliff is actually part of the pit stops. He comes off the box and catches the tires. So you see it right there, watching to see what happens, and then he will radio Kyle and give him a heads up.
Daniel Hemrick makes his stop, so that will leave just the 2311 cars, Reddick and Wallace out on track. And here's Bubba Wallace.
Yeah, you're just giving up so much time on the racetrack that, you know, you got to minimize the damage when you're giving up 1.5 seconds a lap.
So, Larry, what's the goal here for the 45?
Yeah, the only thing I can figure out Billy Scott's doing is we went back racing with 77 to go in the stage. So maybe he's just going to make sure he splits it right in half, which would be 38 laps a run, which would be going to 126, which is about 2 laps from now, Mike.
It's going to cost them a lot of time, though.
Look at the difference in the speed last time by.
That's kind of a Hail Mary move a little bit there, Kevin, and I don't know, pretty early for that. Here he comes.
Yeah, Corey Heim making his stop. He was 1 lap down. And here is the race leader.
Well, typically, you know, you take some chances in doing things like that, but typically it's a calculation that the engineers figure out over the course of the run. So we'll see how it works out. But here's your new leader coming by this time as he's going to go by Tyler Reddick. Chris Buescher has had a great day so far, taking the lead after Kyle Larson's mistake.
Well, trouble on pit road for sure. Couldn't get that left front tire on. Cost him the lead, that 5 car.
.35 laps to go in stage 2 at Kansas in the Advent Health 400. Chris Buescher leading Kyle Busch by 1.25 seconds. Busch quicker that lap by about 1/4 second.
Yeah, and his car is, like Clint said, come to life this run. They've done a good job in making adjustments on that car, and that's really something that Kyle Busch is very good at, and giving the information to his team, and they've done a great job in making the correct decisions to get what he needs out of that car.
So Chris Buescher had the fastest stop, 9.6 seconds, vaulting him from 2nd to 1st. Kyle Larson lost 6 seconds to Buescher. with having to retighten that lug nut.
Yeah.
And there's the pit road performance. You see the middle column, 9.6 for Buescher's crew, 15.4 for Larson's.
Well, right now, Kyle Larson's really showing the speed in his car. He just ran a 31.17. Leader was a 31.44. So he is definitely
ripping,
lit the fuse in that 5 car.
One driver having a strong day is Gragson Regan.
Mike, it's been a fantastic day for Noah Gragson yet again this week, just now moving up into the 8th spot past Christopher Bell. Talking to the team earlier today, they said it is amazing how his understanding of what he wants the car to do has really come full circle this year. He's back driving like he did and talking about his race cars like he did in the Xfinity years when he was so dominant at Junior Motorsports. They said his confidence and his personality throughout the shop right now is infectious. The guys love it when he comes around, and you can tell by the performance on the racetrack.
You know what I heard most in that interview in pre-race when you interviewed Gragson and Drew Blickensderfer? They're happy.
Yeah,
having fun.
They're having fun, and that's really hard to do with everything that goes into the weekly grind of everything that's going on. But when you are having fun and you're performing well, it sure does make things a lot easier.
There's really only one way to have fun.
Perform well.
You better be running well.
Well, there is no further threat of rain, but we are halfway. We have an official race here in Kansas today with 31 to go in stage 2. Just passing the halfway point of 267 laps.
We see Kyle Larson go up the racetrack, a nice straight entry in the entry to the corner, up the racetrack in the middle of the corner, straighten that exit back out, just give himself a little bit of air on that left front corner. You see him all the way below the seam there.
Back at 14th, Michael McDowell, who had a top 10 qualifying run. Tyler Reddick.
Yeah, and Clint, as you look at Tyler Reddick, I mean, that's about where he was running before, 13th, 14th, 15th.
Didn't cost him as much as I thought.
Yeah, me neither. But, the one thing that will allow him to do, having a little bit fresher tire than the other guys, maybe make it a little bit easier on him in traffic as we get deep into this run. Make the passes a little bit easier.
And the sun breaks through again out on the back stretch. Not a big factor just yet, but keep an eye on that.
Definitely not the conditions that these guys thought they were going to be racing in. Let's see, what time is it? It's I mean, they really thought this race would be over by now, and here we are, almost to the end, 28 laps from the end of stage 2. So
right along with Advent Health, boy, after barbecue, we had Mexican today for Cinco de Mayo. I might be heading to Advent Health. It's been a rough day. Rain, sitting around bored, nothing to do, waiting for this race. It's hard on a man.
Well, we see Kyle Larson.
Well,
I didn't have any reaction to that one.
No. You were there.
I was looking for a nap about an hour ago, but that was about it. Kyle Larson.
Looking to the inside for second place. It's heating up. Not going to keep this car behind much.
Well, you say that, Clint. As we've got to the end of these runs, we've seen Kyle's car. He's had to work his car pretty hard this run because they had to make their way back through traffic. So it's going to be interesting to see how long Kyle can hang on to that car with the handling.
Larry, take me back to the problem they had with that left front wheel. Does that concern you at all for this next stop and stops ahead for the 5 car? Or is that just kind of a fundamental thing, a hiccup with that guy?
Clint, anytime you have a lug nut issue, it concerns you until you have the next pit stop to make sure that lug comes off and goes back on. Just watching that battle right there with Kyle Busch, that 8 car. He said he is struggling in 1 and 2, and he's forever getting back to the throttle right now on the exit of 2.
Woo, so close with your leader. Buescher and Briscoe, as he was lapping Briscoe, tight quarters off of 2. These guys are going to be racing them hard, trying to stay on these lead laps, trying to stay from going 2 laps down.
So Chase Briscoe was a lead lap car. He's now 1 lap down in 31st. The last car on the lead lap is Daniel Suarez in 30th. Busch is eating into Buescher's lead. He took away, 0.3 of a second that last lap.
That Larson behind him is pushing him hard. These guys are coming. And they're giving him fit, the leader, Buescher, that is. You know, as I just said, as he catches those lap cars, they're racing for position hard, trying to stay on that lead lap. Again, if you're 1 lap down, you go 2 laps down, that's hard to come back from.
Well,
you're going to need a favor from
That's
there.
also an opportunity too, right? When you get these cars moving around the racetrack, you have to figure out how to get around these lap cars. And when the 8 car has to start making decisions of Kyle Busch, it's going to be an opportunity for Kyle Larson to get by.
7 leaders today so far, 15 lead changes. Chris Buescher's Ford out front of Kyle Busch's Chevrolet by 1.1 seconds. .147 laps complete in the Advent Health 400. Kyle Busch, Kyle Larson right there.
Yeah, and that 14 car is actually already a lap down, and Kyle Larson trying to slide up in front of him, and he definitely didn't cut him any slack. Stayed right in the lane, and Kyle Larson lifted.
I don't know that was the best move for the 14. I mean, obviously the leader's Buescher. You're not even racing a 5 car there. Cost him a position, put him in a pretty vulnerable spot there off of 2. Look how much they've caught Buescher, though. You saw him right there on the horizon.
Well, we always talk about lap cars and how much more difficult it is for the leader than it is for the second place car. But you know, in this particular race, the fast line is up around the wall, so you got to go around those lap cars if they're running that line. But we see Kyle Larson back on the inside of Kyle Busch. I think Kyle Busch is like, I'm not even going to fight this one. Well, here we go, Mike. Now we're going to see how good Kyle Larson's car is compared to Chris Buescher's, and if they've made it better at the end of this run. This is kind of the part of the run that he kind of struggled with earlier.
Let me show you why they caught Buescher. Buescher tried to shoot the bottom much like Larson did. You know these lappers are tough. Shot up, wasn't clear of Suarez. Suarez got in trouble on the outside, checked up, which made him check up even more. That was a huge move. Cost a lot of time.
Same situation that we saw with Ross Chastain earlier. When those cars get close like that, it pushes that outside car up, and it almost just drags them up the racetrack, and it locks them together when they get to a certain point.
So here's Chastain back at 10th place with Chase Elliott. Now Suarez was the last car on the lead lap. He was trying to fight to stay there.
You expect that out of a car battling for the lead lap.
9th place side by side.
And that's for the leader, right? Going back to Briscoe and the 5 car, that wasn't for any kind of position there. Probably should have let that one go.
Does it have anything to do with the fact that Briscoe was in a Ford and those 2 cars that he was battling were Chevrolet?
I think it has to do with he's frustrated where he's running.
Well, hold on. And I think he's also the lucky dog at that point. So maybe a little bit there, but you never know.
Yep. So right now, Suarez in the free pass position, and Preece the last car on the lead lap, as we have a look at William Byron in 13th ahead of Brad Keselowski, and 4th place side by side.
Well, here's another guy that had trouble on pit road, Denny Hamlin. We saw him get stuck in his pit box, lose a bunch of positions, having to work his way back through the field. But this is when that car started to shine at the beginning of the race. Late in these runs, we've seen the speed out of Denny Hamlin, and here he is taking over 4th place.
And Tyler Reddick, who pitted 7 laps later than the leader. How's that working out for him, Larry?
Mike, I think it's going to be a net gain because right now he's 11th, running 31.88. Most of the cars in front of him are running in the 32 teens, 20s, and 30s. I think with 11 laps to go, he's probably going to get to at least to 8th. So this will be a net gain, pitting 7 laps later than a lot of the other leaders.
Yeah, I agree, Larry. When he pitted, he was 17 seconds back of those cars he was racing with, and now here he is. He's made up half of that time.
Yeah, and we were questioning that strategy because he was giving up so much lap time compared to the leaders. But what it has done is, like we talked earlier, it's allowed him to be more versatile through traffic right here. He kind of came out maybe 1 spot, maybe 2 spots worse than he was running before he pitted out and stayed out a little bit longer. But now his car having fresher tires has allowed him to be more versatile through the traffic.
mowing them down for sure. There's another one passing Chastain. You can see Gragson right in front of him. It's going to get him as well. Here he comes.
So Reddick in 9th, Chastain right with him. 33. Austin Hill is a lap car. 8th, 9th, and 10th under a blanket here.
Yeah, and you see just the complexion of that it creates when you catch that lap car in the wrong spot like that, and those cars are side by side. You just got to make some split-second decisions as to what you think is right and wrong as to where to put your car.
I like what you said, though, Mike. I think further on in this race, as it progresses, we're going to see teams looking over their shoulder and looking at what Reddick did there later and splitting that stage up more in half, maybe putting that in play.
And that goes right back to the engineers and the crew chief figuring that time, right? So what's the lap time? What's the best strategy right here? Because it all comes down to time, as you see Ross Chastain going back by the 45 as he had to check up and as he got tight.
Chastain coming right back there as we look at 3rd place. Kyle Busch, Denny Hamlin.
Slowly but surely, inching away on it. 8 to go. Jamie, what do you got?
Ross Chastain hasn't made up a whole lot of ground since the last pit stop, but he did say, I have better turn. It's not nearly as free as it was last run. Remember, he started out extremely tight. They adjusted on it, went too free, and now he's pretty happy with it as we run.
Chastain restarted as the leader, is now 9th. Christopher Bell, who restarted 12th right now, restarted 2nd. And 7 to go in the stage. Everybody fighting for stage points.
Yeah, and that's what you saw in that in-car camera with Kyle Busch and Denny Hamlin. He doesn't want to give up that point.
Derek Kraus just ahead of our race leader. Talked about that bucking horse on the hood of Kraus's car. That I learned on social media last night is Steamboat, a very famous bucking horse and pretty much the state emblem of Wyoming.
For sure. You roll into Wyoming, you're going to see that logo, that image all over the place. Cool state. Not near as cool as Kansas, though. I mean, we're in Kansas.
We are in Kansas.
Yeah.
Dorothy, did you know that Toto was not the original choice of name for that dog in The Wizard of Oz? Or was he supposed to be a terrier?
Huh.
I learned this from our catering guys.
Is his name supposed to be Clint?
No, Otto. And he was supposed to be a dachshund. But World War II was brewing, and sentiment there, worries about Germany. They made him a terrier and called him Toto. And the rest is history.
Learn something every week, Clint.
Useless information. All right, 5 to go. Christopher Bell trying to fight back here. He was 2nd at the restart, currently in 12th, battling Chase Elliott.
Here we go, Denny Hamlin.
Yeah,
again on the inside of Kyle Busch there, and he makes it happen this time.
This has been a fit over here. Chastain, boy, they all say he's hard to pass. Reddick is living it right now, boy.
Yeah, Reddick was already by him one time and had to check up right there, and Ross got back by, and now it seems like Tyler Reddick just can't get back around Ross. And that's what we talk about, you know, the tire advantage and when does it shut off. It obviously seems like it's become much more difficult these last couple laps for Reddick to make up the ground than it was even 5, 6, 7 laps ago. So these tires, they get to a point, they're done, the car starts to slide around, right rear starts to slide, right front, whatever end you're struggling with, they just finally stop doing what they're supposed to do. This guy right here, he hasn't stopped doing what he's supposed to do. Chris Buescher took control of this race, made a gutsy move on the restart when Ross Chastain and Christopher Bell got tangled up there.
Denny Hamlin is flying. That 3rd place car, you're going to see him back, still digging out of this hole, but your leader Buescher 32.38, Larson 32.51 behind him, Denny Hamlin 32.08, flying out there.
Well, the hard part for these teams is, you know, we had the conditions, the race starting later, and now it's going to start getting dark. It's going to start getting darker, cooler. You can see the lights starting to show up on the screen. So Chris Buescher's done a great job in this stage. Last lap, coming down the back straightaway.
Best news for Hamlin is he will not have to worry about Austin Hill in the pit stall in front of him. Hill is now 1 lap down. Hey, for the last stage point, here comes Chase Elliott and Christopher Bell trying to get into that battle as Chris Buescher crosses the line with the stage win. Let's see who gets the last stage point right here. Be one of these two.
It'll be a drag race. I think it goes to Gragson.
Chris Buescher gets his first stage win of 2024, becoming the 13th driver to win a stage this season.
Denny Hamlin had a pretty masterful performance. Defensive driving, pit crew executed, driver executed. What'd you think?
Well, it sounds like he did his job, right?
Well, that's what he's paid to do, you know.
Yeah, that's what he's paid to do. But when you go and you look at the race and you look at the scenario, the pit crew gave him the lead again.
Yes.
They did their job on pit road. They put him in a position to win. Okay? And then they come back in for the last time, and Kyle Larson beats him off pit road. And what did he do? He passed him.
Oh my God! Don't use that word.
Careful.
Easy, guys.
Denny Hamlin passed Kyle Larson. It's an amazing thing.
I love the eye
He
direction.
did pass Kyle Larson for the lead. Kyle Larson was in front. Denny Hamlin beat him on a restart and passed him. It's amazing.
Funny how that works.
Oh gosh, let me wipe the sarcasm off just a little bit.
Oh, Mike, you know I'm a little bit sarcastic. So we have a lot of fun on the podcast. It gives us a place to cover everything that you don't have enough time to really get in depth with during the races. So it's fun to be able to have that platform.
So catch it Tuesdays and Thursdays. 2 new episodes every week. Happy Hour presented by NASCAR on Fox. And there they are, right together again.
Well, you can't keep them apart. Nope. I mean, the rivalry is there for a good reason. Those cars are the best cars, obviously. I'm so intrigued by what we see out of Buescher, you know, your leader winning that stage. That's a huge stage win. First stage win of the season for the 17 car. Huge shot in the arm. They're going to have to go through him, but these two cars, you know, they're fixing mistakes. They both had mistakes on pit road is the reason they're there. But I think by the time this race is over, it's still going to be those same two guys battling for them.
And I don't think it's the last time that you're going to talk about pit road mistakes. You know, it's like we've covered from the beginning of this race today. I mean, these guys on pit road are right on the ragged edge of a disaster every time they come down pit road with these quick pit stops, and could be something as little as getting into your stall just a little bit crooked or a little deep.
I'm a little bit concerned of this car right here. The reason why, what happened there? He backed that lug nut off and then you put it back on. Something was not meshed up and right on that left front. Have to pay attention and make sure that problem's not reoccurring.
Well, the pleasant surprise right now is Chris Buescher, who is our Stage 2 winner. He has been the fastest Ford pretty much all day. And Buescher will lead them onto pit road ahead of Larson, Hamlin, Busch, and Truex. Regan.
Well, Denny Hamlin reminded as they come down pit road to make sure he stops right on their sign. He will have that opening out as he gets ready to leave. Got looser earlier this run than any other run of the race, so they'll make an adjustment for that. In the 17 of Chris Buescher, he built a little bit too free after the green flag stops. They are already thinking ahead if they have another green flag stop. Jamie?
Adjustments all day long on pit road to keep up with the changing track. The 54, Ty Gibbs, tight center off. They're going to make another air pressure adjustment to free him up a bit. The 5, we're keeping an eye on him. Remember, the last stop was not good. This stop was good. 4 tires, air pressure.
Look at this, guys. The 5 beat him out, but the 11 had trouble again. Ryan Preece, the 41, was coming in, blocked him, couldn't find his stall, stalled the 11 out, and gets held up again, guys.
And my goodness.
All right, so Hamlin coming out. Now, Preece's stall is further down. He's trying not to be in the way, and that's hard to do.
Yeah, and my eyes are not that great, but it looks like there's a tear-off stuck on the top of Chris Buescher's car as well. We'll look at that during the commercial.
Chris Buescher, Stage 2 winner for Ford.
Eventful day out at Kansas Speedway, Shannon and Jamie. A lot of us have been watching the Larson and Hamlin battle, but you've been tracking the progress of another driver. Who is it?
Yeah, William Byron. He had to start in the back, and we felt like he maybe had one of the best cars in practice. And you look, Shannon, starts back in 36, drives up to about 14th early on, and it levels out there a little bit of a dip through some of the pit cycles. But I was watching his times at the end of that run. I think if he can get some track position, he has a car that can compete with those two. And I would just say the first 80 laps of this race, actually up to this point, it's been about as good of racing as you're going to see.
Eventful on the racetrack, eventful on pit road as well, Mike, as we send it back to you for the start of stage 3.
Thanks, Shannon. Well, double trouble for Chris Buescher. There is that windshield tear-off, and look here where the tire changer and tire carrier are over the wall too soon. That will send Buescher to the tail end of the line.
Well,
also Daniel Hemrick too fast exiting pit road.
Well, we hate to talk about this. You see that tear-off get stuck on the top of the car. They might as well come back in and hope that blows off or just come fix it. But these guys are such on the ragged edge. Let's listen to some audio.
Sir, I'm on a penalty on us here for over the wall too soon. We're looking at the video just to see if we can argue something here. Just argue.
Now, what happened on the windshield tear-off, the fellow that went over the wall to grab it, he got the tear-off, but a second one came off with it and ended up on the roof.
Yeah, and that happened to me a few years ago here. We were dominating the race, and a tear-off got on the splitter and absolutely destroyed the handling of our car. So that tear-off, you would think it would blow off up there, right?
It seemed like it tore in half, and half of it went up in the air.
Whoa. Why isn't he coming back to pit road to get rid of that? He's got to start at the tail end anyway.
Well, I think it's going to blow off. These cars go real fast.
Hopes.
I don't think there's not. No, there will be an issue if that thing doesn't come off. Yeah. But I do think it'll blow off.
Or if it ends up on the front spoiler of somebody's car and blocks the radiator opening.
Yeah, I like I say, I had that on my splitter one year.
All right, so both stage winners had issues on pit road. Denny Hamlin blocked by Austin Hill, which was not Hill's fault necessarily. Kyle Larson then had a lug nut issue. And now Chris Buescher, his team over the wall too soon. The free pass is Chase Briscoe, so we will restart with 30 cars on the lead lap.
Guys, I don't understand them not coming and getting that tear off that roof. That could actually affect the aerodynamics. You had nothing to lose by coming down there and getting it off that roof.
Well, you're exactly right, Larry.
And it's still on there. You can see it.
It's not like we didn't cover it for them and give them some great pictures of it. So hopefully it blows off.
Well, clearly they were planning on it blowing off.
All right, stage 3. Pace car is in. 2 Chevys on point. Larson and Busch ahead of 2 Toyotas, Gibbs and Truex. Green flag.
Haven't heard that name much today. Truex Jr., look at him. Pushing that 5 on the inside. I'm here to report that the tear-off blew off as soon as we took off.
Wow, 4 wide. Whoa. And contact.
Lots of tire smoke.
Austin Cindric threads the needle. Oh, that's tight right there with that black car right in the middle.
4 wide in the front straightaway. Here comes Logano on that outside.
Well, all these guys know that this is the time you make up the most positions, and you got to go.
Man, these restarts are really ratcheting up right here. Just keep getting more and more aggressive, more confident in their race cars, more desperate for some of them.
Reddick comes up into 5th after a 3-wide battle with Chastain and Bowman. And behind that, here's Byron and Elliott battling for 9th.
We really thought that William Byron would drive all the way through the field. His car looked so strong yesterday.
Trouble turn 2. And down goes Jimmy Johnson. 2 cars still up at the wall in a 3-car pile up in the middle of 1 and 2.
Austin Hill with damage, and it's Corey LaJoie on that outside up against the wall.
And that will be the first caution of the day other than the stage breaks, and makes a short day for the 7-time champion.
Looks like he's getting out. His day will be done.
I believe I saw 3 cars involved, and Austin Hill may have been the third of those. You're riding with Johnson.
Looking outside, looking outside.
From I don't think he got clipped, right? I don't know why, but
really
something
hard to
nailed
tell.
him.
That car just immediately turned around.
All right, LaJoie has made his way back to pit road as we're under caution at lap 176.
What does it take to become a legend? Generations of victory?
One of the great masters of the sport.
Motor oil in your veins? Does it take irrational confidence? A little bit of last lap magic? What about fandom that runs in the family? A track where every mile becomes a memory? Or maybe it's simply knowing that new legacies are built one lap at a time.
Kyle Larson leading under caution here in Kansas. 178 laps complete. Time for today's Credit One Bank ones to watch. So Clint, who not named Larson, do you have an eye on?
It's 45 car. Tyler Reddick's won 3 times here in that 45. Anybody's in it, right? All 3 drivers won in a 45, but I think fell back a little bit. Track conditions are changing. My man's moving to the front, Kevin.
Well, I like the 8 car, Kyle Busch. He's done a great job today adjusting on his car and doing what he has to do to consistently stay up front. Right now, it seems like you just don't need to make any mistakes.
Well, I was watching Chris Buescher until the pit crew miscue, but I got an eye on Ty Gibbs. It's not a question of if, it's a question of when. Hey, maybe today. And that's your Credit One Bank ones to watch with 89 laps to go. Now, Jimmie Johnson lifted for something ahead of him. Corey LaJoie ran in the back of Johnson, and then Austin Hill was also involved in bringing out this caution. So you're riding with LaJoie.
See the tire smoke up there on the outside? I think it was tire. I don't know. It's hard to tell.
Well,
you're looking in the background of a deal.
You definitely
surely
see the
check for
smoke.
something, right?
Yeah, you definitely see the smoke up there, and I think Jimmy saw that smoke, and you know, the 7 car of Corey LaJoie was right on his bumper, spun him out. Oh,
Yeah, I think that was Bubba Wallace. That teal car ahead. Somebody got in his right rear, saw that smoke, made an adjustment, checked up, and got run over.
Yeah, and typically your eyes aren't that good, but you definitely caught that one. Good job.
This is shaping up, boys. I like what you've said about Kyle Busch. This car is back. They're running well. They ran well. They were on the pole last week. This could be.
Now,
exactly
LaJoie is able to continue, but what happened in there left him questioning.
You all right? Yeah. Was there a reason he just stopped? I don't know.
Yeah, there was. There definitely was. Trouble ahead. And we saw the smoke finally, you know, in that last view there. You could see it in his in-car. That's a bird's eye view. That's what he saw. He saw that smoke and checked up, made an adjustment.
John Nemechek will get the free pass under this, the 3rd caution flag of the day, for Jimmie Johnson, Corey LaJoie, and Austin Hill.
My people! Oh my gosh, it feels good to be home. Oh my, it is Cinco de Mayo, huh? All right. First one, who wants it? I love you guys. That is a tailgate king. It's Kansas, man. Always so much fun. I'm telling you, the infield of these NASCAR races, if you haven't been, if you haven't camping, I've camped since I was a little boy in a motorhome. The experience at a NASCAR race that these people have, there's a reason they come back time and time again. Race after race, I meet people that have been coming for years, Kevin, generations, coming with their dad, coming with their grandpa. NASCAR has the best camping in any form of sport. I could tell you, people at a NASCAR track have more fun than ever.
Is that Jimmy's car going through the campground?
See, where else can you go and see it, like a 7-time champion?
I suppose. All right,
on a parade.
On the choose, Kyle Larson on the inside, Kyle Busch on the outside. John Hunter Nemechek was the free pass. He was also speeding on pit road, so he does not get to choose.
You know, one that we didn't get the free pass and speed.
One that we, yeah, that's really bad. One that we did not talk about and ones to watch is this Truex. We know that he's dangerous. We know he's a champion.
That's right.
And he's a quiet threat to this race.
Well,
keep an eye on Martin Truex Jr.
You can't be quiet right here. You're going to have to be aggressive. And these restarts are going to continue to get more and more aggressive. We've talked about them all day, but as we get closer to the end of this race, they're going to get aggressive, more aggressive up front. So he's going to have to be aggressive on this restart because you're going to have to do what you have to do. 2 wide, 3 wide push.
Byron finally cracking a top 10. You heard Jamie McMurray talk about him all the way from the back. He did stall out. I was reluctant to kind of sell that because he was stalled out in that 15th place land, somewhere around in there. Finally gets that car in some better air like he spoke of in that top 10. That thing might come alive.
All right, how about a happy 90th birthday to two-time modified national champion Carl Bugsy Stevens. That comes up May 11th. And in honor of his big day up there in Rehoboth, Mass, we'll crank it up on the restart.
In the wall. They're wrecking on the back straightaway.
Trouble back straightaway. Bubba Wallace gets turned around by a car bouncing off the wall as they were 4 wide coming off turn number 2.
I think it was that car right there, Austin Cindric. You said it was a car on that outside wall, clipped Bubba as he went by, spun him around backwards.
Michael McDowell involved.
They were back there at 3, maybe 4 wide with Cindric on that outside. Probably got aero tight behind the cars in front of him. Got in the wall.
Well, they were 4 wide with Logano on the bottom, then Christopher Bell, then a third car, Cindric, and then another one. AMR safety crew. Looks like Denny Hamlin may have made contact with Austin Cindric to start this one.
You see Denny Hamlin in trouble, lifted out of the gas, moves them all up the racetrack from an adjustment.
Oh, Logano comes up, Bell comes up, and the 11 gets into the 2.
Then when he spins back down the track, he clips Bubba in the right rear, turns him around.
And everybody scatters.
Fly off that thing.
Yeah, and that is not what Bubba Wallace needed. They've had a rough few weeks. Finishing races is so important. You see just wrong place, wrong time, but you get in the middle of the pack like that, things are going to happen. See Cindric come back down and clip that right rear of Bubba Wallace.
You see the right rear wheel flopping around. That toe link broke.
Boy, then hard into McDowell. Austin Dillon had a ringside seat. So did Harrison Burton. And Nemechek takes evasive action way down to the track apron. Hemrick makes it through.
And it was that way on the last restart. Just everybody going for it, pushing a little bit harder, grip levels up, confidence is up. 3, 4 wide doesn't work for long. A pinball, wasn't he?
Yeah, and that could have been Denny Hamlin. It could have very easily been Denny Hamlin. You know, you make those mistakes, or you're not running good and you get in the middle of the pack, and things like this just happen in a split second.
Now Wallace and McDowell are able to continue after that, while Austin Cindric will climb out of his number 2.
I'm in a tough spot, Chris, because if I run that distance around the outside, I'm so tight I can't get the throttle down and I get past. But if I run low, I'm tight, so I'm going to have terrible runs off. So I'm just in a bad spot.
Yeah, and the further you get back in the pack, and in the middle of the pack, especially when you don't have options to put the nose of your car where you want it to be. Denny Hamlin was right behind the guy in front of him in the center lane because he couldn't go anywhere to the outside or the inside because of where he was at on the racetrack. So when that happens, you don't have an option of making your car do what you want it to do. So those restarts are tough. Track position is tough, but this track position happened because of
mistake on pit road. But exactly what he spoke of right there, being tight, is what prompted that. That's what started that whole chain reaction of the wreck, really.
Let's check with Regan.
Well, Mike, Jimmy Johnson's been checked and released from the infield car center. Jimmy, we saw the contact going into turn 1. What happened from your perspective in the driver's seat?
Yeah, just hard racing on these restarts. Certainly disappointed to get hit from behind, spun out, and turn around, but I'm confident it wasn't on purpose. Just kind of one of those racing things. So unfortunate, but we'll dust ourselves off and take the Advent Health Toyota home, and get ready to do it again in May. But just trying to set myself up for the corner, and obviously I got a little help from behind, and just kind of hanging on from there.
All right, thank you, Jimmy.
Corey LaJoie got into the back of Johnson, and then Austin Hill was involved. And Jimmy watching the 7 go by and giving him the long stare.
Well, that shows you how frustrating it can be.
Daniel Suarez gets the free pass. Cautions breed cautions. I think that's what Clint was drawing there. We're going to take you Fox side by side.
And they're all coming?
Those who are still with us, yes. What's this?
Your wings.
Light them up.
Gentlemen, it's a beautiful day to fly.
And Doug.
Limu, someone needs to customize and save hundreds on car insurance with Liberty Mutual. Let's fly.
Chief. Doug.
Oh, wow. I thought you were right behind me.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Since you with me now, then biggie bounce. I know you dig the way I switch my style. Holla, holla. People sing around, now people gather round, now people jump around. Get your freak on, get your freak on, get your freak on.
What does it take to become a legend? Generations of victory?
One of the great masters of the sport.
Motor oil in your veins? Does it take irrational confidence? A little bit of last lap magic? What about fandom that runs in the family? A track where every mile becomes a memory? Or maybe it's simply knowing that new legacies are built one lap at a time.
United Football League on Fox.
Welcome back to Kansas. 78 laps to go.
One thing to note, look at Kyle Busch leading this race. He was able to beat him to that timing line when the caution came out, put him in the lead, and the option to go to the bottom, Kevin, chose the bottom.
Well, it really is kind of a crapshoot at this point as to which lane is the right lane you go with. You know, what you think you have for the best handling of your car, the best pusher. There's a lot of things that'll go into this, and then they'll go with just you know, what the best choice is that the pit crew or the crew chief tells them from the top of the pit box because of what's happened during the day, or what the analytics tell them is the best lane of choice. So depends on what their process is of choosing.
Here is the stat for Clint's cautions breed cautions draw there. Now, Kyle Busch on a 32 race winless streak has won a race in 19 straight seasons, going for 20 as we get the restart with 77 to go.
Well, he got a good restart right there. Immediately got clear of that 5 car on the outside.
How about Byron? Looking to the inside of Gragson, 3 wide on the inside. Here he comes.
Remember, no out of bounds. That white line is just there for reference to separate the banking from the apron. Chastain creeping up the outside. Nope.
Hold on to it, Byron. Still 3 wide. Byron slipped up a little bit into Gragson. Not into him, but he moved him up the racetrack. Saw pipes, the flames coming out of Gregson's pipes. He had to lift.
And Hocevar is a player for the first time today. And
here
here comes
momentum
Truex
on the outside. Here comes Truex.
Turn 2.
Harrison Burton around backwards. That was clear at the back.
Not sure if that was the result of contact.
All 4 tires are down on that car. Logano was in trouble off of 2 as well.
Burton was 31st.
Slid up the racetrack, but it was well ahead of them. These boys are getting it on.
Burton would have been the free pass car, so there will not be one.
He's going to be stuck with all 4 of those tires down.
All right, way on the right side of your screen, Harrison Burton.
He seemed loose.
Whoops.
This comes around on him. Like he was in the way Caprice, it looked like, and just got loose. A lot of dirty air back there, Kevin.
Yeah, and they've had a tough day. They've run back there most of the day and just got out from underneath Harrison right there. And like you say, he's going to have trouble moving because all four tires are flat on the car, so it'll be sitting on the rub blocks and won't move.
Now, we did a little investigating after last week in the situation with Todd Gilliland, and NASCAR confirmed there are tow straps built in to the bumper cover, front and rear on all of these cars. They may be covered by helicopter tape and not visible, but they are accessible in case a car needs to be towed. But this one with 4 tires down, they need to pick it up, take it back to the garage.
Yeah, and I'd be terrible at making those decisions because I would just do this. I would just hook it up every time and just not even worry about dragging the back of the diffuser off because it took way too long last week. But this week they just hook it right up and going to drag it back.
So in the last 25 laps, well, 3 caution flags, and we're building on cautions. Caution breed cautions. Darrell Waltrip started that with us many years ago with NASCAR on Fox as we get toward the end of a race, and here we are in this situation again. Why is it so prevalent? Is it because the cars are so close on restarts? Everybody's trying to get all they can on restarts? Or is it just the way it happens?
It's that. Everybody's trying to get all that they can on the restarts because that's the place that you gain the most and the easiest place to gain the most. But now they're taking more risk because you can run the top, you can run the top, you can run the middle. But while they're taking risks, they're also holding the throttle down a little bit longer when it's getting tight, and they're starting to bang into each other and really take some chances.
And all the while that's happening in the back, it's heating up in the front. Kyle Busch in this 8 car, he continues to impress. You picked him for the ones to watch there, credit one. I think you might be right. This would be a big day for RCR if they can get this 8 car in victory lane.
Well, they've done a good job all day of just adjusting on their car and being able to put themselves in a position to stay up front all day.
Now, let's check with our crew chief, Larry Mack, because last time we had some drivers top off, and Larry and I discussed we didn't think they could make it to the end. What about this time, Larry?
Well, Mike, there's going to be 73 to go as they come around. And I think now if you did pit for fuel, I don't think you're going to see the guys up front pit. But if you're back in the pack, come on, get 4 tires, get that thing full of fuel, and you're right there on the threshold of being able to make it.
Well, here's some Kyle Busch radio on just that topic.
So this will make breaking up the stage a little bit interesting. I'm sure you're going to have some guys short pit like normal still. You'll have some guys that probably pitted here that will run long and try to take advantage of it, hoping for a caution. So it's probably going to be a little bit of a mixed bag on strategy here at the end.
Yeah, and this is where it's the worst spot to be the leader, because everybody's going to do what you don't do, right?
Absolutely. This is an opportunity for somebody. Question is, who's this going to land in favor of?
Yeah, and then it comes down to how many guys pit, how many guys don't pit, how many stay out, what's your buffer. There's so many scenarios that go into this particular strategy right here. So, and sometimes the strategy is just do what the other guy doesn't do.
What's what splits the field, right?
Yeah.
And that's what creates the opportunity.
And I like Larry's cautious optimism that you could stop here and top off, and if there are more cautions, you'd make it to the finish. Decisions.
Those boys and girls sitting up on top of those pit boxes are smart. They'll all have a theory and a strategy. As Rodney Childers used to tell me, it's never a guess. It's well thought out.
All right, Ross Chastain and team have been talking it over.
So we're still several laps away from window open under caution. Some of these guys have been getting a little bit better mileage. We're kind of at that, if we pit now, point, we're still going to be a few short. Why I like that I just drive it, buddy. You tell me.
None of them are going to take. Well, here comes a couple deep in the field. Maybe who is that? Hamlin? Hamlin's going to go for it. Butcher, he's back from the back. It's going to take. This might be an opportunity for that 17 car. Loss of track position. Let's see if it catapults them back to where they need to be. Not as many as I thought, though, huh? Kind of goes back to what Phil Surgeon was talking about with Chastain.
Yeah, and it definitely, you know, you just never know how this is going to shake out. So you might as well do the opposite of what the leader does.
So 12 cars on the lead lap pitted under this caution. Let's check with Regan.
Well, Austin Cindric standing outside the Infield Care Center right now, having a decent day. Austin stayed in the top 15 all day long. Heard you say you were getting happy with your race car. How frustrating is this to be out now?
Yeah, it's frustrating. We had, like you said, we had a solid day. Pit crew had done an awesome job. Yeah, I mean, it's just racing, man. I mean, when you're 4 wide, the first car that hit the wall is going to be me, right? So, yeah, I was trying to keep it off the rest of the field, and just I guess other cars got caught up in that. But yeah, I knew the 20 car was down there. I didn't know the 22, and I saw the 20 flash of purple just shoot up in front of me, and 11 had to hit the brakes. I had to jump on the brakes. Just it sucks. Snap-on 4 Mustang was decent. Like I said, I had a decent day, and just sucks to give away all those points. We're just on the fringe there, man, and we gotta make the most of every day. And I know it's a long way out, but yeah, don't like watching the end of these things.
Glad you're okay. Thanks, Austin.
Thanks, Regan. Next Sunday on FS1, we're going to throw it back at legendary Darlington Raceway. Pre-race is 1:30 Eastern for the Goodyear 400, which will take the green at 3 next Sunday on FS1. So on the choose, Busch to the inside, Larson outside, Truex inside, Gibbs outside. Have we seen the last caution?
No.
No chance.
Well, I have to ask.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be interesting on this restart to see what these guys on sticker tires do firing off, because on these cycled tires, it just, you know, the front doesn't turn. You know, there's, especially when you get further and further back in the pack, it just becomes harder and harder to get the throttle down and get the front of the car to turn.
Now, the first car on fresh tires is back in the 8th row. It's Brad Keselowski in the 6th. Of the cars that just stopped, he is the first one, Keselowski and the cars behind him, on fresh tires for this restart. The longest green flag run of stage 3 has been, count them, 3 laps.
They're adding up quick, Mike. The cautions.
Yes.
Not the laps.
No.
See the Hunt Brothers Pizza onboard camera there. I miss seeing all the Hunt Brothers people at the racetrack. Spent so many years with everybody from Hunt Brothers. Inside Joey Logano's car now. All right, guys.
It'll be 70 laps to go when they come to the line. Busch and Larson in front of Gibbs and Truex, Chastain and Reddick, Byron and Bowman.
Yeah, Kyle Larson with a much better start that time.
Much better push out of the back end with Ty Gibbs pushing him off into that corner. Here it is, mano a mano. Come off the corner, door to door for the lead.
See Kyle Larson chase him down Kyle Busch down the racetrack to get that side draft, so he's able to check him up down the straightaway. Sun's gone down, track's back cool, lights are on. It's going to be okay on
trouble. Around goes Logano.
Oh, unbelievable, guys.
Hold on, one more coming. All right, you're good. Get it going. We have a flat, guys.
Joey was 16th at the time and had a lot of cars right around him. Now he is just short of the start-finish line on the track apron, and flat tired. He is not going anywhere. So here come the Steps Wreckers and the AMR safety team to help him out. I believe there was contact with Briscoe.
Well, watch 14, Briscoe moving up. He was in trouble. Moves up, looks tight. You see him lifting out of the gas. Next thing you know, it's put Logano in a bad spot, and away he went. Got clipped a little bit by Gillen on his outside. That all started because of 14 in trouble.
Yeah, and it's become worse for Joey Logano on the front stretch. He's sitting on those rub blocks and stuck.
Wild. All this green flag running. Now we can't make a lap.
Well, every caution lap that we run, it becomes more interesting with those guys that just pitted.
Yeah, now you get closer and closer to the guys that didn't pit, needing to pit.
Yeah, now they only have one lap on their tires.
Now the rear tires are up, the front tires are down, so that car won't go anywhere. And he's hooked up to the record. Here's some Kyle Busch audio.
This puts you in a little bit of a predicament here, because now, by the time you go back green, you're going to be pretty much ready to go the whole way.
Yeah, and those that just did it will either fuel only here and jump you.
Exactly. Exactly. This is going to be just what the doctor ordered for the 11 car. These guys all have to pit right here. It's going to land it right in their lap. Who else? Buescher. We'll have to see.
And that's why you take those chances when you have the win in the bank, or you're running in the back, or whatever the scenario is, to do the opposite of the leader, because you just don't know how the cautions are going to fall. So do something different, and that'll give you an opportunity that you may not have otherwise had.
So Logano's car goes off on the hook. Larry, how close are we to the window?
Mike, I'm confident pitting right here, no matter what you do tire wise, as long as you pack it full of fuel, this puts you in the window to make it to the end.
Well, if you do, and it looks like a lot of them are on the ready, it's gonna put the 11 and that 17 right in a catbird seat.
Well, it should cycle Keselowski, Gilliland, Blaney, Hamlin, Dillon, and others who pitted late to the front, assuming they do not stop. Kyle Larson got the lead as of the last scoring loop crossed before the caution flag waved. and he's staying out.
Well, it's still closed.
Oh, that's a good reason.
Yeah, I see the red light flashing down there. I think they just dropped Joey Logano off in his pit stall. So they're going one more lap.
I'm very confused because at one end of pit road, I see a green light.
Yeah.
But that's for exiting the pits, not for entering.
I live confused, so don't worry about it, Mike.
Seems like
Mike, the guy this puts in an interesting situation, though, is Brad Keselowski, because he pitted at 181, where you look at Hamlin and Buescher, they pitted at 195. So that puts Brad in an interesting situation with that 6 car.
Well, we saw Chris Buescher. Oh. Man.
You know, if you're Chris Buescher and you have the hiccup on pit road, what do you need to do? Separate yourself. Try to find something within this race that's going to separate yourself from the rest of the competition and create that opportunity. That's exactly what that afforded them to do right here.
We'll find out what Atlanta Braves means. That's their code. They just gave Kyle Busch the 8 car. Atlanta Braves.
Corey Heim gets the free pass on this caution flag, the 6th of the race, and the 4th caution in the last 23 laps. Now pit road is open, and here they all come. Regan?
Mike, lengthy discussion back and forth between Kyle Busch and Randall Burnett about what they were going to do. It ended up being an earthquake as the pit call, which should be 2 tires right here. They talked about it for a while. In the 45 car, Tyler Reddick had been getting better all day long, but he has been tight all day long. They've had to free that car up. Jamie?
And same thing with the 54 Ty Gibbs. They've been tight. They've been freeing him up. They came in because the leaders came in. Lakeside is the call for Kyle Larson. In for 4 tires. Air pressure adjustment almost hits the 21 on exit.
Puts a lot of cars in front of those 4 tires on Larson.
Yeah, but I like it, Clint. I like 4 tires. I think it makes you more versatile on the restart and lets you maneuver that car. So we'll see.
65 laps to go in Kansas as most of the lead lap cars choose to pit under this caution.
Ready to rise to the challenge? Above obstacles. Yes! Above perceptions.
Rediger, implement the pass on the top lane.
Above it all.
Let's go!
If so, we're looking for you. Join us at Toyota Racing.
Your best days of the year start here at Kubota Orange Days. It's the year's biggest selection of Kubota tractors, zero-turn mowers, and utility vehicles, including the #1 selling compact tractor in the USA. Plus the year's best deals like 0% APR for 84 months or up to $3,300 off select compact tractors. Orange goes all day. Sales ending soon. Visit your local dealer today. Find your nearest dealer at KubotaOrangeDays.com.
At the Cracker Barrel, freshly made food at a fair price is just what we do. In fact, we've got over 20 meals under $12, each served with a helping of care. Eat, shop, earn Cracker Barrel rewards.
There's a little bit of the county fair atmosphere at a stock car race.
Don't miss NASCAR's biggest stars when they light up historic North Wilkesboro Speedway. It's the NASCAR All-Star Race, May 17th through the 19th. Champions like Larson, Elliott, Busch, and Blaney battle it out for All-Star supremacy on one of NASCAR's original tracks. Experience live music, racing history, and the kind of fun you can only have at North Wilkesboro. The NASCAR All-Star Race. Get your tickets today at NorthWilkesboroSpeedway.com.
Every Saturday, your game is on Fox. Because here, we got the guy that swings harder, the guy that runs faster, hits further, deals nastier. Saturdays on Fox, we got the swag, the scoops, the smiles, the steals. We got the pop, the rips, the threads, the wheels. We got the slides, the kicks, the shuffles, the feels, and picks for the highlight reel. Because Saturdays on Fox, we got you. No big deal.
On that caution flag, the first 6 cars down to Michael McDowell stayed on the racetrack, led by Todd Gilliland, McDowell's teammate. Hamlin, Buescher, Haley, and Wallace, along with McDowell, did not pit. So Kyle Busch in the number 8 will be the first car on new tires when we restart. And here's the 38's radio.
Here's the deal. It does get us in the end, but your tires are going to be junk, so our pace is pretty good. Obviously, clean air is going to be good for us, so yeah, it's a little bit of a risky move, but I feel we have good potential to get out front.
Ryan Brigetti, crew chief. Todd Gilliland.
Well, that's going to be a tough spot to be in for Todd. You know, I think even if their car has good speed, I think the tires are going to mean something. So the guy that I really like is on the outside right there with Denny Hamlin. We know he's only got half a lap on his tires, 1 lap on his tires at the most.
Yeah,
whatever you want to call it.
That yellow flag come out there, them boys were licking their chops. Thank you very much.
Well, Gilliland came in 4 caution flags ago. He was 15th at the time of the caution. So had he pitted, right now he'd be outside the top 20. So we'll see how it works out.
I mean, that 23, both of those cars right there were around backwards. Just what, 2 cautions ago?
Yeah.
Now we're back in the front, and all is well.
Gilliland, Hamlin, Buescher, Haley, Wallace, McDowell, all on older tires. Here we go.
Whoa, that was so close. Kyle Busch got in the wall a little bit. LaJoie moved up the racetrack. He had to make an adjustment there, Kevin. I think he brushed it, but he didn't hit it hard enough to affect that car. Look at this. 4 wide off of 4. Here comes Truex on the outside.
Well, you just have so many different strategies right here. You got cars on 4 tires. You got cars on no tires. Guys checking up. Kyle Larson, he's kind of pinned down on the bottom of the racetrack right now. The guy who made it.
Huge still a lot of coming. Wide. These cars and no tires too. Everybody's having trouble getting up through the field. I cannot believe they got through with that. You see Larson just barely clear off the floor, picking another position up.
Chris Buescher for the lead on Denny Hamlin.
You know he's hungry. This would be a huge win for RFK, putting that 17 car in victory lane.
Now those two were doing a good job getting away from the field when they were single file. This may bring Busch and Wallace to them, but they are double file as well.
Yeah, and Chris Buescher right now needs to do all he can to clear Denny Hamlin.
I think he is.
Not that he isn't, but it looks like he is clear, yes.
All the way back through 10th, there's nobody single file.
And the reason I say that about Denny Hamlin is we know his car is going to get better and better compared to the field the longer that he runs.
Christopher Bell started on pole, he and McDowell, and here comes Larson. Wants to split them up.
Well, and he knows he needs to go. He needs to let those leaders get as little distance as possible. He needs to keep that gap as short as possible to take advantage of those 4 tires. But it's going to be tough for Kyle Larson with Chris Buescher and Denny Hamlin out there only having 1 lap on their tires. But this is going to be a long run if it goes green.
Yeah, just when you think things have settled down, you look at Gragson and Elliott side by side for position there.
Yeah, you almost don't know where to look. I mean, there's cars all over the place.
And everybody's in a battle.
Those old tires falling back, the new tires coming in a hurry.
Gilliland doing a pretty good job holding his own in 4th place now. As Larson and Wallace nose to tail for 6th. McDowell just ahead of them. Again on older tires.
Well, you heard Todd Gilliland's crew chief talk about, you know, being confident in the speed of their car, and he was obviously right, because once this is settled out, he's settled in right behind Kyle Busch. But we've seen those guys make some good calls. We've seen them have good speed in their car.
Well, he was my dark horse pick last week. I guess I peaked too soon. 1 week too soon, that is.
Look how much better all those cars are running at clean air. I mean, McDowell's the same way. He's got taped the right side of that car up, had a big hole in it, big gaping hole. Look at this. Here comes Blaney in the mix, Stenhouse. These boys are getting after it. Heating up for the lead, too. Denny running right back down, didn't he?
Yeah, and that's just the interesting part about Denny's car today is it seems like it takes it 5-10 laps to take off, and
here he comes.
It just doesn't fall off as much as the rest of them.
Well, the Blue Oval Brigade has their hopes pinned on Buescher, trying to win Ford's first NASCAR national race of the season.
And you see Buescher fight back on the outside right there. Denny was just a bumper cover distance from being clear right there.
I think Denny has a lot of confidence in the speed, the long run speed of his race car. He was pretty easy on Buescher, passing him for the lead, kind of let him go and drove right back to him here. I think he knows he gets his car up front on a long run. That's his strong suit.
Buescher with pace on the outside, but Hamlin gets a good launch off the bottom of turn 2.
Still door to door. Drove it down way deep into the corner. He's going to slide up in front of him here, try to take that lead away. Obviously going to try to cross over on Buescher. No prevail. Denny Hamlin to the lead.
Meanwhile, Kyle Larson takes 4th from Gilliland. Here's the 11's radio.
Nice and patient here, thinking about your long run balance, how you can manipulate it.
It's exactly what I was talking about. That was in the back of his mind the whole time, wasn't it, Kevin?
Yeah, and you know, like we talked about, this is going to be one of those really long runs that we've run a little bit of distance today, but not like this.
38 cars started this race. 33 of them have run at least 1 lap in the top 10 today. Close to, but not quite a record.
That's this racetrack. That's these restarts. The progressive banking, Kevin, that you told us about in the pre-race show. This place just always seems to put on a hell of a show for these race cars.
And it's really mixed up the field with the way that the cautions have fallen.
Hocevar in the top 10. He finished a career best 10th at the last 1.5 mile track we visited, Texas. He restarted 21st.
We see Chase Elliott on the bottom of Carson there. We all agree that Carson Hocevar is a gasser. As we see the race for the lead, staying heated up. It's not heating back up. It's just staying that way.
Last lap, Hamlin, Buescher, and Busch ran identical lap times.
Look at that.
Sure did. 31:26, 31:26, 31:26. 1, 2, 3.
Only car on the track that was faster was Chase Elliott back in 10th place with a 24.
Well, next lap. Yep. Top 2 cars, 31:37, 31:37. Exact same speeds matched 2 laps in a row by those first and second place cars. Pretty unbelievable, really.
Blaney and Gregson, 16th place.
See Tyler Reddick so close to that wall on the exit of turn 4 right there, but he's pretty comfortable up next to that wall.
He is fun to watch. .48 laps to go as things start to string out over half the distance around Kansas Speedway. Ty Gibbs back in 22nd after that stop.
Yeah, you see the flames out of both sides of Chris Buescher's pipes right there. Larry telling us in our ear that Chris is using a fair amount of brake. Most likely that's to get the nose set to try to get back to the gas, partial throttle a little bit through the center of the corner as quick as possible. Sometimes you get on that brake a little bit harder than you want to just make that nose turn.
That brake temperature, using that brake though, you got to be careful. The brake temperature will build pressure in the front tires and it'll make you tight. Crossing back over, might go for a slide job here. Can he get up in front of him?
Hamlin steaming around the outside and back to the lead.
Look at that momentum. Carries all the way down the back straightaway, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 car lengths.
And the longer we go on this run, the more dominant that top will get. You can make good time on the bottom, and it's as Darrell used to say, it's that sucker hole on the bottom, or in the middle on the super speedways. Here, it's the sucker hole is on the bottom. You get through the entry of the corner, down to the center of the corner, you get back to the gas, you get about 3/4 of the way through that corner on the bottom, and then the front just starts to take off.
How about an attaboy for 2 drivers who were involved in incidents, now running 6th and 7th. McDowell and Wallace were both facing the wrong way on at least one occasion today, but here they are in the top 10.
Shows you how much these cars like that clean air. Changes the whole game for them. Gilliland holding tough, top 5. McDowell, that car's wrecked even.
Yep.
Wallace was around backwards, to your point. You put him up front, changes the game for these drivers.
Front row, 5th and 6th there. And there's Wallace with Truex, 7th and 8th.
Yeah, we've seen Martin Truex run at the front most of the day. Obviously, on that pit cycle right there, he got cycled to the back a little bit and having to work his way back through traffic. Pole sit. See our pole sitter Christopher Bell right there, running 9th.
Now Larry did a little digging into the tire strategy for Todd Gilliland, and Larry, I'm surprised.
Yeah, Todd Gilliland, the 38, his crew chief Ron Briganti, and I've been practicing that name ever since Texas, by the way. But yeah, they have not changed left side tires since the end of stage 2. At lap 180, Ryan brought him in and changed right sides only, got that track position.
.42 laps to go for the lead. This just does not let up. Chris Buescher will not let go of Denny Hamlin, and you'll see it all as we go, Fox, side by side, coming to 41 laps to go in Kansas.
The skyscrapers in the background and Lake Michigan alongside the racetrack.
NASCAR is coming back to Chicago. A 4th of July weekend festival of music and racing through downtown Chicago's iconic streets.
Well, how's the ball, boys? It's gonna be a good one.
The biggest names in music headline the stage, while the brightest stars in NASCAR chase the checkered flag.
That's very cool.
The Chicago Street Race Weekend. For tickets and experiences, visit NASCARChicago.com.
The Busch Guide, cold and smooth survival skills.
Hello?
Should you become stranded, be ready to signal rescuers.
Busch.
How long have I been out here? 12 minutes. Head for the mountains.
How is this Chili's 3 for me only $10.99 when fast food is so expensive?
It could be because we don't have to pay for any mascots.
Please! I was born for this! Please!
Never gonna happen.
Wait, I know the song! I want my baby back, baby back, baby back.
He doesn't work here.
Chili's baby back ribs.
3 for me means more for you. Get a bottomless drink, bottomless chips and salsa, and the all-new Big Smasher Burger with fries for just $10.99 only at Chili's.
All the parts you need at the prices you want. Guaranteed to fit every time. So you can keep your ride or die alive.
Unreal. Wow. This is insane. I mean, everything woke up. Everything fun, yeah.
The United Football League on Fox.
What does it take to become a legend? Maybe it's simply knowing that new legacies are built one lap at a time.
Christopher Bell and Kyle Larson, fastest cars on the racetrack that last lap. Now Martin Truex Jr. Is quickest. A lot of movement through the field, but Denny Hamlin holds the lead. But is there something amiss there? Larry, what's the data showing you on Hamlin?
Yeah, it looks like he gets loose every once in a while, Mike, especially the way he has to work the steering wheel and works the throttle. He's way late on the straightaway, both ends of the racetrack, getting back full throttle. It's like it changes on him almost from lap to lap.
Well, it was definitely 2 laps in a row, a big hiccup, and Buescher drove right to the outside of him and actually went around him. But as soon as he did, Denny went right back to the whip, pushed that horse back by him. But Larson got around Busch behind them in the mirror. Watch for him to be coming. Keep an eye on them laps, them lap times right there, the separation.
And that doesn't surprise me what Larry's saying about Denny Hamlin's car. Just, you know, one lap he's doing this, one lap he's doing that, and each corner it's different. Like, you have to just keep up with the car as it wears the tires down. It just acts funny and moves funny and does strange things. So just have to keep up with the car, keep up with the track, try to put the car in the right spot to get the thing. You see he's changed his line and straightening that exit out. So he might have been moving around trying to figure it all out.
All right, 35 laps to go in this 400 miler in case you missed it. Battles for the lead early. Kyle Larson along with Ross Chastain and Denny Hamlin all figure to be in the mix today. We've had them 5 wide at Kansas Speedway for the front spot. Chris Buescher threads the needle in a hole that was closing up there. Denny Hamlin stops deep in the box, then has trouble getting out of his pit after winning stage 1. Then stage 2, the tire changer for Chris Buescher is over the wall too soon. He has to restart in the back. Jimmy Johnson lifts and Corey LaJoie gets into the back of Johnson's number 84, ending the 7-time Champs Day. And then cautions breed caution. Austin Cindric gets bumped and turned around. Harrison Burton goes for a solo spin, as does Joey Logano. In all, 4 cautions since the start of stage number 3. And here we are with 32 laps to go, and Denny Hamlin trying to hold on to a tenuous 0.4 of a second lead over Chris Buescher. Buescher's led 50 laps today. Ford had led a total of 45 laps here in the 4 races with this 7th gen car.
Kevin, I'm thinking this 11 car is managing. I don't know if he's managing the tire grip, right, tire wear, fall off speed, or fuel mileage, but I think he's managing. When he wants to and he goes to the whip, that thing will pick up 0.2 on him in a hurry.
You know, think back to the pre-race show this afternoon, Clinton. He was talking about backing the corner up for air blocking and fuel mileage and all those things. I think he might have I think he tried to check up just a little bit too much, and Chris Buescher ran around the outside of him. Maybe I'm wrong there, but you know, the inconsistency in the laps makes you think, and looking at the radio chatter, that they're needing to save some gas here and there, because they've told him if he gets in a position to have some of those fuel savings. Regan?
Well, Kevin, just to back up what you guys are talking about right now, about a lap and a half ago, crew chief Chris Gabehart reminded Denny again, you have to manage everything right here, so makes sense what you guys are saying.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, back in that, trying to use that air blocking and put the car in the right spot, backing up that entry, letting off early, you know, because we've seen him run some 3160s and he's also run some 32 flats. So I think he's definitely in that position of trying to save gas when he can. But I think he got passed because he mismanaged and almost checked up too much.
Chase Elliott moved up to 8th there on Michael McDowell. Again, McDowell on the older tires. Todd Gilliland still holding his own there in 7th. Hamlin and Buescher out front, pitted at lap 195, but with only 1 green flag lap on their tires before the next 4 cars came in at lap 202.
Yeah, and I think if Denny Hamlin is in that spot, Chris Buescher's in that spot too, you know, from a fuel standpoint. So Kyle Larson behind him,
Starting to catch him a little bit. I've been watching that gap. Goes from a second to maybe 1.2, back to a second.
You see all these guys starting to chop that exit of turn 2. Straighten that exit out, because we heard Kyle Larson talk earlier about that black rubber up against the wall and how it got slick. It's obviously pretty slick on the exit over there right now, because all these guys late center have straightened that exit out to come down below that top seam. Watch them come off this exit of turn 2. See these guys go right through the middle of the corner. You see Chris Buescher, you see Kyle Larson. They're all starting to straighten that exit to get out of that third lane, because it just doesn't have the grip, whether you're sliding the front or walking the back up off the corner loose.
Last week, Denny Hamlin tied Lee Petty for 12th on NASCAR's all-time win list. When informed of that, Hamlin said, "I couldn't carry Lee Petty's helmet." He was genuinely humble at the achievement. Well, his next win will tie him with Rusty Wallace, another driver like Hamlin with an outsized personality and a penchant for winning. That would be win number 55, would put him 11th. Next fella to catch would be Kevin Harvick, 10th with 60. Here's a look at Denny Hamlin's career with the 54 victories, including 3 Daytona 500s. And there's the career win list, numbers 9 through 12.
Well, Clint got it out of him today on the pre-race show. He said, "Is this the year to win the championship?" And what did he say, Clint?
Well, I told him. I mean, he wins last week in Dover, right? And how did he do it? He called his shot. I said, that's the second time he's done it. Like, Denny, it's this easy. Call your shot. They say you're going to win the championship and go do it. Put the pressure on yourself. He did it. He said it. I'm going to win the championship. I've been watching Denny for several laps, and he is moving around, and it's got to be because of what's in his mirror. Moving around, leading this race as much as I've ever seen him do on the racetrack with his line.
14th right there as we give a listen to Denny Hamlin's radio.
I gotta have you manage both, bud. I need more. I know it's hard, but you gotta roll back to that throttle. I don't have any throttle spike.
That's a tough one, Kevin. Yeah, have to save more fuel. That's not enough. Well, this guy's getting bigger in the mirror, Jack.
Yeah, and the more laps he runs, the more dominant that top becomes. So putting the car in the right spot is important to be able to do that in front of Chris Buescher. But the throttle spikes that he's talking about, Denny Hamlin is notorious for these big throttle spikes to help the car turn, but also keep that mid-corner speed up. He'll go to full throttle, go right back out of it, full throttle, right back out of it. So they're asking him not to do that with his race car, which is going to affect how it drives.
So, Larry, both those 2 lead cars were on pit road at lap 195. Toyota versus Ford. Is one or the other apt to get a little better gas mileage?
Well, all I know is Scott Graves is basically telling Chris Buescher to do the same thing, and they're monitoring the 11 radio, and they just told Chris that Gabehart's telling Hamlin to do the same thing. Roll back in the throttle. Don't spike the throttle. So both crew chiefs telling both drivers the same thing.
That's the reason Denny Hamlin's searching around, though. I've watched him, I've raced with him, I've watched him for years now in this booth, and I've never seen him move around on a racetrack that much. He's searching around, trying to find an area to get out of those spikes that you just talked about, Kevin, and where he can roll around here with as little as throttle as possible, yet maintain the lead.
All right, here's an update from the 11.
Mileage is going the right direction, but I do need more. Just got to keep threading the needle.
Yeah, so if I was in this position, the 2 things that I would do is try to let off just a little bit sooner getting into the corner, do the exact same thing that you've been doing through the corner, and then I would roll back out to, 5, 7, 8% down the straightaway. And I know that doesn't sound right, but sometimes the car will run fast enough down the straightaway. You got to roll out of the throttle and run 85%, 80% down the straightaway and go full throttle to maintain your speed through the corners.
Well, all right, that sounds like a plan, but how hard is that to do when you got a mirror full of the guy you're trying to beat for the win?
Well,
keep an eye on those.
Yeah, you see the 11 car right there. He had that little bit of throttle, but they should be telling Denny Hamlin that the guy behind you is in the same position. Do all you can.
I like that. I need to know what he's doing too. He's in the same predicament. They're telling him the same thing.
See the throttle? See the 85% on Chris Buescher's car? That's the best way to save throttle, is to not go to full throttle. Get what you can through the corners, but try to save a little bit of throttle down the straightaway.
I've also noticed Larson. He's falling off too. I think they're telling him the same thing.
Well, what they're telling them, and I quote, both of them right now are being coached to save fuel when they can, but they're really not able to. That's what they're telling Kyle Larson.
Yeah, so if you're Kyle Larson, you want to be able to try to push them as hard as you can. But you see 17 car again. He's 89% throttle in the middle of all the way down the straightaway. So all about keeping the corner speed up to where you want it to be. And as soon as you get that car straight, you start letting out of that throttle to save gas.
All right, Jamie, how about Larson?
Yeah, I've been listening to his radio clip. Daniels told him exactly what you guys are talking about the 11 and 17 saving. He did not tell his driver to back off, save at all. In fact, he said we're 3 laps to the good right now.
Larson was on pit road 7 laps after Hamlin and Buescher. Well, let's give you another look at the last 2 finishes here with 17 to go. And that was last May. Denny Hamlin taking it to Kyle Larson and going to victory lane. Then last fall, Tyler Reddick storms to the front and wins. $16 to go. 5 cars within 5 seconds of the leader.
I think Buescher pulled the chute for a little bit. He's trying to save a little bit more. He really fell off the last 3 or 4 laps.
Fastest car on the racetrack is Brad Keselowski in 7th.
Yeah, and he's going to fall in that group that doesn't need to save gas. You know, it's really the guys that are in the bad spot are Denny Hamlin, Chris Buescher, Todd Gilliland. You know, those are the guys that are really in a box. Todd Gilliland's going to have to pit.
Been a good day for him. 30th. You see it just keep marching slowly to the front into a single digit here, running 7th.
Gilliland's last stop was lap 180, and as Larry pointed out, he's had the same left side tire since the start of stage 2.
Kyle Busch looked like he got high, got in trouble. Here comes Truex around him.
Truex up to 4th. All part of that group that stopped at lap 202 from Larson on back to Keselowski. Ty Gibbs has come to pit road. He was running just outside the top 20 in a group with Chastain, Reddick, and LaJoie.
Yeah, I think, like you say, Clint, I think Chris Buescher has gone into extreme fuel savings.
Yeah, I think they called him off. He fell off drastically last.
He is quickly going to fall into the clutches of Kyle Larson.
Yeah, but look how far Larson's fell back. I mean, he had it to a second at one time.
And Larry points out, with nobody filling up his mirror, Denny Hamlin has backed it off to save fuel.
And that's what you hope. You hope you get in a position to where you can just give that gap back up to get the fuel savings that you need. But if you can run through the corner like you need to and get out of the gas down the straightaway like you see right there on the throttle, you see Denny Hamlin just lift off to 60-70% gas, drive it through the corner, get back to the throttle. Right now he's just coasting right there. He didn't even touch the throttle.
He's actually even moved down on the racetrack, running in the middle through 3 and 4, and it was a little bit lower in 1 and 2. I think that's all. It's just trying to figure out where you can go and save fuel.
Well, let's go back to the leaders radio.
Same on the back stretch when you can. I really like the front. Same on the back. 1.4 out the back. Manage that gap. I need it all.
He's getting a little nervous.
Well,
sounds nervous on that.
Yeah, he does sound nervous. I'm concerned too, Clint, because you know the crew chief is telling him to save gas. He's got that huge lead, but
10 to go.
there was a big portion of this run that they weren't able, didn't look like they were saving much gas at all.
All right, Ty Gibbs, the 54, has got new tires. He's going to be flying around that group he was with. Zane Smith just going a lap down to race leader Denny Hamlin, and Carson Hocevar has had to come to pit road, falling off the lead lap. Gas and go for Hocevar to run these final 9 laps.
Yeah,
boy, Truex keeps coming.
Yeah, here comes another car that doesn't need gas. Martin Truex has really got that thing wound up. Chris Buescher's in fuel savings mode, and Martin Truex is in full gas mode.
Yeah, gonna have to let him go. Question is, can Truex run him down? Larson's backed off even more. They're calling him off.
Yeah,
that's Busch.
I don't know that they're calling him off, Clint. I think his car might have just fallen off.
Larry?
Yeah, James Small just told Martin Truex Jr., do not give them any opportunity to save fuel. Keep the pressure on.
All right. And again, Keselowski, fastest car on the racetrack this lap.
Keep an eye on this right there. It's under a second. It's going to put the pressure on Denny Hamlin.
It's going to put a lot of pressure on Denny Hamlin, because once he gets
there, you see it right there.
He's going to have to go.
That's going to be a half a second by the time we get.
Oh, Kyle Busch.
Well, that's going to take care of all that conversation.
Just trying to get it back rolling there for the leader. Gets there. Leader is turn 4.
Kyle was 5th when he went around.
Wow.
Well, so much for all that.
Well, Larry, does that just change everything?
I'll let you point this out, then we'll talk about it.
All right.
Stepped out from underneath him. Well, we were just talking about Kyle Larson's car and just probably getting light on its feet right there, and that one did as well.
What we were talking about is Truex running Hamlin down in a big way.
Yes.
Man, I wanted to see if that was going to come to fruition. We're not going to. Now the pressure's on.
But yeah, it's on pit road.
That's right.
It's on the crew chief for the strategy, as you hear Kyle Busch just.
Did he dip a left front down on the flat or not really? Hard to tell.
Yeah, hard to tell. It looks like it just kind of just stepped out, but the pit crew's a lot of pressure.
All right, Larry Mack, it's all on you.
All right, we've run 55 laps. Everybody has sticker tires. That's not an issue. We've got 23 drivers on the lead lap. You've got to come to pit road, but I am not going to rule out someone rolling the dice or some rolling the dice and throwing just right sides on that car.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's for sure. We learned that with the last stop, putting those 2 tires
Yeah, but
on.
the last stop, they didn't have a lot of laps on their left side tires.
Right.
This is going to
38 did.
This is going to have a full run on their left side tires. So it's
38
You
had
need
half the
friends
race
with
on
you,
them.
though.
Yeah.
You need friends to change too as well. You can't just do it by yourself.
Yeah, I think your buffer is going to be the thing that helps you, but it is. I think there's going to be a bunch of them put 2 tires on.
I'm putting 2 tires on. You put 4 on, you're in trouble.
Yeah.
Now, Denny Hamlin's had issues on pit road, getting blocked coming out of his pit once through stopping in the box a little too deep, and then again during traffic.
Hill will be 2 laps down, so that'll be a clear out.
Okay. Here's the 11.
All right, that's a lot of tire wear, bud, but it's going to be a green white checker. I think the call is vegetables. Okay.
Nobody likes vegetables. Did you hear that? Did you hear
I know
his
he
voice?
didn't like his vegetables.
Nope.
Yeah.
What's a vegetable, Kevin?
It's because no driver likes just 2 tires. That's what they're talking about.
Well, Buescher's call is red, white, blue. Well, everybody's in favor of the red, white, and blue.
Yeah. I don't like code words.
I don't either.
I was never smart enough to just figure out if I was 2 or 4. They start saying code words. You got stuff taped in the car. Undo this tape so you can see all the code words. It gets a little confusing.
This is exciting.
I believe Bubba Wallace is the free pass on this caution. So are they all coming?
I think it's still. Here goes green. Here they come.
Regan
Mike, as they were coming through turns 3 and 4, that was when Chris Gabehart, crew chief for Denny Hamlin, said, bring it. We'll see what the call is here. As you heard, they've been talking to code words. As for the car, he has not said anything about the car this entire run. 2 tires for him. Martin Truex Jr., they've been getting better all day long. It'll be 4 tires for Martin Truex Jr. Jamie.
Keep your eye on Brad Keselowski, the best he has been all night. They called him in for this stop, as well as the 5 of Kyle Larson. Larson saying just too tight. They were in 5th. Why not pit?
All right, here comes Hamlin down to the end of the pit road. And this time gets away clean and gets out first.
Up Buscher. He ain't out of it yet. Keep an eye on that 17. He's hungry. That was a really fast 2-tire stop for Hamlin's guys.
How about Corey Heim in 9th place?
That's a great day.
Yeah.
It was really close when Hamlin was pulling out. Busch was pulling into his box, and again, about got blocked.
This kid's had a couple of great weeks.
Yeah.
You see Corey Heim right there in front of him, and the car right behind him is the first car on 4 tires of Martin Truex. So this is all going to come down to what lane is clear.
Now, Heim had a penalty on the first green flag stop of the race. He's overcome that, substituting for Eric Jones, who is cleared to return to the track and will do so next week at Darlington.
Well, the thing I like about Corey Heim and what he's done the last 2 weeks, here we are with 4 to go, and he's run all the laps.
Still
awesome. Won the truck race last night. How about a little radio remix?
Come through the middle here. Tight, middle to 1. Still middle, clear high.
Get in the 7, send us.
Well, that wasn't cool.
Yeah, that's the old 7 car for you. Down, easy, come down. We're in it, top hills, just get it rolling when you can.
7 caution flags. All 5 of the cautions for cause coming in stage 3. And now we go to overtime. Sponsored by Credit One Bank. Two-lap shootout. Green-white checker. Once the leader takes the white flag under green, the next flag will send somebody to victory lane.
And if that caution comes out before the white flag, we do the whole scenario again, Mike.
So we'll restart with 31 cars on the lead lap. Ty Gibbs and Austin Hill 1 lap down. Joey Logano. Riley Herbst 2 laps down. Harrison Burton 5 laps down. And in the garage with crash damage, Austin Cindric and Jimmy Johnson.
Well, guys, you thought those restarts earlier were aggressive. This one's for all the money.
These are the moments these drivers live for. This is the one that raises that hair up on your back, pull them belts down tight and go for it. The race is on.
Been a long day for our entire Fox crew, but we want to thank them and you for staying with us. Long rain delay. Plenty of great racing here as we come to the choose for maybe the final time today.
Hamlin takes the bottom. Chase Elliott, haven't heard much out of him. We haven't talked about him much. Right there in that 4th spot, these leaders get together, could be right there. Blaney, how about him?
Well, now look at the lower half of the top 10 and look at the drivers looking for a way to victory lane. That will restart in the top 10.
Well, Chase Elliott, you talk about there, Clint. That's kind of been his MO this year. Just quietly sneaks his way up in there in the top 5. Just good, solid days. Keeps making it happen.
Get them tires cleaned up. 2 tires stop.
Well, remember last year, I mean, Kyle Larson, Denny Hamlin, they're going to start nose to tail. And they were the 2 racing for the lead on the final lap here 1 year ago. Will it be who gets the best jump or who gets the best push?
It'll be both of those, and then it's going to be who gets their car to turn the best
yeah.
when it gets over there. And and who can keep it going in the right direction on the exit of turn 2. So
that's the one I like. It's whoever comes off of turn 2 with the momentum.
All right, overtime sponsored by Credit One Bank. Toyota pace car is in. Everybody's on their feet. Here we go.
Big jump on that outside. Great restart. Great jump. Here comes Larson to the inside. 3 wide to Denny. Momentum on the outside. Buescher to the lead.
Larson right with him. But Buescher with the launch off turn 2. Elliott way on the outside.
He's got it so far. The blocking is going to happen. Here it comes. Comes Denny to the, or excuse me, Truex to the inside. Look at the big block by Buescher. Pushes Larson up the racetrack. 3 wide behind them.
3 wide, 4 different places coming to the back. White flag under green. Buescher, Larson trying to close. Truex trying to get up to the leader.
Well,
how does he make the block, Kevin?
Kyle Larson is going to get there one more time. You see Chris Buescher back down on the bottom of the racetrack. Kyle Larson's going to have one more shot at it, and it's going to become a cat and mouse game as you get into turn 3. Which direction to go?
Where do you go?
Larson up top, all the way up top. Buescher.
He's on the outside. He's in position. He's got it.
And here comes Truex. They're going to close right to the 2 leaders. Coming to the line. Clash together. I believe Buescher.
I think you're right. It's so close. This is going to be a huge win for Buescher. They're excited. I think it's him, Kevin.
That was incredible.
Corey Heim gets spun just past the checkered flag with, I think, Austin Dillon.
Oh, yeah. Let's look at it. It may be the 5. Hold on.
Well, let's have a look at the video.
Uh-oh, boys.
Buescher is ahead. Larson is coming. It's like the Kentucky Derby.
Oh,
it's
my
that close. It's Larson.
Holy cow.
What a finish, boys.
Can you believe it?
I cannot.
I can. But what a crush. Oh, man. I hate it for Chris Buescher. That Larson got the run on the outside. That is a bold move.
Did you hear what he just said?
What?
0.00.
Look at these guys. Crushed. Crushed. Unbelievable.
That was an incredible last corner.
And they came together coming out of turn number 4.
Look at him.
And that may have made all the difference.
He's pumped.
25th career win.
Well, that's what we talked about going into turn 3. It was going to be that cat and mouse game. Buescher left that outside lane open just far enough for that guy.
You don't see that very often out of him.
I love this. An Alan Kulwicki style Polish victory lap for Kyle Larson. To put the net down, wave to the crowd, let them wave back. And Scott Graves and company just have to wonder what might have been. All right, let's unpack this last lap at Kansas.
Well, it all came down to the exit of turn 2 like we talked about. We see the last lap, Kyle Larson kept himself in position right here to get a good draft down the front straightaway. He knew he just needed to stay close right here. Chris Buescher decided he was going to the bottom. It's all about choices of lanes going in the corner. Kyle Larson did exactly what he needed to do. He got a great run off the corner. The bottom of Buescher didn't get as good of a run. And right here, it's a guess. Where's he going to go? Chris Buescher was in the middle of the racetrack, left a lane at the top, and Larson just stuck it up there.
That's what he did. He sent it in there really hard.
He tried to keep him up against the fence. They banged coming up off the corner right here a couple times, and just a wild finish.
How Buescher saved that car on the bottom like that is beyond me.
Oh my gosh.
Geez.
Just like a horse race by nose.
What a way to kick off the month of May for Kyle Larson.
Yeah, the confusing part of that was the scoring monitor showed Chris Buescher winning the race, and then see the photos.
Well, that first angle.
What a
that angle of the first shot kind of showed him in the lead. When we went to that one, they were in trouble.
You may unofficially have just seen the closest NASCAR finish ever.
I believe it.
Wow. Second win of the season for Larson, and his second at Kansas. He's led over 600 laps this year, led 63 of them tonight.
He went for it. Checkers or records is what he did right there, and he come up with the checkers.
.001 is the official margin of victory, closest in NASCAR history. Jamie Little.
What a thriller in Kansas. Officially the closest finish in NASCAR history. Take us through that last lap.
I don't know. That was wild. I was obviously thankful for that caution. We were dying pretty bad, and was happy to come out, third, and figured my best shot was to be choose bottom and just try and split 3 wide to the inside, and worked out. My car turned well and was able to get some runs and got through 1 and 2 really good down the backstretch and had a big toe on Chris and got him to kind of enter shallow, and I just committed really hard up top and wasn't quite sure if we were going to make it out the other side. I got super loose in the center, and then we're just trying to, I'm trying not to get too far ahead of him to where, he can side draft, and then I'm just trying to kill his run. So it was just, it was crazy. I mean, that race from start to finish was amazing. That first stage was incredible. The second stage, at the end was fun. And then that whole last, stage with the wrecks and cautions and then, fuel strategy and tires running long and all that was wild. So you guys got your money's worth today, and I'm just proud to be a part of the show.
Kyle, I don't know if I've seen something like that. Chris Buescher thought he won. He was out here. At what point did you hear we won?
Same thing. I didn't know if I won or not. I was pumped for the finish, and I can't remember if it was Cliff or Tyler. My spotter said that the 17 got it, and I was like, hey, good job today, team, because that was a great race. And then I got to about turn 3, and Tyler was going crazy up on the roof. So just incredible finish there. I wish we had more mile and a halves. This, we all bitch about the package and all that, but these mile and a halves, these cars just race so amazing. So hats off to this whole 5 team, HendrickCars.com, Chevy, Junior Ramen Bar, Valvoline, everybody who's a part of this. This is so cool. Month of May is going to be great for us, so hopefully this just starts some momentum.
Kyle Larson wins in Kansas.
Well, the other side of that extremely close finish, Chris Buescher, you thought that you had it. It was so incredibly close. You guys did a fantastic job all day long. What are the thoughts right now as you digest this?
I don't know what to say right now. I haven't seen a replay other than just a picture, and I sure can't see it in that picture. So that sucks to be that close. I still can't see, but yeah, I guess tear it apart. It was a great finish for us. A really strong day, a lot of speed in this Castrol Edge Ford's Mustang, and we really needed that. Needed to win more, and I thought we might have had that one. Had a lot of speed there, firing off. We were really good, and really all day, and I'm really proud of that. And had some good strategy to get us back up there, and tried to cover what I could, and gave him half a lane too much, I suppose. But good hard race right there down to the line. But yeah, that hurts.
You mentioned the speed that you guys had, that you showed today. How important is that as we go forward? Some more mile and a halves coming up, and the season progresses here.
Yeah, it's speed's good. Wins are better, so need to be in that situation again. Need some trophies, need some check flags, and put ourselves in a much better spot.
Thanks, Chris.
Now, on that last lap, Denny Hamlin was third in the middle of the back straightaway. He had to lift for Elliott and Truex. But here's the reaction at the line for the 17 team. They've got it. They've got it. Until they didn't. When NASCAR announced over the radio, the winner is the 5.
That's what he heard.
Jamie?
How about Denny Hamlin? They told him, I think it was veggies, and you're like, veggies, and you had to come down pit road. How hard was that to go through, having to stop and then facing another restart like that?
Well, it was the right call. It certainly was the right call from Chris' standpoint. I was just worried about cars in the back staying out and us losing to no tire cars, but it didn't work out anyway. Just hindsight, certainly I would have restarted on the outside, knowing that the 5 was going to split us the first chance he got to go for the win. So once he did, it just killed all the momentum. You get drag going from both sides of the car, and I was a parachute in the way at that point. So, but had a good view of the great finish.
And the great start, great finish for Denny Hamlin brings it home top 5, guys.
Thanks, Jamie. Larson, Buescher, Elliott, Truex side by side at the line, right alongside the two that scored the closest finish in NASCAR history.
Had the momentum getting into 3. Buescher tried to block him, moved up the racetrack. I'm talking full send out of Kyle Larson on that outside. That is a bold move, getting to the outside of that 17 for the win.
Yeah, and then you see him banging doors right here, hoping that you can slow the other guy down just enough to get the win, but it was just a couple inches, if that much, too short for Chris Buescher. But he had to guess going into turn 3. We talked about it, but before they took the white flag, the cat and mouse game, as you see how close this finish was right here, the cat and mouse game going into corner is really a guess, and that's what's so great about this racetrack is you have options.
The commitment out of that kid right there. I mean, he was a checkers a record. He was going to either win that race or stick it in the fence. He was committed to doing so, and it paid off for him once again.
A 4-wide finish. The distance from first to fourth would have broken the record for the closest finish in Kansas history.
Well, I like being a part of broadcast. All these great finishes. I'm glad you guys dialed these up this year because this has been a lot of fun.
Tell me how much you love Kansas. Come on, Kevin. Say it one more time.
I can't do it. It was a great race, though.
This is a hell of a racetrack.
It is that.
3 1/1000ths of a second, the margin of victory at Atlanta. 1 1,000th of a second here in Kansas. Coming up weeknights on FS1, NASCAR Race Hub at 6 p.m. Eastern. We'll see you for Throwback Weekend in Darlington with race day at 1:30 on FS1 next Sunday, followed by the Goodyear 400. A long day in tonight at Kansas, and you're rewarded with a 4-wide finish, the closest ever in NASCAR history.